The whole city, the entire planet that Syl and H fought on, had practically been destroyed. Whatever large structures there were, they had been reduced to nothing but rubble. It would be hard for one to believe that there was a civilization on the planet if they were to land on it now. Still, there were quite a few who had managed to survive, trapped under rubble, too far away from the fight to see but still feeling the energy that passed through the planet. Hiding, waiting for it to stop, waiting for a result, and one had finally come. Syl was the victor, the one who fought on the side of the Mermerials, the Amra, and the Pensui. However, going against Pine and H back-to-back had come at a great cost. For one, they had already lost nearly all forces on the planet prior to this one. When leaving it be, Pine had killed everyone on it, and on the current planet they were at, there was only a small token army of around 100, a mixed bag of races. Then, there was the worst outcome of the battles. The Mermerials had lost 2 members of their royal family, Wince and Cyril. They had fought a hard battle, not giving up and eventually dying, fighting till the very end. The news had yet to spread to the other planets. In fact, the fighting still went on elsewhere, as no one was aware of what was happening with each other, too focused on their fights. Then, there were also the Blades that had lost their lives, sent to a far distant land for their survival, always fighting to try to change the image they had of the past, and in the end, still losing their lives to the one that caused them great trouble. It was a sad fact that Syl had yet to come to terms with fully. He had done a lot to try to protect them and still failed. He was starting to understand how Quinn felt. At the very least, he wished to pray for them and give them a proper burial, but nearly all of their bodies in the area had already been burnt. Still, there was a moment of relief for Syl, that everything was over, but that was all it was, a simple moment, as his eyes laid on the large figure in front of him. A species that he had never even seen before stood in the center, confident, holding the crystal that had come out from H's body. "Syl," Layla called out, "don't do anything rash." She was now next to him, along with Minnie. The two of them had run out when wishing to give the sword to Syl. With how close she was, Syl had noticed that Layla broke out in a sweat and she was shaking. Minnie had reacted as well, covering her body in a shadow and baring her fangs toward this person. It was natural for Layla's body to react in such a way because she remembered everything about this person and their great power. "I guess there are too many around us who are looking," Munda said, and soon the air outside of the area they were in was still. There was almost no sound being made. Syl could tell something was different, but he didn't know quite what. "I have to congratulate you because, thanks to you, you have managed to turn the tide of the war," Munda said, sounding quite excited. "But you should know that the battle isn't over yet. There is still more to be done. Nevertheless, you have already done so much. I have been watching you very, very carefully." Syl was still trying to figure out if this person was an enemy or not, and whether he needed to use his powers or even if he could, since his MC cells had nearly depleted to the bottom of the barrel. "Don't worry. I promised a certain someone that I wouldn't meddle in Earthling affairs, as long as everything works out in the end. And besides, the quickest way to end this war is still through you. It's just, I can't let there be any more troublesome ones coming from your planet, so I will be the one to take this." Mundus shook the crystal in his hand. Syl wanted to keep the crystal in case he or someone else wanted to use it, but since he could see Layla's reaction, he thought it was best to just let this person do what they wanted. Syl himself realized that they had made a good point. He still had the memory change ability. Even if the heads at the top and all the powerful opponents were eliminated, everyone would still know no better. In a way, if Syl had died in the battle, then everyone else would have suffered greatly in figuring out what to do. "I have a warning for you," Mundus said, looking at Syl. "In the future, it's best that you stop your exploration. I don't know why you are doing such a thing, but you never know what can come about due to the result of your actions. Look at what happened here. They tried to push too far and now they are paying for it. You Earthlings seem to be quite obsessed with protecting people, but another way of protecting people is to stay out of trouble." Those words hit Syl harder than he thought. He had seen a future where great beings had attacked Earth, as well as one where all of the Blades died. He was unable to stop the Blades from dying, but what if the future was due to him trying to meddle in the first place? It was something that he always had to try and live with and was why he never tried to look so far into the future. The sound of the wind moving again entered Syl's ears. When he looked up, he noticed the being was gone. Both Layla and Minnie were fine once more, now that the threat was gone. They all stood there in silence for a bit, still stunned at everything that was happening, until they could hear an explosion go off in the distance. Started with one, but soon many more followed. "What's happening?" Minnie asked. "Isn't the fighting over?" "No," Layla answered. "The fighting won't end with just that. Those fighting have lost the lives of those they care about, that were right next to them moments ago. They also have the old memories, and with it, the fighting will continue until then. Then we just have to change their memories again," Syl said. "I can put a stop to this war. Jack originally used me to change everyone's memories. So if I go back in that device, then I can use it to change everyone back." It sounded a bit strange, after rescuing Syl, that they would have to go back to the place where they started, but it was the original plan. It will work. It will stop the fighting, not just here but everywhere, and they will all know the truth. How they deal with that after, that's down to them. Not to be a bearer of bad news, but I think there's one problem that you're forgetting about, Russ added. There are no ships on this planet anymore. All of them were destroyed. Teleporting to their side, another group of people appeared. Logan, Vicky, Jake, and Shiro. There was a lot Syl wanted to say to them, looking at them, but now wasn't the time for words. "Jake and I will deal with the Dalki that are still on this planet," Shiro stated. "We aren't beaten from the fight. There is still a lot we can do. And I can make you a ship to get back up there," Logan stated. "We just need the materials, but once we're up there, we can end this war." The war had spanned a lot longer than originally intended, and the truth of the matter was that neither side knew who was winning or what was going on. For the Alien Alliance, they all felt like they were defending with everything they had, close to losing everything, or perhaps they had already lost it all. There had been next to no communication from the other planets, making them believe the worst-case scenario. Still, they clung to the hope that until they heard news of a loss or heard the word to surrender, they would keep on fighting. This made it harder for the Dalki, human, and vampire forces to fight back. The whole battle was far harder than they had ever imagined. In the end, though, the group composed of many Dalki and humans had managed to finish off another planet. This meant that of the 3 battles they had taken part in on the 3 separate planets, they had now won against 2 of them. "We'll make sure to take out every single one of these on here that is alive. Make sure not a single one of them is hiding," a 5-spike Dalki commander shouted to the others. The Dalki looked around at the destruction, the losses they had accumulated. "Sir," a young human came over with a large device on his back. It looked like a backpack but was made completely of electronic components. After approaching the Dalki commander, he swung the bag around his back and placed it on the floor. "I did as you asked. I contacted the Marpo cruise base asking for orders. I was trying to get an update on the current situation, asking whether we should go aid the other forces or just head back. But the news, just spit it out," the Dalki angrily said, already impatient and fearing that he would be blamed for the current mess they were in. They had struggled greatly, and a lot of blame would be put on them. Instead of explaining the situation, the human thought it was best if he just played the messages that he had received. "This is an urgent message. Jack Truedream has been kidnapped. I repeat, Jack Truedream appears to have been kidnapped. All forces are to search for him on board the Marpo cruise. All those on the ground are to look for him on the current planets you are at. Find Jack Truedream at all costs." When the message ended, there was a concerned look on the commander's face, and he didn't have a good feeling about what he had heard. Their battle had ended a while ago, and most of them were recovering, just doing simple searches in the area. Placing his hand out, the Dalki pointed it towards some rubble of a broken building in the distance. His hand started to shake, his eyebrows furrowed, but nothing happened. "It's true. Something must have happened to Jack Truedream. I've lost my powers." The emergency message had been played out loud and clear, and the news had also spread to the other Marpo crews that belonged to Jim Eno. Most of the vampires on board had already been sent down below, at least those taking part in the fight. There was a small skeleton crew that had received the message, and they were panicking even more than before as they held their heads in their hands. What is going on? All of the cameras on board, they don't seem to be working properly, so I can't get a read on what's happening below. One of the vampires panically said, "We need to move. There is an energy source coming off from the planet. It's swirling and hitting the bottom of the ship. The ship systems are detecting it as a threat." That's crazy. There are no energy blasts or anything that can be seen outside. Are you saying that just pure energy coming off from the planet is harming us? From all the way down there? But it doesn't even look like any fighting is going on. We can't get in contact with Jim either. He's down below. What are we to do? Down below, where the capital of the Amra resided, the scene was drastically different from what it was moments ago. The demon-tier shadow beasts were fending off the strong vampire forces. The vampires had to gather in groups, using their powers and weapons just to push them back. While the fight was going on, an order had been declared for all of the Amra to head back into the tower. The shadow beasts, rather than attacking at that moment, concentrated on defending, and little by little, all of the Amra forces had headed right back into the tower. Gio took one last look at the scene outside before deciding to head in, and the two vampires, Juk and Ronkin, who had helped, were guided inside with Gio as well. The demon shadow beasts continued, but noticing that all of the Amra had disappeared, the vampires had decided to push, getting closer to the tower. "Stop!" Hickel shouted, the fourth original leader. "There is no need for us to fight and kill each other." "Haha. Are you only saying that because you fear that you will lose?" Magnus replied. Hickel, Edvard, Grenlet, and Bianca had all gathered in front of the tower. They didn't head inside because although they were helping Quinn, they weren't part of the alien forces. The rest of the vampires were still out there on the battlefield. "This is ridiculous," Hickel shouted. "You are following someone that we have next to no connection with. They made all these claims and the people stated they were true, so we decided to help out. But haven't you always thought things were strange? Haven't you thought that maybe the one named Quinn was telling the truth?" Magnus, as well as the other originals, had stopped for a second. They continued to gather blood aura around their bodies, ready to fight at any moment. "You certainly seem to have changed your tune fairly quickly," Magnus said. "Why is that? Is it because the vampire that you are going against has the powers of the shadow? I guess you plan to betray the current leader with the Punishers, just like you did to me back then." Hickel grunted, knowing this would be a hard one to convince. The Punisher's Covenant was created in the first place when Magnus was the king of the vampires. When war broke out, there were those on the Punisher's side and those on the king's side, and the current king in question was Magnus himself. To him, it seemed like history was repeating itself. "Look, whether or not you and I see the same goal is a different thing altogether," Hickel stated. "We both know we all care about what happens to the vampires. We all care about the future of the vampires, and that's why we strongly fight for it. In the end, the vampires came from us, so their lives are our responsibility. But this, look around you, look at all the death, and even us fighting against each other. Why are we fighting alien races when we don't even have a proper reason for fighting them? The vampires, as we know, it could go extinct because of this one person. So I'm just asking you to stop and question what is going on for a moment." Magnus didn't say anything, and the other originals that stood by his side were looking at him to make a decision. Because if one of them backed down, especially Magnus, who was one of the stronger originals, then the fight would be pointless. The aura around Magnus disappeared, as it looked like it would come to an end. "The only reason why I am backing down is because the outcome of this whole thing won't be decided by us, and you know it," Magnus stated. "You can feel the energy coming from behind us. Can't you? The victor of those two will be the one that determines what happens here. As for me, I will choose my own path." The wind blew, and Magnus disappeared from all of their sight, off in the distance. Where he went, they weren't quite sure, nor what he would do from now on. To a lot of the originals, though, when they had been woken up by Jim, they were going with the flow of this new world. Some of them even wished to go back to slumber after all of this was done. But there were others, like Magnus, who had goals of their own to achieve. With Magnus gone, the other originals stood down, and Hickel and Edvard stared into the distance. "You can feel that energy, right?" Edvard asked. "Yeah. It looks like Jim's protector is going up against the one named Quinn," Hickel answered. "Although I don't like to admit that Magnus is right, in this situation I think he is. This whole war won't be determined by Jim, Jack, or the leader of the aliens. It will be through those two." Since Magnus had suddenly left the scene to do who knew what or go who knew where, the other leaders were reluctant to fight anymore, especially against Hickel, who before this mess was doing a pretty good job leading them all. They respected Hickel a lot but were somewhat confused by the sudden change of heart, as they weren't part of the Punisher's covenant like the others. "What should we do now? Do we stay here, or what? It even seems like the shadow beasts have just gone off and disappeared somewhere," Edvard commented. In the middle of the original scuffle, it was true the shadow beasts had a shadow appear behind them and suddenly disappeared, leaving the remaining vampires with no enemy to fight. The Amra were no longer there, so the vampires were just left confused but on high alert. There has to be a reason why all of the aliens retreated into this tower. For now, let's just make sure none of the vampires enter the tower, Hickel replied. Bianca was also curious about the tower and had walked up to the outer edge. She reached out with her hand, and when it was close to touching the walls, small sparks of energy came off from it. It certainly was an interesting thing, and it didn't look like one could enter it by just pushing the two front doors open. "I'll go ahead and tell the other vampires to stay in the area then. The last thing we want is them getting swept up in whatever is coming," Grenlet said. He was ready to jump from his position when suddenly he felt extremely weak. So weak that he had fallen on one knee for a moment. The energy was draining from him, his legs, the power in his arms, and of all things, there was a pain in his head that Grenlet didn't even recognize. A dull ache like that of a headache. "What is this? What has overcome me? Is it a type of poison? Or is someone using some type of skill on me?" Grenlet thought. "Who is it? Is it one of the leaders?" Thinking this, Grenlet turned his head but soon noticed that it wasn't only him that was being affected. It was all of the leaders. Although they weren't on their knees, there was a look of discomfort on their faces. Sweat could be seen on them, with beads running down their faces. Eventually, Grenlet was getting used to the feeling and was able to stand up again but noticed that he was sweating quite a bit as well and was starting to feel quite hot. All of these feelings, it's unusual. And what could be affecting the other leaders as well? "Is everyone feeling the same thing right now?" Edvard asked, and he could see everyone replying with a nod. Look at the others," Bianca said, pointing. If one thought the leaders were struggling with whatever this was, they could now see that the rest of the vampires had collapsed and were on the floor. Hickel jumped from his position. He was still relatively strong, but he could tell he had lost half of his power. When looking at the vampires on the floor, Hickel could see that they were experiencing similar symptoms, and that's when he noticed something else. A slight burn on the face. "This can't be," Hickel thought and immediately looked at the vampire's hand, noticing he was wearing a ring. "What is it?" Edvard said, landing by his side. "It seems you have figured something out." Hickel then tilted the vampire's face so Edvard could see the same thing. "Wait, these symptoms. Is this the effect of the sun? But how can that be? They are wearing their rings, aren't they? And it has been a long time since we were affected by the sun. It's been so long that we forgot what it even feels like. But I'm sure of it," Hickel replied. "For whatever reason, everyone is experiencing symptoms as if they were being hit by the sun. We have no choice. We need to evacuate every vampire from this planet as soon as possible." It might have been a rash decision, but there were only a few vampires who could stand, and whatever this feeling was, it was consistent and building up. If they stayed in it for too long, eventually some vampires would possibly die. The evacuation of the vampires was underway. The vampire leaders also had the ability to communicate with those on board the Marpo cruise, and ships were being sent down to their location. At first, Hickel was a little worried that they would be attacked on the way, but there were no such attacks. Meanwhile, as all of this was going on, Geo and Dober were making sure the rest of the Amra were being treated, while they tried to calm down those who were unable to see their loved ones. They were now with the rest of the Amra after all, but they didn't complain for long. They just held in their tears because they knew it was a tough situation for them all, especially those who had managed to survive and head back. The Amra were staying in a village that had been established in the tower on one of the floors. After everyone was settled, in a vast field where most of the wounded Amra were being treated, Dober decided to bring out a strange square-looking device. He placed it on the ground in the middle of the field, away from the others, and a projection appeared in the air. "What's that?" Geo asked. "It's our planet," Dober replied. "It's a device connected to the tower that allows us to see what is going on outside. I kept this a secret from Quinn, as I didn't want him to feel distracted when making his equipment." Controlling the strange device, Dober went through the entire city, or what was left of it, and eventually could see Quinn and Ray standing opposite each other, both in their full suits of armor. Quinn looked at Ray intently. Ray stood there, looking part Dalki and part human, more human than the last time Quinn had seen him, covered in his red dragon scale-like armor. "I knew we would meet each other again," Ray said with a smile. "And it looks like you got an upgrade since the last time I saw you." "I could say the same to you," Quinn replied. "You didn't listen to me last time, so I guess you're committed to fighting?" Ray's smile said it all. There was no changing his mind, not unless they could completely alter his memories. "At the very least, don't you think we should give everyone a chance to leave this planet? I would like the vampires who have no part in this to have the ability to leave." "That would make sense since you are a vampire after all," Ray replied. "I guess you still have some positive feelings towards them. But how do we clear the area? You want me to just shout really loud?" "Don't worry about that, I have a way," Quinn said. Skill activated. Sunfire Burn. The phoenix markings on Quinn's armor lit up, and a light red power emanated from his armor. It could only be seen for a moment, but there was a slight dark orange mist that quickly dissipated. However, in the area they were standing, there was an intense heat that could be felt, and it quickly spread throughout the entire planet. Passive damage is being dealt within a certain area. The power of the phoenix spreads out. "That's quite a fancy armor you have there, but this only tickles my skin," Ray commented. The two of them waited for a bit and could see the ships coming back and forth from the planet. With this, Quinn felt satisfied. "This is good. Now I can fight without any distractions." The Sunfire Burn skill had been activated. It was powerful and the range was a lot further than Quinn expected, to the point where any vampire that was in the city and perhaps even further on was able to feel the effects of the armor. The scary fact was that there was no resistance to it. Just like when Quinn had fought against the Phoenix, even though he had long grown resistant to the sun, the Phoenix still affected him, and in this case it still affected the vampires as well. If any person was to wear this piece of armor and was to use this skill and walk into the vampire settlement, they would have a devastating advantage. This was the first skill that Quinn had used in the fight with Ray. Of course, Quinn himself while wearing the armor was unaffected, and it didn't come as much of a surprise that Ray seemed completely fine even though he was the one closest to him. Sure, Ray wasn't a vampire, but there was still a burning effect and passive damage that would be done to non-vampires as well. It just affected vampires a bit more. Quinn stared straight ahead at Ray, his eyes glowing red, shifting his feet slightly. The mask could be seen over his mouth. At the side of the Oni mask, where the two dials by his cheeks were, red mist was being sucked into the mask. Even now the mask's power was being used, storing blood power from all around. Then finally the last ship could be seen leaving the planet. "You said that there are no distractions for you, right? So I assume you won't be holding back, so neither will I." Ray lifted up his foot and a strong energy gathered around it. It looked almost like flames, but the color was a darker red, not quite the same as blood aura, not quite the same as fire. Stomping the ground, this energy dispersed outward in all directions. The wave of energy blasted out and hit Quinn. The energy had blinded him for a second but passed through him. He didn't feel any pain or discomfort. Whether it was due to his own power or the armor protecting him, he wasn't sure. When Quinn could see again, the entire scene in front of him looked vastly different. The rubble of the broken-down buildings, the rocks that still stood strong while the fighting had gone on, all of it was gone. It had disappeared, and all that could be seen now was the planet's surface. Somehow Ray had turned all of it into nothing. The strange thing was only the structures had disappeared, apart from the tower that could be seen in the distance. All the bodies from the battle still lay there on the ground, the blood still present, and even Jim's, Peter's, and Chris' bodies who were still outside on the planet. "I just thought we should have a nicer area to fight in, that's all," Ray said, as he grinned, and out from the back, piercing through a slit in his armor, 2 large red wings popped out. Not wasting any time, Ray kicked off with his feet and flapped his wings. When he did, with a boost in speed, he came out right at Quinn. Ice wings then gathered close to his body as he spun. The same energy that had gathered around Ray's foot now gathered around his whole body. Quinn thought had been waiting for this. He was waiting for Ray to move, and he had moved at the same time. Running off from the ground, the armor set was activating with its full power, giving him the same speed as he would have if he used nitro accelerate. The whole armor was glowing a light blue as the limitless skill was activating. Pure power was running through Quinn, but he wasn't going to let all the armor do the work. Following from behind his fist, blood aura lingered in a huge wave that filled the entire area behind him. The image of a dragon was being made, and to top it off, Quinn poured in his chi into a pinpoint area. The fist slammed right into Ray's aura, and the 2 powers clashed. A large wave spread out immediately from the blow, throwing the dead bodies, and those still alive that were close to it, off into the distance. The ground beneath their feet lifted up and started to disintegrate due to the force. Quinn looked at his hand. He had done the Dragon Pulse Blood Strike. It was the most powerful version of the attack he had ever done. Yet Ray's hand could be seen gripping his completely. "Of all things you chose to do, you create the image of a dragon out of your blood strike. Let me show you the strength of a real dragon." Ray gripped tightly onto Quinn's hand, making sure he was unable to let go. Opening up his mouth, the aura could be seen building up. His mouth spread wide, and a condensed fireball blast came out, hitting Quinn right in the chest and at close range. "What the? There's not a scratch on the armor?" Ray was more than surprised. Taking this chance, Quinn twisted his foot and threw out his other hand right at Ray. "I know, using the blood aura in weapon form or as blood swipes and so on is useless against someone like this. That armor on his body will just protect him from it all. So the only way I can do damage is to put all of my power into my fists and, with the gauntlet's added strength, and try to do some real damage." In the middle of throwing out his hand, Ray had moved his head, firing out another fireball. It clashed with the hand and stopped Quinn's fist dead in its tracks. That fireball was strong enough to do that? Soon, condensed fireball after condensed fireball crashed into Quinn's chest piece, hitting him one after the other. The attacks weren't enough to harm the armor, but the sheer power still vibrated through Quinn, damaging him on the inside. In a desperate attempt, Quinn went out to throw another blood-powered fist. It missed, and the attack continued outward, going far across the land. Ray then grabbed his arm, lifting him above, and slammed him right into the floor below. Ray opened up his mouth again, and the fireballs continued to hit Quinn, forcing him deeper and deeper into the ground. Then grabbing Quinn, he threw him up in the air slightly, before giving a powerful strike with his fist. Quinn was pounded and sent further up and higher into the air, and blood fell from his mouth, leaking through the Oni mask. "I guess that new fancy armor is just for show," Ray said, as he opened his mouth wide again. The dark orange energy was building inside him. The veins around his face were glowing with the energy, and it spread throughout his wings as well. Leaning back slightly, Ray let out an eruption of dark orange power. Quinn was recovering but was still up in the air. "This attack, this is what my shadow was unable to block last time. I thought with the armor I might be faster than him or stronger than him, but is he still stronger? If that's the case, I just need to utilize everything I have." The orange flame continued to spew out of Ray's mouth, and it covered the entire sky. It went out for a few seconds before Ray eventually closed his mouth shut. When the flame stopped, he could see nothing in the sky. No. That's far too easy for him to go out like that. A shadow appeared in the sky, and Quinn was seen appearing from it. He had avoided the attack. With his boot's active skill, he started to push off the air and ran right toward Ray. In the middle of his run, a cloud of smoke puffed right in front of Quinn, but when continuing to run forward, Ray could see him right ahead. What was that? Ray focused on Quinn coming toward him. He soon heard footsteps to his side, and they had immediately grabbed him, holding him in place. I used the clouds to create the clones, and then using my shadow power, transported them to Ray's side, and now with them holding him still. Quinn crashed like a flying sword, hitting Ray right in the chest and pushing him across the ground, tearing it up left, right, and center. Lifting his hands, Quinn's blood aura started to spark around his gauntlets. Energy converter has been used. Special trait activated lighting. Lightning blood can now be used. The two dials on the side of Quinn's mask had moved and the red mist turned into sparks of red lighting. Maybe this will do more than just tickle you. Blood shock. The blood aura that had been surrounding Quinn's gauntlets and had been following behind with every punch had suddenly changed. It now started to spark all around his fists. While on top of Ray, opening up his hands, he slammed them right against Ray, one towards his chest and the other on top of his head. Quinn was gripping tightly, but no matter how hard he gripped, he was unable to break through the skull of Ray. There was power surging through him that was protecting him, but that didn't matter because Quinn was aiming for something else anyway. Blood shock. Out from his fists, all of Quinn's blood aura had gathered and streaks of red lightning appeared from his hands. It encased all of Ray's body. The lightning strike looked like a storm above the two as lightning fired off in all directions and high up in the air. The blood lightning had hit both of Quinn's clones in the process, making them puff into a cloud of smoke. Arg! Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs, putting more of his aura into the attack, aiming to take out his enemy right here. This attack had worked against Peter, so he was hoping it would do the same here. Blood shock was a move that was able to be created thanks to the Godslayer mask that he was wearing. The blood aura from the battle around him as well as his own could be stored in the mask. This allowed him to have a somewhat unlimited blood bank as well as a way to use extra blood aura energy when needed, but there was another skill of the mask. Energy converter. Using this, Quinn had converted the energy to that of lightning. At first Quinn thought it would just give him some sort of lightning attribute to his attacks, but it was far better than that. The lightning was mixing in with his blood to create a new special type of attack. This not only had the power of a lightning strike like the Greylash ability, but was also able to strike internally. The lightning went through the body, reacting with the user's blood inside. Little sharp shocks of power were going through the entirety of Ray's body, and one would normally be in excruciating pain. "Haven't you learned not to come so close to me?" Ray said, gritting his teeth and moving his arms, grabbing both of Quinn's wrists, the one on his head and the one on his chest. Ray's leg was covered in the same energy in his initial attack that he had used to clear the area, from his knee all the way down to his toes. Lifting his leg up, he pulled on Quinn's arm and with the bottom of his foot slammed it right into Quinn's stomach. A loud pop was heard as Quinn's arms had been dislocated from his shoulders. The energy had also gone right through Quinn's body, exploding on the other side. Gritting his teeth, Shadow started to wrap around Quinn's arms, and eventually created a layer over his gauntlets. It was pushing away, trying to break the strong grip that Ray had, but it seemed useless as Ray got up from the floor, and swung his broken arms, slamming him onto the ground on one side. Then lifting up Quinn's body again, he slammed his entire body on the other side. Quinn was trying to break free, but his arms were damaged, making it harder for him to pull away. The crazy thing was, due to Quinn's armor and his own blood supply that was coming to him, his body was healing his shoulders, replacing all the muscle fibers and popping his shoulder back in place. However, each time Ray swung his body and slammed him into the ground, he would break the muscle fibers and pop his shoulders out once again. I need to break free from this. Energy converter used. Fire selected. Gathering all of his power in the palm of his hands, this time blood aura that was viscous and growing in size came out all at once like an explosion. It hit Ray right in the face, burning some of the scales on his skin and forced him to let go. While Quinn was flying through the air, he had safely landed on the ground, only to see that Ray's face was healing up. "Are you tired yet?" Ray asked. You seem to be using nearly all of your energy in each attack. Quinn wasn't tired at all. With this armor, even if he put all his strength into every hit and every kick, he didn't tire. Do you really have the time to talk? Quinn asked, as he puffed into a cloud of smoke. Once more, two clones had come out of shadows right next to Ray. But he was ready as he kicked one in the stomach, making it disappear, and grabbed the other by the head. Opening his mouth, a fireball came out, destroying it on the spot. When the smoke settled, though, Quinn was there once again. He swung his hand diagonally like a sword. The blood aura was sharp this time and different from what it was before. Energy converter. Water selected. With water mixed in with his blood aura, he was able to make it incredibly sharp and struck right across the chest. Following up, Quinn attacked again, striking from the other side, and the momentum seemed to be in Quinn's upper hand. "Let me show you the strike of a dragon," Ray shouted back. The claws on his hand extended, and through his sharp claws the dark orange energy was condensed in his nails. He swung out, hitting the blood water, causing it to break. Then, with his other hand, he went to strike at Quinn. Quinn blocked the attacks with his forearm, lifting his legs up one after the other. But with such force behind them, he could feel that each of the strikes were heavy. "I have to try to find an opening. I can't keep blocking these strikes. Otherwise, he'll be able to hit me eventually." He gathered shadow around his arm, and created a wall, thinking it was his chance. But Ray struck through the wall, and his sharp nails went right through the shadow, breaking it on the spot. Quinn went to block another attack, but he had made a mistake and the attack hadn't come. Instead, Ray had jumped back, and then pushed off the ground. He flapped his wings, giving him more power, and slammed right into Quinn's stomach. Straight after, Ray slashed with his claws, hitting the chest piece again and again. Once in a while Ray would aim for the head, but Quinn lifted his arms up just in time to block, but that's all he could do against the flurry of punches. "Quinn, what are you doing?" A voice was heard in his head. "Am I imagining things at a time like this? I'm not badly hurt. I'm not heavily injured. But I can tell, I'm losing this fight." This isn't even Ray's original voice. Just how can one person be so strong? If Ray had gone against those god slayers like I had, he would have been able to beat them all as well, I can tell. I thought after beating them, and getting the armor, it would have been enough. "What are you chatting so much shit about, Quinn?" The voice shouted in Quinn's head again. "I didn't give up my life. I didn't put everything, including my own soul, into those weapons for nothing. Fucking wake up, and show this stupid dragon your power." This voice, it wasn't just any voice, it was one that Quinn thought he had lost. The one that had created the armor in the first place, Alex's. Quinn wasn't sure if he was imagining the voice or not, but whatever the case was, he was right. All of those that died, everyone to get to this point. They did everything in their power to put a stop to you. So I'll do the same. Both of Quinn's gauntlets started to glow gold with power. Each hit of Ray's was blocked, and rather than swaying his body from side to side, Quinn was getting better footing. Arg! Azura's Rage activated. Azura's Rage. With both his gauntlets glowing, Quinn threw out a desperate punch. Right now he also had the mask converted to the fire blood energy, allowing for the blood fire aura to spew out behind his fists. Seeing this, Ray threw out a fist of his own and the two of them collided. Immediately after, Quinn threw out another fist and Ray matched that as well. The two of them were looking for areas to hit each other, but instead, both of them were hitting out a flurry of punches that were just hitting knuckle on knuckle, gauntlet on gauntlet, and for the first time it looked like the traded blows were equal in strength. Each blow that was blocked or exchanged by Quinn and Ray was devastating to the planet. The two of them didn't realize it themselves, but they had already destroyed a few layers of the ground beneath them. Not just where they stood, but almost for the entire planet. This was because Quinn had his special boots that allowed him to hover and fight just as if he was on the floor, while Ray had his wings. When the two eventually touched the ground, they were too focused on the fight, just believing they were touching the ground. But their powers were destroying the planet bit by bit, even without any of the attacks landing on the planet. Nearly all of the vampires had already gone off the planet, having been taken away, but there were some that were too injured to move. They had been swept up in the battle, most likely already dead from the effects of the fight. That was how devastating the energy was that was radiating off the two. However, there were a few that had decided to stay behind. The last of the ships from the Marpo cruise had left a while ago, attempting to avoid the fight and not be caught up in whatever was happening. But 3 originals had decided to stay behind. Hickel, the 4th original leader, along with Edvard and Bianca. These were all part of the Punisher's convent. Only Grenlet had decided to leave, stating that there was no reason for them to stay there. Their presence wasn't going to change anything. Hickel knew he was right, but there was a reason why he was staying here. I never thought 2 people could even get so strong, Bianca said, watching from a distance. In fact, all 3 of them had decided to stay behind the tower that was still standing. The energy that was swirling about was hitting the tower, but the strange defense mechanism seemed to protect it. The distance between the tower and the fight was incredibly far. With their eyes alone, one wouldn't be able to even see the 3 of them. That was if they were a regular human. However, the original vampires had enhanced vision and were watching the fight from afar, too afraid to get close and get swept up in everything. Although it was now easier for them to move. The strange power from before had disappeared after the last ship had left. This was because Quinn had cancelled the skill. It had no effect on Ray, and even in the middle of the fight, Quinn was worried about others. What if there were those badly injured on the ground unable to move? It was quite possible that they could die due to his skill being used. I understand what you mean, Edvard replied to Bianca's comment from before. When I wore that dragon armor in the past, I thought that I had reached the pinnacle of power. I wouldn't be afraid of anyone back in the past with the armor. But now, I see that I hardly drew out any of its power. Even with the armor, I wouldn't last against the 2 of them. Bianca looked at Hickel, who had yet to say a word, and his eyes were fixed on every movement of the fight as if he was a madman. Why did you choose to stay here? Bianca asked. Hickel smiled in response to that question. I could ask the 2 of you the same question, Hickel stated. Throughout our time, there has been a lot that has happened. Yet even for as long as we have lived, no fight, nothing quite on the scale of this has happened before. The fact that Quinn mentioned the Punisher's convent means that we are a part of this, whether it is small or big, who knows. What I do want to know, though, is how all of this ends, and whether the decision I made was the right one. I want to see with my own eyes the outcome of everything that is to take place. There were more eyes on the fight than Quinn thought, because even in the tower itself, the Amra were able to get a closer look at everything that was happening. On the floor, the projector played, showing the fight that was taking place. Come on, Quinn! One of the Amra shouted as the punches were thrown at each other. Large destructive blows. We put all our sweat into making that armor. You have to win! Another shouted. Originally, the projector was set a bit away from the village, because it was placed among the injured Amra that were receiving treatment. Eventually, though, due to all the cheering and noise that was going on, those that were in the village until now had decided to come out. They were the Amra, the children, and those that felt too weak to take part in the fight. Some had gathered to help the injured while news had spread of the big fight taking place. All of them knew of Quinn, and while watching the fight it felt like once again he was fighting for their fate. Quinn, you have to win this fight! Ronkin shouted, his memories still fresh with everything Quinn had done. I don't even know of the consequences of what would happen if he were to lose, Juk stated. On top of those in the tower that were watching, there were also those in the celestial spaces as well. The fight wasn't quite what they had expected, as it was closer than they thought. Still, all of them who were watching one way or another had played a big part. The focus on the battle was so much on Quinn, that there was something else going on the planet that no one had realized. Due to the shockwaves and power released from the battle between the 2 strong foes, a particular body that was originally near the fight scene had been moved away. It continued to be pushed back more and more with every attack. The body in question was Jim. Jim's body laid there flat on the ground, parts of its skin and flesh burnt. But that's when something strange started to occur. All the crystals that were embedded into Jim's body, they started to light up. They shined so bright, all at once, that the glow could even be seen through the clothes. Suddenly the glow of power started to beat. just like a heart. The whole body was pulsing like a heartbeat, as it was lighted of the ground. The skin on Jim's body, the wounds internal and external, they were all healing by the strange power, until it had suddenly vanished. Jim opened up his eyes, and one of the crystals had popped out of his arm, fell to the floor, black in color. It was no longer like the other crystals on Jim's body that were filled with a mystic space-like color swirling around. Damn it! Did I fucking die? Jim said to himself. The next moment, another large wave of energy had hit Jim, skidding him across the floor. It was so powerful. He lifted his arm to cover his head, and eventually was able to see what was going on between his arms. It was him, it was Quinn. Damn that guy, that bastard. I'll rip him to shreds, Jim said. On another Amr planet, a particular group had no clue what was taking place at this moment in time. All they knew was that the war was still going on. Fighting was still erupting in different places, and they needed to stop it. It wasn't about one side winning the war, it was about stopping it completely so neither side would suffer more losses, because in the first place, although the humans and vampires weren't aware of it, they were fighting for no reason. Shiro, Jake, and Vicky as well had split off all over the planet to help the surviving aliens fight against the Dalki. Jake and Shiro had hardly been hurt in their fights, and Vicky had recovered rather quickly due to her meditation. She wouldn't be as strong as she was before, but it still would be enough for her to at least help out the others. It was the least she could do now that the tough ones were out of the way, but she did give a warning to the others before splitting with Logan. If he's dead, and any of you come back alive, you will be seeing him very soon. Those words were ingrained in the back of everyone's mind as they went off. Logan, Layla, Russ, Minnie and Sil. They were planning to head back to the Marpo cruise. At the moment, they were running around, in search of something salvageable to fly back to the Marpo cruise. All of the ships had been destroyed, but with Logan's soul weapon he could quickly make a new one, as long as he found some materials to do it with. It feels so empty, Minnie blurted out, as she continued to follow the others. Since no one was saying anything, and focusing on the task ahead, everyone had heard Minnie, and they knew exactly what she meant. For one, the streets, they were emptier than before. That was because they were mostly filled with the dead, or the buildings had been crushed with no sign of life at all. Although the fighting did continue, it was only in secluded places rather than all over. Lastly, there was another reason Minnie had made the comment. It was because she was talking about the group they were in. They had once set off to travel to the Marpo cruise, and it wasn't too long ago, but back then, there were far more of them than there were now. I know, sweetheart, Layla said. We need to stop it all, so none of it ever happens again. Eventually, Logan had found a destroyed ship. It had a few lacking parts, so the group quickly gathered some more materials until Logan felt like it was enough. Placing his hand on the random parts of metal and such, it all started to move and started to form what looked like a ship. When the ship was finally done, Logan was sweating quite badly. His face was scrunched up and he had stayed in a knelt-down position. Are you okay? Layla said. Yeah, Logan replied, lifting his head up. I just haven't recovered as much as I thought I had. Good, because if you were to be hurt, I'm a little frightened at what Vicky would do to us. After getting on board the ship, they were off heading for the Marpo cruise. It had taken the group a lot longer than they thought to make a ship, and they couldn't help but think that as more time passed, more would die. While on the ship, Russ was away from everyone staring out the window. Why am I even on here? I kinda just ended up getting swept with the flow, going along with everything. I don't even have that strange feeling in my head anymore, which means I no longer need to protect that damn Talon family. It's because of them that I had to go through all of this in the first place. Russ was thinking back to the somewhat peaceful life he had been living, but soon remembered when the Celestial had turned up and ruined it all. Soon his mind started to wander to other things, one of them being Sil. Seeing Sil's power to clone himself as Quinn and yet at the same time still use his own powers of himself. That was Sil that had already been fighting for a while as well. It made him wonder what a fresh Sil with max MC cells would be able to do. Would I even ever be able to defeat him? Russ thought. Although this was already a worrying thought for Russ, for some reason, when looking at Sil the same strong feelings he had before were gone. This anger inside him that he thought would never disappear. It had vanished and he didn't know why. I still don't know what happened, Syl said out loud. It looked like he was busy in his mind with his own thoughts as well. Why did H's final ability not set off? Syl said. I saw it in my vision, it definitely was that ability, yet it didn't work. If Syl didn't have the answer, the rest of them certainly didn't. The ship continued to head towards the Marpo cruise, and Logan was prepared to push himself again, using his powers to create some defenses as the ship attacked them. He knew that his androids inside were no longer working. However, as they got closer to the ship, nothing happened whatsoever. It was as if they weren't even a concern. Regardless, Syl still placed his hand on the floor of the ship and cloaked it in an invisibility ability. When they got close, just like before, he teleported them all inside. Alright, before anything, what we need to do is disable the sleeping agent that Jack placed in the device. Otherwise, as soon as Syl goes back in that machine, he'll fall asleep again. The device works via Jack's fingerprint. On top of that, I think it would be best if we got rid of Jack while we are here. There should be no one else that can stop us from doing so. The others agreed. Finally, they would get to take down one of the two that were responsible for all of this. I was able to map this place before I left, and I have an idea of where he will be. Logan could see that there was a private viewing room, and he had even seen Jack go in it a few times when fighting had started on other planets before. The one thing they did need to be ready for, though, was if Jack had any tricks up his sleeve. The group was moving around the ship carefully. There were still multiple people running around all over the place, but with Syl it was easier for them to move to empty rooms at those times, but at other times they would have to wait until other patrolling groups moved. Is this Jack strong? Minnie asked, wondering if she would have to use her ring again. Not really, Logan replied. He has always been one to use others to do his dirty work. But his ability along with others is what makes him strong. So let's be ready for anything. Finally, Syl had teleported them to the hallway, and straight ahead they could see a large hole through the door that they were meant to enter. What happened here? Was there some type of fight? Layla asked. The group carefully headed toward the door and took a peek in. The first one to enter was Minnie, who was fast, had the shadow, and was perhaps the one with the most strength out of all of them for now. They were expecting Minnie to say something, but she was silent. Minnie, is everything okay in there? Layla shouted. It's Uncle Stark, Minnie shouted back. Layla thought she must have misheard Minnie, because the name that came out, Stark, was one that she didn't expect. He shouldn't have even been on the ship, and if he was, of all places, why would he then be in this room? Things weren't making any sense. Mommy, hurry! Uncle Stark! He's not answering me, Minnie shouted. This time her voice was a bit shaky. After hearing that, they all entered the room and they could see blood inside. But rather than letting their eyes follow the blood, they looked at Minnie instead. All of them paused for a second. The room was quite large, yet closed off. There were several monitors showing what was going on down below and in the ship. The people on board looked like they were in a state of panic in the ship itself. Just below the monitors was a large seat, a swivel chair that was faced toward them, and in there was a man. A purple man with a single arm on his body that fallen to his side. The body was slumped in the chair and his eyes were closed. Uncle Stark! Uncle Stark! Minnie called out, holding his one hand and shaking it. She continued to call out his name, expecting him to reply, but no words came out. No, not you two, Uncle Stark. Auntie Cyril and Auntie Wince. They already died. Minnie shouted. You can't die. Why is everyone dying? Minnie screamed. Part of her blood aura was let out in the room, passing through everyone. The sight of watching the little girl upset was truly a sad one for them all. In truth, Minnie had already known Stark had passed. She could tell when she entered the room and saw him. It was why she was silent. Because Minnie was unable to hear a heartbeat present. She just didn't want to believe that another one was taken away. Most of them didn't know Stark well. He was a quirky alien that introduced himself through Quinn, always claiming that he was the fastest in the universe. They truly got to see that when they had managed to save Syl. What was he even doing here? Russ asked. Didn't he leave with Syl? Why would he even come back here? Syl hadn't even thought much of it. The alien had dropped him off at the planet where H was, and then quickly left the place. Syl had assumed he had gone back, not come here. Minnie continued to sob and let out her aura once more. It was stronger than the last time, and in doing so, they heard the aura move something in the room. Layla was the one who went to check it out, and behind the desk with the monitors, that's when she could see it. The body that was on the floor with a hole through its head. I don't believe it. Layla had her hand over her mouth. Everyone, it's Jack Truedream, it's Jack Truedream. She said the name twice, as if she didn't believe it herself. The others quickly rushed over, and seeing the body and the face, they had confirmed it themselves. This was one of the Big Four, the man who in the past and present had caused them so much trouble. And there he was on the floor, lifeless. It was hard to think. Someone who gave them so much trouble could look so weak on the floor. Taking a closer look, Layla noticed the whole mark through the head. She had fought side by side with the other Pensui, and noticed the wounds they would inflict. It wasn't just in the head, but it was all over Jack's body. Turning, she looked at Stark and then looked at Jack as well. Stark killed Jack, Russ said before Layla said anything. Looking at Russ, Layla noticed that there was a bit of dark fog above his head. It was a first after seeing someone die. I think you're right, Layla answered. The markings on Jack's body, the state this room is in, the state that Stark is in as well. He must have come on board and dealt with Jack himself. He knew he was one of the leaders behind the attack. They could only imagine what Stark had been through, how he had taken it upon himself to deal with the threat. He certainly had lived up to the name as a hero of the Pensui. He didn't have to do that, the idiot, Russ said. We would have dealt with Jack eventually, but he came here and just quickened his death. While the others were talking, Logan had gone up to the terminal, and on one of the screens he was playing back what happened, and eventually he found footage of Stark and Jack's battle. Everyone gathered around and started to watch the screen. The audio played of everything that was going on, and not a single one of them said a word. The fight, they could see Stark go beyond his means, going beyond what he was capable of. But when watching the footage, they soon learned why Stark was doing such a thing. Through the conversation they had, they could hear what Stark was trying to do, and in the end, they saw that Stark was finally able to achieve it. I found footage of the fight between Syl and H as well. The time, it marks up right with when Syl had finished off H. Syl was left in silence. He looked at the video, and continued to watch as Stark lifted Jack and moved him here. The footage continued, with the last moments of Stark in the room, saying his final words. It was hard for them all to watch, even Russ had his head held down. But they all heard him. After the video ended, Syl walked up to Stark's body and fell to his knees. I am sorry. I wasn't able to help you, Syl said. You looked over me while I was in a bad state. I didn't know you for long, yet you risked your life to save me, you then risked your life to protect me. Then after that, you finally had your life taken away. It wasn't taken away in vain though, it saved me, it saved everybody here. Without you so many would have died. In return, I promise you, that no matter what threat comes to your planet, to your people, I will protect them with my life. They will be protected for as long as I can breathe. And I promise, when this is all over, I will make sure that everyone knows about what you did, of how you were a true hero of this war. Even if I have to force it into their memories, I will make them remember you, Syl shouted. After his words were done, Syl bowed down a few more times. His goodbyes were said. Layla instructed Minnie to put Stark in her shadow so they could give him a proper burial later. Because for now, they had one last task left to do. Both Quinn and Ray continued to clash fist with fist. They weren't using anything else to fight, as both of them seemed to be putting their all into just throwing out a punch with all their strength, all of their power, with the aim to take out the other. The whole planet started to vibrate with each hit, and the two of them had long stopped fighting on the ground. Ray was trying to strengthen his punches by using his wings as a boost. From time to time, he would fly backwards and then dive in, but Quinn would equally run in the air, picking up speed, and throw out his fist. He didn't bother to try and use tricks with the cloud clones or anything else, because he was aiming for something else. The gold glow on the gauntlets continued, and the energy surrounding the gauntlets themselves was growing ever so slightly. I have to keep at it, I can't slow down or let up. A punch will get through, Quinn thought, throwing out his fists again and again. Some might think the two were just desperately fighting with no plan at all, but that wasn't the case for Quinn. Azura's rage. With each hit successfully landed on the same opponent, the energy will continue to grow. If a different target is hit or the same target is not hit within 10 seconds, then the gauntlet's energy will reset. Right now, Quinn was betting on the active skill of the gauntlet. Its effect was the same as one of the vampire leaders, but with the boost in strength and speed the gauntlets gave one already, it was amazing that an item could have such an effect. But because of the active skill, Quinn wasn't using anything else, and just continued to punch, increasing the strength of his weapons bit by bit. The good thing was Ray didn't seem to notice as he had allowed the two to fight like this. This is exactly what I like, a good old-fashioned brawl. Let's see which one of us tires out, or slips up first, Ray shouted. The two of them continued like this for a while. Time continued to pass with the punches not letting up. A few minutes had turned into several, and it was when Quinn started to notice that something had to be up. Something wasn't right. How? How is this happening? I can feel the energy in the Godslayer gauntlets rising. It's even rising now as our fists hit, so how is he able to match the power? Is his power increasing as well with every hit? Is he matching me punch for punch still even now? It was hard for Quinn to believe, but it had to be the only option. Regardless, he continued, if Ray was able to match his power, then he would have to tire out eventually, right? As a few minutes passed again, he quickly realized he was wrong about this as well. Did you think you could tire me out? If you thought that, then I have to tell you, you are very, very wrong, Ray stated. Ray had fought even in the state he was in for several days without tiring out. This was even with him putting a 100% into every hit, and it was all because of the other celestial power that was inside him. When Ray had helped out fighting against the Chained, Ray had come across an old celestial, one that allowed someone unlimited amounts of energy, which was why he could go on all day every day. What Ray didn't know was that it was the same for Quinn. Due to the limitless set effect on his armor, Quinn wasn't tiring either, not one bit. The only thing the two were doing was chipping away at the planet beneath them with the strength of their strikes. If this is all you have to show, then I have to say you have already begun to bore me. Turning his head to the side, Ray opened up his mouth and fired out several fireballs. Quinn had counted 10 of them. In this moment Quinn continued with his hits, thinking that if he was distracted with doing something else, it was his chance to get a hit in. But Ray continued to open his mouth, firing out fireballs in all of the areas in the air and all around them, not having a single one of them aiming for Quinn. That was until he opened his mouth aiming for one right at Quinn. Spinning his body, Quinn managed to avoid the fireball, but there was another one that went straight at him, hitting him on his back and exploding. At the same time, Ray came out from the side, throwing a punch hitting Quinn right on the side of his face. His body moved away and crashed right into another fireball. At that moment, all of the fireballs were right next to Quinn and started to hit his body one after another again and again. Ray had been setting up the fireballs, leaving the energy floating in the air all around. They were like small bombs that he could set off whenever he needed them, and now all of them were exploding at once right on Quinn. Bracing himself, Quinn placed his arms up and took the hits. He could feel it damaging his skin and bones, and his body was trying to heal from the wounds. I can't go in my shadow right now. It will waste too much time. I have to get another hit in, before it's too late. Eventually, covering everything in a shadow around him, Quinn burst through, spinning his body and letting his shadow do the work to block most of the fireball explosions. Opening up a shadow portal in front of him, Quinn went right through it and appeared by Ray's side. It was the same trick he had done with the clones, but this time it was him. The fist was thrown by Quinn, but Ray had flown up in the air, avoiding the hit. Do you think the same trick would keep working on me? Ray asked. Azura's rage has been reset. Quinn hadn't managed to hit Ray in time, and the golden glow around his gauntlets had subsided. From his position, Ray dived in. He had no idea about the gauntlets and just threw out his fists like normal. Seeing this, due to what he had been doing this whole time, Quinn had decided to do the same. When the fists collided, there was a clear winner in terms of power. Quinn's fist was chucked back, along with his body. Ray had even stopped punching for a second due to how surprised he was. That confirms it, he must have been getting stronger with every hit as well, but it's not an effect, he was just getting better, and now his hits are a lot stronger than mine. Quinn thought, I have to do something, and fast, otherwise, I'll lose this fight. You were right, Quinn said. I was trying to wear you out. I thought that I had the advantage in that area at least, but it's clear now that I don't. So I just have to use all that I have. The shadow had risen from Quinn's body and soon spread out, producing a mist in the air, covering the whole area the two of them were fighting in. Soul weapon activated. After that, the dark shadow covered his gauntlets, but Ray had noticed there was something different in the shadow's color. It was slightly red this time. Ignoring what was happening, Ray went forward again and threw out his fist, and Quinn had done the same. It was the same pattern as before as fist collided against fist. Ray's power overpowered Quinn, causing his arms to jerk back slightly, and when the other hand hit, it had done the same. But when Ray went to throw out another punch, he felt a delayed strike hitting his hands, pushing them back slightly. This won't even tickle. Both of Quinn's palms struck out, hitting Ray right in the stomach. Behind his hands were the flowing image of fire-red blood dragons made of blood aura going right through Ray's body. Twin dragon blood palm strike. For the first time in the fight, blood spit out of Ray's mouth, and the strike wasn't over yet, because thanks to the blood shadow, Ray now had to deal with it for a second time. A liquid substance could be felt coming out from Ray's mouth. He had to admit that the blow was an impressive one to cause him to spit out his saliva. But when wiping his mouth, the black blood on his hands made him aware that it wasn't saliva, but it was indeed blood. This one, he managed to hurt me, through my armor, and through my body? The fight might have seemed even or going back and forth, but when one observed the fight closely, Ray had hurt Quinn several times. It was only due to his vampire healing abilities and the blood stored in his mask that he would regenerate back to the way he was. For Ray, he felt like this was the first true wound of the fight. Let's give him something back. Ray opened his mouth and the orange energy bubbled in his mouth. In the middle of preparing his attack, a large pain could be felt right in his stomach once again. A pulse of red aura, the same as the last time, had appeared, coming from his stomach. Ray was forced to close his mouth shut, as the force of an attack sent him backwards. Opening his mouth, part of his dark orange aura has escaped everywhere, while bits of blood was mixed in as well. This attack had done more damage than the first one, as Ray was unprepared for it. Where did that attack come from? He didn't touch me, it didn't look like he moved either. Ray thought, gritting his teeth. He flapped his wings, recovering fast, and opened his mouth, firing out fireballs once again. He didn't want to get hit so fast, not until he discovered what had occurred. Quinn quickly moved out of the way of the two fireballs, and gave chase towards Ray. Flapping his wings, he continued to move, firing fireballs, and it almost looked like Ray was on the back foot running away. The attack! It must have hurt him, Quinn realized. His reaction has completely changed now. The flow of the fight is in my court. The red shadow, a combination of the shadow and blood aura, something Quinn had spent time creating, had a delayed effect, where the original attack would repeat itself. It was how Quinn was able to push back the fists even though he was weaker in power than Ray. And it was how he was able to get a second attack on Ray. This was the skill that allowed him to overcome Azura in battle, and it might be the winning factor for the fight with Ray. I have to do as much damage to him before he figures out what's happening. Ray was constantly running away, and he could see Quinn was doing the same trick as last time. While firing some of the energy blasts towards him, he was allowing for some of them to linger in the air. Which was why Quinn decided to somewhat return the favor, moving around with his hands. He was opening up shadow portals almost everywhere. Then, activating the effect on his boots, he had made a total of 4 clones of himself. The maximum was making 4 Quinns. Finally, Quinn also used the shadow to make a further 5th clone, and now there were 5 clones. Each of them split off in search of Ray, trying to come at him from different directions. This is nothing compared to what Sil can do, but it's still something that I can do to win this fight. Quinn thought. Ray had no idea which of the Quinns was the real one, so with all the flames in the area, he decided the best thing to do was attack them all. The problem was Quinn had made the first more. Each of the clones, including the original, gathered their aura, they gathered the blood shadow as well, and started to produce the most powerful blood swipes they could create. The attacks went through the shadow portals that were placed everywhere, and the attacks were now coming from all different directions at Ray. When the blood swipes hit Ray, they dispersed in the air, turning into nothing but particles. One after the other continued to hit Ray. The attacks did next to nothing. His armor was too strong, the power was too weak. Quinn knew this. He could have gathered more of his aura to create a large blood sword, or a blood spear that might have done something, but that wasn't his intention. Soon, as the blood swipes continued to hit Ray, he was feeling the effect of the blood shadow. Now it felt like he was being hit with twice as many blood swipes. None of the attacks were getting through, but even if one wore a complete bulletproof vest, the raining down of swipes would distract them, and that's exactly what Quinn was aiming for. In the middle of all of the attacks, popping out from one of the shadows right from behind, Quinn gathered both of his hands. The fire effect from the mask continued to power his blood, and it was thrown forward right into Ray's back. The two giant blood-fire dragons covered in the blood shadow were seen in the air as it smashed against Ray's back and went right through again. Ice's wings crumpled in pain as he crashed into the floor. Ray had been hurt, but he was quick to get up. He wouldn't be down for long, but the second attack had taken its effect. It hit him once again, breaking the ground and causing him to grit his teeth until he had eventually stopped. Ray had lifted his hands while his head was down, and spread them out. All of the fireballs in the air continued to move and crashed into the shadow. When they did, all of the shadow portals that were around the place had disappeared. I should have aimed for the shadow from the beginning rather than the stupid clones, Ray said, looking up, still seeing the 5 Quinns in the air. Ray also noticed that even if Quinn had gotten the jump on him, that he should have been able to stop the last attack, but his movements were slightly slower. The mist that was all over in the air, at a close inspection it was the shadow. I know the shadow power very well. My own power can even get rid of it, Ray said. Ice's raw energy had been shown multiple times to break through the shadow. That was why Quinn was unable to use it to block, and just now it was how Ray was able to destroy the shadow portals. But these uses of the shadow and that dark red shadow is something I have never seen before. How is it possible? How long have you had the shadow for? Ray asked. Quinn saw a moment here, a moment that he could perhaps convince Ray. You are starting to realize that something doesn't feel right? Quinn said. I have technically had the shadow power for over 1,000 years. You were the one that told me the shadow power came from someone you knew. How would I know this unless you told me? You said you placed all your powers into the tablet to protect the humans from the threats in the future. I know you're a good person, Ray. You're just fighting for the wrong side. The wrong side, Ray said. The humans are the ones behind me, while you have teamed up with aliens. It's quite simple how you could know what happened in the past, but you do have a point about having the shadow for so long and me not knowing about it. It doesn't fit. But there's one thing I do know: if the shadow has come back, and it's stronger than ever, then I have to get rid of it once again. Ray tapped the chest piece of his armor. In between the lines of the carefully crafted scales, it all started to light up red with power. In doing so, Ray's appearance also started to change. Rather than the black scales that were on his face, and the dalky features he had, they started to turn a dark red, including the spikes that were on his back and his wings as well. You are impressive enough to force me to use the power of the dragon armor. From far away behind the tower, the original leaders were continuing to keep up with what was going on. They were unable to keep their eyes off the fight, only missing things occasionally as they hid behind the tower when a wave or pulse of energy came out toward them. They were witnessing the transformation take place, the lighting up of the special armor, and the changes in Ray's appearance. This led to all of the leaders turning to Edvard, taking a long look at him. Since he was the previous owner of the armor, he would have to have an answer for this. Ice's mouth was left a bit open as he saw the same thing as everyone else though. I know you guys are looking at me, waiting for a type of answer, but I don't think you're going to believe what I'm about to say. Edvard said and took a gulp soon after. It appears that all along, for the duration of this fight, Ray hasn't been using the power of the armor at all. He has simply just been wearing it, and it wasn't until now that he has activated the power of the armor. The mistake had been made due to the energy that was coming off from Ray during the fight. Edvard, having used the armor in the past, knew what the energy felt like, and he could feel the same energy resonating off of Ray. The thing was, the armor was originally a part of Ray's body in the first place, which was why they had the same energy, and now it was being used. How could he be so confident to even do such a thing? Bianca said. He's been fighting with a handicap this whole time. Is this just a game to him? If Quinn was easily able to overpower Ray, then this holding back would have been a bad move. These two were fighting at such a level that one could finish the fight in one move, and then the other would have no chance to bring out their full power. Quinn had been fighting with his full power from the get-go. He was just utilizing all his different skills of the armor, shadow, and blood to try find the best way to combat Ray, who seemed to be dealing with everything using just his strength, and now he was even stronger. Using the power of the armor, a surge of power rushed out from him. It was a ripple that went out through the entire land. It didn't look to disrupt or destroy anything but just passed through everything as far as the eye could see. There was a resonating sound like a silent roar of the dragon in the wind when the pulsing energy passed, and while it was passing through the land, it had managed to pass through two people in particular who had been knocked back far from their original position. Their bodies lay there on the floor, face down, and slowly the two of them started to get up, as they had feeling in their bodies again. "Peter, are you okay?" Chris asked, standing on his 2 feet first. Peter was still struggling to get up. The tingling sensation was felt through his body. "That damned vampire demon. I'll kill. Peter was stumbling at the last word, and looked at the two in the distance. "I don't think that's something we should get involved in, not unless we want to die," Churs commented, somewhat surprised that they weren't dead right now. The transformation of Ray had finished, but his armor was still glowing brightly. He no longer looked the same as before. His eyes were narrower, his facial structure changed, and his hair was now red on top of his head. He still had scales on his body, spikes on his back, and a set of wings, but they no longer looked like that of a Dalki. If one was to guess, he now looked more like a humanoid dragon hybrid. The energy, internally, I can feel that it has increased for him, Quinn thought. And the energy, it's spilling out of him as well. It was hard to see with the naked eye, but all around Ray now there were parts of his energy, his aura. It was dark yellow and small in size, but the reason why Quinn was able to see it so clearly was due to this energy completely getting rid of his shadow mist. Any part of the shadow that was inside him would have completely disappeared now, and any part of the shadow that was around him would no longer get near him or touch him. The shadow, will it even work now? Will the blood shadow even work on him now? Or will that just disappear as it touches the armor? Quinn thought. He wanted to know the answer, he wanted to try it out, but doing so would be a big risk, getting that close to Ray. For now, Quinn had stopped his soul weapon. The shadow mist that was spread out thin in the area completely disappeared. There was no point using it anymore. If there was no effect, there would be better ways to utilize his shadow. Then, Quinn once again went with the same tactic. His clones all spread out into different directions and started to throw out blood swipes. Shadow portals were being opened everywhere, allowing for all the strikes to hit Ray. As the strikes got closer to Ray though, the power was so overwhelming from him and his armor that the blood swipes would begin to disappear. The shadow around it had completely disappeared, and finally only a regular blood strike had hit Ray's armor, doing next to nothing. Ray bent his knees slightly. His wings were brought in closer to give him a more aerodynamic form, and he looked carefully and locked eyes on one of the Quins. Locked on. The ground beneath Ray's feet exploded, and a fist was right next to one of the Quins. It went right through one of the Quins' head, exploding it into a cloud of smoke. It wasn't just one puff of smoke though. Ray went from one, right on to the next Quinn, and crashed his whole body through theirs, creating another cloud of smoke. He's gotten faster. A lot faster, and although I don't know about his strength yet, I'm sure he's gotten a lot stronger as well, but I don't want to find out. It was beginning to look like Quinn had no choice. He couldn't think, he couldn't act, as Ray destroyed clone after clone until there were no more. After defeating the last clone, Ray flapped his wings hovering in the air and turned to Quinn. "What are the chances that the real one is the last one?" Ray smiled. "You have done well, and your powers are strong. It's just a shame that you went up against me. I always would think of ways to combat the shadow, if it ever came back again. I might be the only person in the universe that can completely get rid of your shadow in a way like this. For putting up a good fight, I will end you properly." Ray lifted one hand into the air. From the tip of his fingers, the strong dark orange aura started to gather like flames around his gauntlet hand. He then pointed it towards Quinn, bending it back. The dark orange aura continued to gather around the gauntlet hand, to the point where the hand could no longer be seen and another image was forming. Of all things, it was forming the image of a sword. The dragon's sword fist. "It might be overkill, but that is how much I respect you." Ray burst through the air, just like he had done with all the other clones. Quinn didn't even want to test if his armor would be able to withstand the attack. Even if it could, he feared he would still die anyway, so there was only one thing left to do. Shadow space. Panic started to set in Quinn, because the skill shadow space wasn't working. For a long time, the shadow space had been Quinn's safety net. It was a power that was unique even for the shadow itself. He was able to store living things in there, go into the space himself, and those that were in the space reacted differently to the current time that passed outside. One of Quinn's big uses for it, that he had used in battle more than once, was to avoid large-scale attacks. At the last moment he could enter the shadow space. He would disappear from the enemy's sight and they would know no better as to where he was. In most cases, they wouldn't have a way to access the space either. When an enemy used a large-scale attack just like Ray had used now, it would make it redundant and the opponent would just waste their energy. There were a few problems with it though. For one, it took some time to enter into the shadow space. So in a lot of cases, if the opponent was fast enough, it was best to just avoid the attack, rather than risk getting hit before entering the space. Also, if Quinn wanted to deal damage, it was incredibly difficult to time it so he could enter and leave the space in that way. Regardless, Quinn saw the best opportunity to use it now, and for some reason it wasn't working at all. None of my shadow abilities have been working well. Ever since Ray started to use that armor, even my blood shadow seems to have been affected. Quinn felt like he should have realized sooner that there was a possibility that his shadow space didn't work. What this also meant was his other escape-like skills such as Shadow Link wouldn't work in this situation either. The fist was coming toward him. Everything seemed to be playing out in slow motion for Quinn. He could feel the power of the attack the second Ray started to gather the energy. Now it was coming towards him. Quinn's mind was going through all the options, all of the possibilities, and he was starting to think that this could be the end. This is it. This is how I end up dying. Right here. To an all and mighty powerful relative. Quinn shouted at himself, clenching his fists. No, there is still a lot I can do. For a second, Quinn tapped the side of his mask. During the entirety of the fight, particles of blood energy were drawn in from the area. For the entire battle, it continued to build up inside the mask. He had used the additional energy and the converter here and there, but had stopped once he found out that it wasn't doing much against Ray. Still, in his blood attacks he did use the fire attribute to give it more of a devastating effect. Ray's fist was chucked right toward Quinn's chest, and the pure energy of the sword was nearly as large as Quinn's entire body. The power exploded, covering the entire area, and continued to strike out far and wide. The powerful attack went through Quinn's body and continued on, to the point where from space, a large sword of a dark orange color had flashed for just a second before disappearing. Ray had his arms stretched out, his wings still flapping, but he was paused in that position, his stretched position. Something doesn't feel right, Ray thought, looking up. He could see his hand was pressed against the armor. It was right in the center of where the phoenix pattern resided, yet there wasn't a scratch on the armor. Instead, the armor was lit up in a light blue in color. It was pulsating strongly. How, even if your armor is fine, how can you be completely intact from that attack? Ray said, baring his teeth towards Quinn. Indestructible shell has been used. The skill can no longer be used until the cooldown has reset. Current time 30 days. In the armor, there was one skill, a safety net that allowed Quinn to receive no damage, to essentially block out one attack, but he couldn't just use it whenever he wished. He needed to be extremely careful about when to use it because of the cooldown. In turn though, Quinn, knowing the attack was going to be blocked, had readied all of his energy into his hands as much as possible. He threw them both forward and the dragon aura behind his strikes appeared as they went right towards Ray's head. Before they could reach, Ray raised both of his wings. The attack collided with the wings and now they were both pushing against each other. Unlike before, where Ray had fallen to the ground after the attack, the wings were doing just fine. If that attack didn't work, then I'm just going to have to beat you the old-fashioned way, Ray said, as he flew slightly above and punched Quinn on the top of his head. Quinn hurled toward the ground, crashing and bouncing off it. While Quinn was midair, Ray fell down and with his leg, he slammed it down, hitting Quinn with his heel, pushing Quinn further into the ground and creating a crater that was as large as the city they were in. Crap, crap, Quinn thought, as blood spilled out of his mouth. He no longer had the shadow, and Ray was far stronger than before. Without the effect of the blood shadow, it seemed impossible for him to win in a one-on-one fight. The only saving grace was that since he had stopped Ray's ultimate attack, Ray thought he might have a way to stop the attack again. But he was getting a beat down instead, really better. Ray reached Quinn, who had yet to recover, and picked him up by his foot. He then threw him across the land, until he had reached a large rocky mountain. Quinn's body crashed right through the mountain, creating a large hole. Through that hole, Ray wasn't too far behind trying to strike again. With his hands, Quinn created two large blood swords, and held them towards Ray. Not slowing down, Ray spun, and with his fists he punched, breaking the blood sword, and then punched the other in succession, destroying the swords completely. Picking up speed, Ray then grabbed Quinn right by the neck, and was holding on tight. You have the strong armor, you have the power of the shadow, but what do you have yourself? What of your own powers do you have that you can use? Ray asked. Quinn was already putting everything he had into every attack, using all of his chi and blood power, so what else could he do? The demon form? Quinn thought. The demon form, Quinn still had no idea what it really did. It wasn't something he could control either, so there was no guarantee that he could be saved by it, but if he was going to die anyway. No, Quinn, the voice said in his head again. You don't need to do that. You still have one more thing you can try. It's ready. The voice, now Quinn was sure of it, it was Alex, and unlike before, Alex was directly talking to him. Why was Quinn unable to hear Alex before? The answer was something that Quinn was unaware of, and unaware of what was happening. The power from the mask, part of it was going into the gauntlets, all of the blood energy that was being used was also going to the gauntlets because it was yet to be fully awakened. Alex had a brief moment where he was able to talk to Quinn, but he had yet to reach his full self. Now that the blood from the mask had gathered enough power and shared enough with it to awaken Alex, it meant one more thing. A new skill has been unlocked. Azura's blood form. Stark's body had been stored in Minnie's shadow space. They wished to give him a proper burial and at least take back his body to his home planet where it belonged. On top of that, there was also the armor that Quinn had loaned Stark. It was still on his body. Everyone was getting ready to leave the monitoring room. But before that, there were a couple of things Logan needed to do. Kneeling by Jack's body, several pieces of equipment attached to Logan were scanning him all over. What was surprising was how Logan had picked up Jack's hand. His finger transformed into a sharp tool-like knife and sliced Jack's finger right off. What are you doing? Layla asked. I'm making a scan of Jack so we can bypass all of his systems. He had a lock on that system that I was unable to override. One would need a face scan or his finger. I can analyze his face enough to input it as a type of password into the system, but I could never get Jack to stay still long enough. Now, he has no choice really. Layla wanted to ask if he could do all that with just scanning the device. Then why did he need to chop off his finger like so? But she thought it was best just to avoid this subject for now. Otherwise, she would have to hear some of Logan's crude jokes. Done. Standing up, Logan went to the large bundle of monitors and placed both of his hands on the console underneath. What are you doing now, Uncle Logan? Minnie asked, her finger on her lips. As I said before, I'm disabling part of the large machine that Syl needs to use. Logan explained. But there's a lot more than that needs to be done. The Marpo Cruise is a business that was set up by Jack and Jim. They started it on another planet, and they have more ships than just these two. We need to make sure that no one can take over their goal. We need to find every single facility they have that helps them create the Dalki. We need to look into any facilities they have at all, and any secrets that Jim was hiding as well. The others hadn't thought about that, what would happen beyond the war. There were always times where one would try and seek revenge, or try to finish accomplishing what another was unable to do. They were happy that they had Logan on their side. There's only so much information I can get on my side, and I'm sure, knowing what type of person Jim is, he would have restricted access to multiple things that Jack didn't have access to. Which is why I'm sending everything I know to someone on the other side, on the other Marpo cruise ship. Layla raised an eyebrow, wondering who it could be. The person on the other side was quite trusted by Jim. He was sure he had him so under control and on his side that he took him nearly everywhere with him, and that person was Vincent. In his lab, Vincent was receiving all of the information he needed from Logan, but there was also something else he needed to do. Jack has been killed as well as H. Vincent was surprised upon hearing the news. He had seen H's power, and Jack, he was always someone in hiding, never letting anyone get too close. He felt like someone like him would have a trick or two up his sleeve to survive death. But if the news was coming from Logan, it most certainly was true. Jim is no longer on board the ship, and neither is Ray. The Marpo cruise has been forced to move away due to the rapid pulses of energies coming off from the planet. This is the chance. I need to find Malik and do my part in all of this as well. As Logan said, we need to make sure something like this never happens again. After getting everything they needed, the rest of the group were on the move. Logan had attached part of the ship's monitoring system to his own device. He could project the image of the cameras out from his forearm. Using this, he was able to help the group move through the area without running into the people on board. Fighting now would only slow them down. Syl would have teleported them all there, but he was focusing on recovering his powers. Using the device was quite tiring, and if he was to change the memories of everyone on the Amr planets and the Marpo cruises, it would be quite the big task. Eventually, the group stopped down one long hallway. Layla, Minnie, and Russ were starting to notice where they were. "We are basically here," Logan said. "But I have to warn you, I can see that they have put a lot of personnel by the entrance. Most likely Jack figured out our plan, and it was an order of his." "What do you mean by a lot of people?" Layla asked. "There are around 50 of them, and all of them are human. You have to remember that they are not the ones at fault for this. They believe they are doing the right thing. It would be best if we could find some way to get rid of them without hurting them." Russ and Syl felt like they could have done the task if they were at full strength, but with Syl trying to restore his power and Russ still extremely drained, there was only a couple of them that could fight. "I'll deal with it," Layla said. "I've recovered most of my power. I can do it." Layla didn't wait for the others. She walked out down the hallway and pulled the bow out from her back. There were no arrows in the bow, but that was because she had long surpassed needing them. As she walked forward, she started to pull the string and let go. Suddenly, 3 men felt extreme pain as something went right through the knees in their legs and they fell to the floor. What Layla was using was chi arrows. "We're under attack," they shouted, and soon all of them turned to the woman coming towards them. Layla pulled at the string several times, and as the arrows went out, they hit several of the attackers in the knee one by one. Not a single attack had missed, and they didn't quite know what was hitting them. Ignoring what was happening, they started to fire out abilities from their hands, but Layla's fast speed allowed her to jump to the side and pull the bow string more, hitting more and more of them. They were falling one by one. "You know, I always thought she couldn't do anything with that sword, and even with the sword she seemed pretty useless," Russ commented. "But with the bow, she doesn't seem too bad." Eventually, people started to reach Layla, and when they were close, she used the bow itself to whack one of the men in the face, and then pulling out the sword she slashed another. Bending her knees slightly, she got ready, as she went from one person to the next, slashing them one after the other. A few seconds later, Layla stood there with the sword in her hand, and all of them had been injured, not to the point where they were killed, but injured just enough to where they were out of action. "Mommy, you were so cool," Minnie said, running over. "I thought maybe Mommy would need my help, but it was like you had eyes in the back of your head. Mommy and Daddy are really strong. So that means Minnie and Galen will grow up to be the strongest." Layla smiled as she rubbed her daughter's head. But truthfully she wished it would never have to come down to that. Syl and the rest followed, running towards Layla, and they had finally returned back to the room where they had first retrieved Syl from. Ray was flying at a great speed toward Quinn. He just had his energy gathered in his fist, and it was glowing a dark orange. There was nothing fancy about the attack. There was no large display of features, only Ray himself and his raw strength and power. In some ways, that was frightening in itself, impressive that he was able to do such things with next to no ability. People thought the Dalki were frightening due to this fact, so then what was this? This was a complete nightmare. I just have to break myself out of this nightmare. A new skill has been unlocked. Azura's blood form. Thanks to Alex's awakening, it looked like a new active skill had appeared in the armor. The problem was, what exactly was this skill? Without knowing basic information, it would be hard to use it in a fight, and would it even be helpful in this situation? A cloud of smoke appeared, and running through the cloud were 3 Quins. All 3 of them gathered the blood aura heading straight for Ray, and threw their hands out. The winged dragon spun its body, going right through all 3 like a spear. When the clones were destroyed, more smoke had appeared, but Ray went right through it without any fear. He continued with his fists, throwing it out. The fist was stopped in its tracks, and a large gust of wind followed from behind Ray. Looking at his stopped fist, he could see that it had been grabbed, but not just by one hand, not by 2 hands, but 4 hands held onto Ray's, and they didn't exactly look normal. There was the normal hand holding onto Ray that Quinn would use, covered in the special gauntlet that lit up in a golden color. Then, Ray looked at the other hands, all of them. They looked nearly identical to Quinn's hands, but they were a solid dark red color. They felt just as real and as solid as Quinn's other hands. It wasn't something that had just been made out of blood aura. This was something clearly different. In total, Quinn stood there with his 2 real arms, and his 4 blood arms. This was Azura's blood form. Just like the Azura that Quinn had fought, Quinn himself was able to do the same, and the strength was not lacking in these arms compared to his real arms. "You are stronger than me when it comes punch to punch, but it's not exactly like I'm weak either. With a little bit of help, from the power of the armor, I can stop you." Quinn lifted both his hands covered in the blood aura, and threw them out, punching Ray. His body and his arms went flying back as a rush of blood aura went toward him. Ray was quick to shake of the hit, one that went to the body and the other to his face, but that's when he could see several other orbs of energy flying through the air. All of them were around the size of fist. Seeing them, Ray went ahead and punched it with his own fist. It exploded on the spot, but not without some difficulty. He could feel the strength that was behind each of these attacks, and soon went to stop the next hit as well. This energy ball was slightly different in color when it hit Ray's fist this time, but it felt different as well. These strange energy balls were coming one after the other, and he was doing his best to hit them all away. There were more than he expected, and it caused Ray to be at a standstill. He was unable to move, as all he could do was to hit these energy blasts away. He attempted to move to the right and to the left, but if he did he would get hit, and he could tell from the strength of the attacks that these would do at least some damage. As for where all these energy blasts were coming from, it was all from Quinn's new Azura's blood form. With all 6 of his arms, Quinn was able to create blood energy from his fists that would be just as powerful as a strike at full force. He could even add his own power of chi behind these attacks. With 6 arms he was sending out multiple fist waves of energy, and that wasn't the only feature that the fists of energy had. Just like the celestial gun, Quinn was able to produce different types of fists of energy, making each arm specialize in one. It was like having the gun, but with more power in the attacks, and he could fire off different bullets at the same time. Quinn wasn't really thinking, but he was just throwing out different types of fists, not caring about what was working and what wasn't. He was just giving it everything he had. "I can't stop moving my hands. I'll just keep attacking." Ray, out of frustration, decided to try something else. He allowed the fists of energy to hit him. They were clashing against his armor, and raising his hands he started to gather the power for the dragon sword attack. The aura surrounded his hands, and he threw it out straight to where Quinn was. Quinn jumped, avoiding the large-scale attack. It took out most of his fists of energy. But while moving, Quinn didn't stop moving his hands at a fast speed, firing out the energy blast towards Ray. He did this again and again, moving, not stopping his legs or his arms when going from place to place. Then, it gave Quinn another idea. The shadow power wasn't completely unusable. Just when he was right next to Ray it would take effect. Just using one of his free hands, Quinn started to create the shadow portals all over the battlefield, but did so a little further away from Ray so it wouldn't be affected by his armor. Ray continued to take the hits head-on, allowing them to hit him. Marks were appearing on his face now, but he created another dragon's sword with his fist and threw it toward Quinn. Before it reached him, he had hopped into one of the shadows, avoiding the attack. Jumping straight out of the portal, he was swinging all 6 of his arms continually, hitting Ray again and again. I will wear him down. I will continue to wear him down until he can no longer move, Quinn thought. Ray looked at where Quinn was with his head, and soon he could see that the attacks were coming from all sorts of different directions. Just like with the blood swipes from before, all of the fists were coming out of each of the portals one after the other. Unlike the blood swipes though, these had the force of Quinn's punch, and the special trait of each of the fists hitting Ray from all angles. This wasn't something that he could just withstand. Ray's body was chucking with each hit, from each side one after the other. He tried to hit some away, and he did a good job of blocking most of the attacks, but one would get through every once in a while. This is so annoying, Ray thought. If only I was like the old me and had my powers from before. I would have been able to deal with this guy. Am I really going to lose like this? The fist marks were unable to create a serious injury on Ray, but the damage was building up. With the limitless armor effect as well, Quinn would continue this until he took care of Ray. If this is the only thing that will work, then I will do this to the end. On the sideline, there was one person that had been getting closer and closer to the fight, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That damned person is losing. How is that possible? Jim thought. I can't let this happen. I need to come up with something. I need to get rid of Quinn. After receiving instructions from Logan, Vincent knew he needed to do his part. Just like Logan, he too had his memories changed, but he had second guesses as to what the truth was. There were a lot of things that just didn't make sense in his head. As a person that naturally had a lot of curiosity, he wondered why things became this way, and Logan had answers for him. Answers that, in his mind, that made a lot of sense. In the first place, there was a lot that Jim didn't know about Vincent. The fact that he had worked with Eno, or the legacy that he had left behind in the vampire book. Those memories were not tampered with because Jim didn't really know about them, which was why things didn't make sense. Walking around the facility, Vincent was looking for something as he twisted and turned his head. He could see some regular vampires running around, but not one of them questioned Vincent. On his face he wore the black mask, the mask that was only given to those that were close to and by Jim's side. Eventually, Vincent's eyes widened. He began to walk towards another, following them a few steps behind. Turning his head, he took a peek behind him, and looked ahead before rushing forward with all his strength. The person he had been following heard the loud footsteps and turned his head, only to see a hand grab him by his throat and chuck him to the side. The man was stumbling backwards from the throw, heading toward a door, but with his speed Vincent managed to reach the door button, pressing it. The door slid open and the man fell through. Entering after the fallen man, Vincent closed the door behind them, and stared at the other masked man and the floor. Before he could get up, with his foot Vincent stomped on the individual's arms, crushing all of the bones in the wrists. After that, Vincent went quickly and tore the mask right off of the person's face while placing his hand on top of his mouth. If you don't want to die, then it's best you listen to me, Jim, Vincent said. Nearly all of those apart from Vincent himself that wore the strange masks around the facility were other Jims. The clones that worked for himself to do important tasks that he only trusted himself with. There's another problem with using clones to do all your work. Even if they set up a system that requires the face of Jim or Jim's fingerprints, then there are plenty to choose from to use to get what I need. Now, I know the Jim that is running things has decided to keep things away from the other clones. It's quite amazing how you can all choose to work for one person that is the same as you. How you can all be selfless when you are the same person, but you are at the end of the day the same person with the same mind. So I have 2 questions to ask you. 1. Where would you decide to keep the one named Malik? It was a semi-tough art of negotiation that followed, with Vincent delivering a bit of pain here and there. He had a feeling, though, someone like him would speak quite easily, but whether that was the truth or not, it was hard to tell. Vincent took the clone with him, and the first area of action wasn't to where the clone of Jim had claimed Malik would be, but was to a large database-like room. Using the clone's hand, access was easy into the facility, and now it was to get the information that Logan needed. The clone of Jim had broken limbs and arms, he was unable to walk, and was placed on the floor while Vincent went to work. "It looks like you found your memories," Jim said. "You know, I'm doing all of this for us. I've only decided to reply to you, because you could very well be the last Jim that is left alive. I plan to shut down and get rid of all the other clones of Jim. And I guarantee you, with the way things are going now, all of those including the Jim with the nest crystals in his body will disappear. It's quite possible that you will be the last Jim, one that will be able to see the end of it all." The clones of Jim were unable to pass information to one another, but they were fully aware of what was happening. Everyone on the Marpo cruise things weren't going well for them so far. They had even received information from one of theirs in Jack's cruise ship, and from the report they were struggling as well. Jim didn't even know the full story that H had been defeated. They knew there was something big going on though, because the last bit of information they had received was that Jack had been kidnapped, and now the Jim clone being in the situation he was in, he felt like the tides were turning. "For your information, I have not had my memories back," Vincent commented. "I just never believed in the current situation. Everything we planned, everything we did to make things better, it's all going to go to waste because of all of your meddling." Jim shouted back. "Can't you see how things are? Can't you see that the vampire settlement of the past was broken? How much better things are now." "How are things so much better?" Vincent replied. "The vampire settlement wasn't it at peace due to everything that this person did?" Vincent pointed to himself. "Then you changed everyone's memories, you took their credit, which means none of this was because of you." "You're right, I do believe the settlement was broken in many ways. The vampires were never able to work together, and even though we tried to come up with a system that would stop ourselves from killing each other, still trouble brewed again and again. But none of that was fixed because of you, it was fixed because of him. Did you ever solve anything? Solve any problem for the vampires? Did you ever make anyone's lives easier? Even now, when the vampires were at peace, you decided to drag them into a war. Many lost their lives. You haven't made anything better, and just been making them worse." Vincent continued to type away while Jim thought about the two's past. There was at one point where the two of them were close. Vincent had tried to help his uncle, protected him, and even gave him a task as his right-hand person. "At least I'm trying to fix things," Jim exclaimed. "What did you do? You decided to run away, to chase after a human woman. You left the entire settlement. The entire 10th family suffered because you chose to be selfish and live your own life. What I'm doing, no, you may think of it as selfish, but it's just the same as you, and at least I'm doing it for everyone. All of it will change." Vincent stopped typing, he got all of the information he needed, and turned to Jim. "People make mistakes. Everyone has always made mistakes. It's part of human nature, you have to remember, even the creation of the vampire was the mistake of a single human. It's what we do after those mistakes, how you move on from them. For the better and not for the worse. I'm sorry to see you have decided to go this way." With that, Vincent picked up Jim and headed straight for Malik. Surprisingly, the information that Vincent had received from the clone was the same as the information he had accessed from the database. The reason why Vincent had decided to make a stop here before going to see Malik was because he thought that the clone might lie to him. In some cases, because they knew there would be another clone that would replace them with their same memories, they would just end their own life or not even care about it. However, seeing Vincent, perhaps it had caused the clone to have some of its natural instincts come back. All of the information that they could gather had been gathered from the system. Location of bases where the Marpo cruises were bane made, and even to the point where they ranked the number of Dalkies that had been made. All of the information was being passed back to Logan, just in case anything would happen to Vincent. What he had said before, it was true as well. Most likely they would keep one clone alive, until they were sure they got every bit of information they needed. To get rid of everything that Jim had created, whether the clone of Jim would be compliant or not they wouldn't know, but maybe with someone like Quinn using his influence skill they could force out all the information they needed. While traveling around the Marpo cruise, the clone of Jim didn't say a word. Even when there were chances for him to scream at the top of his lungs at those going past. Is he mulling over what he has done, after everything we said? Vincent was ready to act, to silence the clone, but there was never any need. They had finally reached living quarters of all the vampires, and on a separate floor in the Marpo cruise, that was where Malik was located. One had to enter a lift, and to get to the floor where Malik was on, you needed special access, one that could only be accessed by Jim, and thankfully he had what he needed right here. Jim's finger was used on the lift, and it didn't take long for them to reach the floor where Malik was located. When the lift door opened, they were met with another door, down a hallway. Heading straight ahead, this one, instead of a finger, required facial recognition to access. "You really did a lot to keep this guy hidden, huh?" Vincent commented. "How afraid were you that everyone would find out the truth? Are you still afraid even now? How everyone will feel anger after they learn that you forced them into a war for no reason." What are you planning to do with Malik?" Jim asked. The answer was obvious, although Vincent didn't want to do it. He needed to get rid of Malik, so that way no one would ever use him in this way again. Whether Malik was forced into this or not, it was his power that had caused all of this mess, and could easily be used again. Vincent just wondered, what if someone got their hands on the real Quinn instead? They had managed to get their hands on Ray, but if they had changed the memories of Ray and Quinn, then perhaps there would be no one that could have stopped them. Lifting up Jim's head, the door was heard unlocking. It slowly moved open using a heavy mechanism. The door was tightly sealed to the point where not even air could escape, and the right amount of oxygen was supplied to the room in a different way. Entering the room, Vincent pressed a button closing the door behind him, while placing Jim on the side of the floor. "I have no idea what is inside here, or what to expect. I might have to fight for my life," Vincent thought. The room they were in looked like a large apartment building. There were marble floors, high ceilings, a chandelier dangling from the top, a large open kitchen that could be seen to the left, and a living room to the right. There was even a second floor and more to the apartment building. It was clear that Malik was living a life of luxury here. Using his sharp ears, Vincent could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the corner. Blood aura gathered around both of his hands. Vincent and one of the Jims. Malik was just in regular clothing, standing there having taken a corner from his bedroom. He wore no beast gear, and looked surprised to see the two. Seeing how defenseless Malik was, it was hard for Vincent to act, but he had to grit his teeth and bear it. "I did a lot worse things in the past. There are a lot of sins that I have to bear. Adding one more to that list is not a problem." At least that's what Vincent thought. As he swung his arm, he released a blood swipe. Rather than going for his head or chest, it went towards Malik's legs. A deep cut was made. The blood aura had sliced through his knees, causing him to fall to the ground. He fell on his back, and couldn't even feel H's legs, as blood poured out of him. I'm sorry, Malik cried out. "I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. Please don't get rid of me." Vincent was unable to get close to Malik for fear that he would have his own memories changed. He needed to attack from afar. If he had hit his blood swipe on the neck, Malik would have died there and then. From his observations, Malik was never anyone special. He had never learned to fight properly or have any type of strong chi. Even now Jim hadn't given him any beast gear to use, but Vincent had read his file and knew what had happened to him. From a young age, he was abandoned by his family. He lived through the Dalki War, being moved from place to place, being treated as useless and abandoned by everyone he met. He had eventually used his powers to create a better life for himself, creating a fake mother, a father, sister, and brother, changing their memories so he could live with them. However, the real family members of those that he had changed had caught on. They reported Malik, and his powers became known as well as his crimes, and he was locked up. He was meant to go on trial, but once again it felt like he was the one that had been forgotten about, as that day seemed to never come. Little did Malik know that the location he was at was being attacked by the Dalki. Eventually it was the Dalki who found him, and Graham who had taken him in, most likely for his power. The problem was, it wasn't easy for them to force Malik to do his bidding. They didn't have an influence skill or abilities like Malik, and getting close would be dangerous. For Malik, meeting Jim and Jack was a blessing to him. It was the first time he felt needed, felt like someone needed him, and because of that he was happy to do whatever they asked of him. Right now, seeing the Jim clone and Vincent here and attacking him, he thought he must have done something wrong. All this time he had done everything they had asked, and never once had they been angry with him thinking of leaving him. They provided him with a place to live, they gave him a nest crystal to prolong his life. Because they had a need for him, to use him forever, and that was all that Malik ever wanted. "You cruel bastard!" Jim shouted. "You should have killed him in one hit. Why make him suffer?" Vincent didn't want to. In pulling back at the last second he had made another mistake. With a hand full of blood aura, Vincent stood to the side. "You did nothing wrong, Malik. You were pushed into this." Vincent swung his arm and the blood swipe went right through his neck, killing him instantly. His body soon started to turn to dust, and left behind in Malik's place was a crystal. Quinn wasn't letting up with his new form. He continued to travel through his shadow while swinging his arms, firing away all different types of energy punches. The energy punches had the same strength as if Quinn was to directly hit with his own fist, but it was affecting Ray in more ways than one. Ray was able to deflect and break most of the energy fists with his own power as he punched them directly head-on. When hitting the chi-filled type punch though, it would scatter into multiple particles of energy rather than get rid of it, and the hit would continue on hitting his armor and parts of his face. One of the energy fists that was thrown out by Quinn and had directly hit Ray was a blood forest fist. Similar to the effects of the blood bullet, when the fists managed to hit Ray the blood particles started to spread on the armor. The effects of Ray's power were strong though, and most of the armor was able to disintegrate the blood. But with the sheer amount of blood forest fists hitting Ray and the size of them being a lot bigger, the effects managed to work out. Small particles of the blood hardened, stabbing into the skin of Ray. Beast blood has been absorbed through blood forest punch. No effects have been added. The blood forest bullet and punch allowed Quinn to absorb blood through their hits. One of the advantages of this when fighting the Dalki was the strength and healing properties he would get from the hit. Ray was currently using the body of the demon tier beast that created the Dalki. However, the demon tier DNA had been mixed with humans to create a substitute that allowed the vampires to gain more strength through their blood. This wasn't the case if they were just a beast. Vampires gained next to nothing consuming beast blood, and it seemed to be the same case here. Thanks to Alex mixing in the blood celestial guns, there were more variations of the Azura bloodform fists. He kept nearly all of the different types of bullets as fists now instead, including the blood fairy bullet, as well as others, but all of these were useless against Ray. Apart from one more type of fist, and that was the shadow fist. Although nearly all uses of the shadow seemed to disappear when Quinn got close to Ray, this wasn't the case for the shadow fist. In the first place, Quinn was using the skill from far away so he could gather the shadow just fine. The other thing was, just like the bullet, this was a condensed form of the shadow. So unlike his shadow, it took a bit longer for Ray's powers to take effect and influence him. When hit with the shadow punch, Ray could feel something a little strange. His senses dulled a little, his hearing, his eyesight, sense of smell even. Eventually his power would evaporate the shadow punch, but it was still affecting him. It was because of all of these things, all of these rapid punches and effects building up on Ray, that he was having such a difficult time dealing with them all. "Screw you. Do you think these levels of attacks will ever be able to beat me?" Ray shouted. Both of Ray's hands were covered in his orange aura, creating the swords. They covered both of his hands and looked like blades at the end. Swinging them, it slashed through each of the fists of energy. "I've figured out the troublesome fists of attack. If I strike them down first and then ignore the rest." Ray did as he thought. striking down the fists that troubled him, and then flew right towards the shadow portals. With a single stroke he ripped through the portal, and before it could completely disappear, Ray was already going toward the next set of shadow portals. Quinn, seeing what he was doing, continued to jump from his position and soon created 3 more clones through his boot's active skills. The clones that were made had the same weapons as Quinn, meaning all of them had 6 arms as well. Every single one of them, from slightly different angles, started to throw out their fists. The attacks from the clones were at 50% of his strength, but it was impossible for Ray to tell the difference between the real attacks and the fake ones. While Ray sliced at the shadow portals with one dragon sword, he opened his mouth up and, instead of the balls of fire, fired out a large content stream of flames. It covered the whole sky to the point where a large shadow was cast underneath. Wasting no time, Ray was seen flying right through his flames and heading straight towards Quinn. Lifting up his gauntlet, Quinn stopped one of the dragon sword strikes. It was powerful, knocking his hand down. But his 2 clones by his side punched Ray on his chest, head, and body by its side. This wasn't through the normal fists of energy, but a direct hit. With the clones being close to Ray, they were able to hammer at him with all 6 of their arms, throwing them constantly out. Ray was getting hurt, but by bearing the brunt of the force of the attack, he swung his dragon sword, cutting through one of the arms. A cloud of smoke puffed out. Opening his mouth, he fired out at another, destroying it. And that one too had puffed into a cloud of smoke. When Ray closed his mouth, a fist had come out from the real Quinn, slamming him on the side of his face. Ray skidded across the floor, and following up were several spears of blood that had been hurled at him. Quinn also placed his hands on the floor, and blood electric currents were being sent out right to where Ray was. The ground electrified with red blood around where Ray was, hitting him as hard as he could, and the attacks still didn't let up as Quinn continued to throw out all of his fists toward Ray. It hit him constantly, his armor glowing with power. Pain could be seen over his face. Reaching out, he moved toward Quinn, jumping from one side to the next. A slash of the dragon sword came down, and a blood arm was lifted. It went right through the blood arm, causing it to fall to the floor. But with Quinn's many limbs, he was able to hit Ray right in the chin. "I'm going to take you out right here." Ray forced his head down with sheer will and threw a punch back on top of Quinn's head. His knees buckled slightly, but Quinn stood strong, tackling Ray with 2 of his arms. He grabbed him and his wings before slamming him into the ground and bashing him on top of his head with his other 2 arms. It was a constant back and forth, and blood was spilling from each side's mouth. The shockwaves continued to vibrate through the whole planet as the power continued to increase to levels that the planet was unable to handle. The 2 of them were now fighting in close-quarter combat. For every move they needed to concentrate to avoid or strike back, and there were small movements in one place. Neither one of them wanted to take a step back as they continued to pound into each other. On the side, though, Jim had been preparing something. The nest crystals all along his arms lit up, and the power was combining in the palm of his hands. "Both of them are hurt. There's no telling who will win this fight, and that's just too much of a risk for me," Jim stated. "Using the power of this many crystals, it will be around 2/3 of the amount I have. It will draw out all of their energy in one blast. It's a lot. Nearly all the work I have built up over these years are in these crystals, but to take them 2 out, it's worth it." The energy of a large number of nest crystals blasted out of Jim's hands and went out straight toward Quinn and Ray. The blast was so large it looked like it would consume the both of them. Of course, Quinn knew this was going to be a tough battle. It was why he had done so much preparation beforehand. Why he had stayed in the tower for as long as possible, making the best equipment he could possibly make. There was a chance that he would regret the decision, as many lives would be lost while he was busy making all of the equipment, but now he knew he definitely had no regrets. If he didn't even have one of the pieces of the armor, then he was sure that he would have lost the fight. This was easily Quinn's toughest fight as of yet. Took everything he had. Everything he had learned from his experience in various fights against the vampire settlement, against the Big Four, the demons, and the Celestials. All of those experiences, and he had used in this match. On top of that, he was using all of the skills of the armor and all of the experience he had gained in his previous fights during this fight. It was clear that he was giving it everything he had. Even in this fight, like the last, he felt like he had unlocked new levels, new strengths. But it still didn't seem to be enough. There was only one thing that Quinn had yet to use, and that was his demon form, but with some others still being on the planet, and even the tower itself still standing, he was a little afraid to use it. For Ray, on the other side, this match wasn't a walk in the park either, not like he would have expected or many of those that he had met before. He also felt like this was the most difficult and hardest fight. Even when going up against Crad, the original owner of the shadow ability, he hadn't struggled this much. His opponent was learning on the go, growing in the middle of the fight. At first, Ray wouldn't have claimed it was his toughest fight through his long life. In fact, there was even a time where he had suffered a defeat in the past, but as the fight went on, now he was sure that this was by far his hardest fight. 2 of the 4 Blood Azura form's arms had been destroyed by Ray. He had held on tight, using his pure power to crush them, while Quinn continued to hammer his body, head, and every part of Ray. Out of the exchange, Quinn had managed to do quite a bit of damage to Ray, while Ray was able to weaken Quinn one step at a time. The fight was still fierce, with each of them continuing toward each other. Off to the side of the fight, there were still all of those that were watching, but one person in particular, as they watched the fight, they were inching closer and closer towards it. Even though the shockwaves of power damaged the top of their skin, their body would heal and he would push through. "What are you doing, Peter?" Chris called out. Peter ignored Chris and continued to get closer and closer. Chris was already quite a bit behind Peter. He didn't want to get caught up or involved, and knowing Ray's personality as little as he did know it, if they were to get involved and try to help him, it would be them that would suffer more. Close to the battle between Quinn and Ray, it was almost impossible to miss. Peter and Chris turned their heads. A rising energy, a bright glow that had a cosmic color to it. There was a person. That's Jim. Chris could see that he was gathering some type of large power, with his eyes fixated on the fight. With that much energy, he won't just hurt Quinn. He'll hurt Ray as well. Could it be? Is that his plan? It was too late to stop Jim now. He was too far, and Jim was already in the middle of his motion, throwing both of his hands out. The large cosmic power went right out from his hands. As the power left, the nest crystals on his body started to empty one by one and fall to the ground. For Ray and Quinn, the 2 of them were concentrating on each other, watching the other's every move, their arms, their legs, what gestures they made, and any weird habits that they could pick up to see the next move. They were totally focused on each other. Yet with how powerful and skillful the 2 of them were, they did notice the large amount of energy to their right. When they turned their heads, though, they were too late. That was because another person was already standing in front of the large amount of energy. His whole body was covered in a dark red aura, and his head tails had split into 2, wrapping around his arms. When the energy went to hit, he gave it his all as he threw both of his fists first into the energy. However, the mysterious nest energy was powerful, and it started to consume both of his fists, taking it in. "Peter!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs, as he rushed in towards him, charging all of his energy and power to fight back against the energy, disregarding and forgetting the fight with Ray. Quinn threw out his fist, trying to create as much energy as he could. He was punching as fast as he could, to try and not lose Peter. He had lost too much in this war, and Peter was one that had always been by his side. Even to the point where he stood there protecting him for 1,000 years. With his back turned to Ray, it was easy for Ray to finish off the fight. Quinn could even hear the sounds of the footsteps of Ray moving toward him, but he couldn't focus on that. "I'm sorry, everybody. This might be selfish of me, but I can't watch Peter die," Quinn thought. The footsteps stopped, ADN rather than getting struck from behind, or beheaded like he thought would happen. Ray was standing by his side. The energy was being pushed back. It wasn't surrounding Quinn, but it was still moving around Peter, creeping in. His arms could no longer be seen, and it was starting to touch his body. Peter was doing his best to lean back, to avoid it touching his head, as he poured every fiber of the power of chi he had into his body. "I hate it when people get involved in my fights," Ray said. Both of his arms were covered in his aura, and it was brewing in his mouth as well. He lifted both of his arms and threw it out. 2 large dragon sword fists came out, and opening up his mouth, a long continuous breath of energy hit back. With all their powers, it pushed back the nest energy, completely destroying it. Ray and Quinn both didn't know where the large amount of energy had come from. They were far too focused on their own match. What they did know was the energy was powerful. They had both felt something similar to it before, just never at this large of a scale. It was quite possible that if they had seen it beforehand, then Quinn would have been able to suppress the attack with just his own energy, but it was so sudden he could only put so much energy into stopping the attack. At the same time, he was unable to use the shadow powers, due to how close he was with Ray, since he had been fighting hand-to-hand at a close-quarter range, but with all three of their powers they were able to suppress the attack. It dispersed into the air into small particles, shaping the air around it. It was a mystic mist like glitter filled with all sorts of colors. For a moment it almost looked the same as the familiar world. Through the other end of the attack, both Quinn and Ray could see who was responsible. His hands were still held out together at one point, staying in place. His face scrunched up, his lips shaking. Because just like them, even he was surprised at the fact that the two of them were still alive, that they had managed to survive the attack. That damned undead, he came out of nowhere. He bought them a fraction of a second that allowed them to act. What is this? Why did he act? Jim thought, his legs still shaking. He was debating what to do. He still had some nest crystals left, but attempting to use them against these two, it would be suicide. Quinn didn't have time to deal with Jim though, because Peter, who was by his side, his body didn't look the same as it was before. All of the skin was a dark black, as if it was burnt and turning into nothing but ashes. Only his head looked fine. Right in front of Quinn's eyes, on the spot, Peter's body burst into ashes and fell to the floor, leaving nothing to support his head. Before it fell to the floor, Quinn slid across the ground on his knees and caught Peter's head, looking down at him. All Peter had was his head. There was nothing else from the neck down. It had all been destroyed, and the look in his eyes, it didn't look great to Quinn. "Peter! Are you alive? Speak to me. Stay with me!" Quinn shouted, and aura seeped out from his body. He was quick to control it, not wishing to hurt Peter any more than he already was. "You seem to care an awful lot about me, for a stranger," Peter said in a weak voice. For a moment, Quinn thought that maybe Peter had gotten his memories back. That's why he would even attempt to do such a stupid thing. "Did you remember? Do you have your memories back?" Quinn asked. "I have no clue who the fuck you are," Peter said in a weak voice. "This stupid body, every time it saw you getting hurt, it started to move on its own. I don't know why, and now look at me. This is what I get. I'm just a useless nobody who can't even control his body." "You're not a nobody, Peter," Quinn shouted. How could Peter call himself a nobody? After everything he had done, not just for Quinn himself but for the whole world. He had been there all the time, fighting, and fighting again. The scared and afraid Peter, who didn't want to get involved and just live a peaceful life, ended up doing everything he could to fight for everyone else. And this was the result. Was this the result of everyone who decided to be selfless? It had been a long time, but seeing Peter in this state, it was bringing tears to Quinn's eyes, and they were dropping down onto Peter's own face. "Why would someone like you cry for me?" Peter said in a soft voice. "Protect the head," Quinn said. "I have your head, we protected it. So that means you will live, right?" The sobbing from Quinn wouldn't stop. The tears continued to flow. Quinn always kept a lot in because there was a large weight on him all the time. If he broke down in front of the others, then what would they think? He needed to be a symbol of strength for everyone. He needed to stay positive, but the truth was that he was just like the rest. He always had other thoughts lingering on his mind. What if he wasn't strong enough to beat Ray? What if he wasn't able to protect everyone? What if he just wasn't good enough? Right now, he felt all those worries because one thing he was scared of the most each time he went into battle, each time he chose to fight with others by his side. It was the thought, what if this is the last time I'll see this person? There were multiple times in fights where Quinn would lose someone and wouldn't even be able to say any last words to them. At times, these things kept him up at night. There were those that he wanted to speak to again but never could, and no matter how much stronger he got, for some reason these things kept happening, and even now it seemed to be the case. "Protect the head. How do you know that?" Peter said. From the side, Chris had started to run in, after noticing that Peter had gone to defend the attack. Chris wasn't standing too far from where everyone was, but they were all ignoring him. Still, with his enhanced hearing, he was able to hear the conversation between Quinn and Peter. I knew. Something felt strange. This whole thing feels strange. Would a person who really wasn't involved with us act like that? Would he shed tears for his enemy? Chris was angry with himself as he clenched his fist. He felt tricked. But why in his head, no matter how hard he looked, did he not know the person in front of him? If he was our enemy, he would have killed us. But he let us live. And then there is Jim, who doesn't care for us at all. Meanwhile, before Jim could even put his arms down by his side, immediately Ray was right next to him. Jim had only just twitched a muscle, and immediately Ray placed his hand around Jim's throat and lifted him in the air. What do you think you are doing? Ray asked. 1. That attack you just did, it would have struck the both of us. 2. You shouldn't get involved in my fights. Do you think your shitty attack can actually do something? Ray was squeezing hard, too hard to the point where Jim was unable to breathe. Out of desperation, he started to strike Ray on his arm, hitting his armor, but it was like a toddler against a giant. The attacks had no effect whatsoever. There is a limit to my patience. Even if you did save my life, there is only so much I can take. Taking a deep breath, Ray was ready to let him go until, a few moments before, Sil and the others had returned to the large room in the Marpo cruise. The large ball-shaped object was up in the air, but they needed to wait a few moments. Because Sil was still gathering as many MC cells as possible, in order to use the machine to its full capability. Many enemies started to gather at the area, and Layla along with Minnie did their best to defend. Eventually Sil had regained enough MC cells. He hopped into the machine and it closed. Let's make everything go back to the way it's meant to be. Let's end this war, Sil shouted. The machine activated and a pulse was sent out far and wide, out beyond the planet they were on. Using the device, Sil could feel his energy being drained. It was a painful procedure, but one that he bore as he bit down on his teeth. A pulse was sent out from the device. At first, it spread out through the ship. All of those on board the Marpo cruise started to feel a ringing pain in the back of their heads. A strong headache started to come over them. Some even fell to their knees. It wasn't just one or two experiencing this. Everyone on board the ship was. The pulse continued to go out of the ship, past all the planets in the area. They were having the same experience as those on the Marpo cruise. This continued, reaching the other ship, changing back all of the memories of the vampires of what really happened. Although the pulse had gone out far, it was only in this area. They were far away from Earth or the beast planets. That would have to be changed another time. The sphere opened up, and immediately Layla leapt up to pull Sil out from the machine and brought him back down to the ground. Is it all done? Russ asked. The group looked at the people that were attacking them not too long ago. They stood there, eyes open wide, confused. They looked at their hands shaking, dropping their weapons. Many fell to their knees. What have we done? What has happened? Some of them were heard speaking to themselves. It's done. I got rid of any altered memories, so now all of their memories are real ones they have experienced. Unfortunately, it also means they will remember everything they have done till this point. They will have to live with the sins they committed while doing someone else's bidding. On the other planets, what Sil said was true. The fighting had immediately stopped. The explosions that were going off, the small skirmishes here and there, even Jake, who was in the middle of battle, everything had come back to him. Shit, Jake said to himself. We were all tricked. And not even a little bit either. Jake was fighting for the right side, but he felt guilty for forgetting everything Quinn had done and even thinking about going against him for a second. For the others, they looked around at the dead bodies of the alien race that they had been attacking and their own allies. Some of the surviving Pensui, Amra, and Mermerials, as soon as they saw the humans stop attacking, they did as well. For the humans, they looked at the injured, cut, and bruised aliens fighting with everything they had. Seconds ago, they saw them as the enemy. They were fighting to the death. Now everything was just replaced with guilt. Nearly all the humans at that point got on their knees, faces full of tears, and started to beg for forgiveness. We're sorry. We're so sorry. For them, though, they didn't care about revenge. Instead, They were just happy that everything had worked. They had won the war and managed to survive. Chris had stopped in his tracks. All of the strange thoughts he had moments before, now they made sense, and just like everyone else, he felt guilty for everything he did. There was an anger that rose in him that was unbearable. How could I work for such scum and do everything he said? What this also meant was that a certain man, who right now only had a head, had gotten his memories back. He could see his friend holding him, still crying uncontrollably. "Hey, don't waste those tears on me," Peter commented. "Do you remember when I pushed you in that portal? After that, I risked my life trying to protect you from the Dalki. There was no way for me to come back, so you ended up turning me." Of course, Quinn remembered. He would never forget a memory like this. Wait a second. If Peter is talking about this, doesn't this mean you ended up saving my life, even though I'd already thrown it away? And that's why I decided to dedicate this already thrown away life to you. So me helping you out again, I guess that finally makes us even. Quinn was unable to speak. He was stunned for words. If Peter's memories were back, then it meant the other group was successful and most likely alive as well. With his shadow, he could still connect to Minnie, so that was a big load off his mind. Meanwhile, Ray too had received his memories back to what they originally were, and instantly he threw Jim right to the ground, just hard enough to cause his body to bounce and some of the bones in his back to crack. "You tricked me," Ray shouted, and his aura came out of his mouth, touching Jim. It started to burn the outside of his skin slowly. Parts of his flesh could be seen underneath. Jim was screaming in pain but was unable to move due to the broken bone in his spine. "I forgot to add another thing to the list before. I hate being used," Ray said as the heat continued to burn Jim. All of Ray's anger and aura alone were being directed toward Jim until he was no longer moving. "Do you really think I don't remember what you told me about the nest crystals on your body?" Ray said to the dead Jim on the floor. Soon, one of the crystals on his body started to light up. As it did, it was healing the skin on the outside, restoring the broken bones in his body. "It may have looked like I wasn't listening to your rambling bullcrap, but I was paying attention the whole time. There was always something about you that rubbed me the wrong way, Ray." Jim started to breathe again, but when he could see through his eyes, the sight of Ray and the anger coming from him, all of the cells in his body were shaking. "Wait, we can change everything together. There's this thing, the go dash." Jim started to reach for his neck, and he could feel blood seeping out of it. He didn't even see Ray's hands, but it had been used to slice right at his neck, killing him again. He fell to the floor. "I'm going to enjoy this," Ray said, "killing you over and over again until you no longer get up." Ray was dead serious about it, and Quinn, taking a peek over, knew he had nothing to worry about. He had just fought against Ray. It was quite clear that he would have no problems making sure Jim was dead. "I've already killed that guy a few times. I don't need to kill him more," Quinn thought. He stood up with Peter's head still in his hand. "Are you feeling weak at all? Is everything okay?" "I'm feeling weak," Peter replied. "But I don't think I'm going to die. But I'm not so sure eating flesh will be able to bring my body back. We'll just have to work something out." Ray continued to kill Jim in excruciating ways, the most painful ways he could imagine. He even held back his strength just so Jim would suffer more. Finally, only one nest crystal was left. It seemed like a waste of nest crystals. Maybe they could have just ripped them from Jim's body and used them in other ways. But at the same time, allowing Jim to experience a different death multiple times seemed somewhat worth it. For the last crystal, Ray chucked Jim's body in the air. Then, opening up his mouth, he let out a stream of flames, burning Jim's body. He continued to burn it until there was nothing left of Jim. There was no crystal and no body to bring back. It was the end of Jim Eno. Ray turned around and looked at Quinn. He didn't know what to say but wanted to comfort him and started to walk his way. In turn, Quinn smiled back. But in the middle of the two of them, a beam of white light shot down from the sky, and standing there in its place was one Quinn didn't want to meet. "Mundus," Quinn said under his breath. Standing there in between Ray and Quinn was the one known as Mundus, the messenger of the Ancient Ones, essentially the ones that ran all of the gods. From what Quinn knew, there was no ultimate power in this world. The ultimate power itself was the universe that would shape and change based on what occurred, but it was clear that there were beings on higher levels, and if Quinn was to make a list, in his mind the ancient ones would be at the top and just under them were the likes of Mundus. Why is he here? Is he planning to go back on his deal? Is he going to force me to give back my armor? Quinn thought. He shifted his foot, getting ready to fight at any moment. Usually, after a long and hard battle, Quinn would be somewhat worn out. However, thanks to the limitless armor set, he was ready to go full strength against Mundus if need be. There were also plenty of active and passive skills on the armor that related to going against the Celestials. Even if Mundus was to use his power, or try to escape, Quinn could even force him to stay here. Ray, who could see the concerned look in Quinn's eyes, was ready himself. He had no idea who this was. Throughout his life he had never really encountered many of the Celestials, only hearing about them through Bliss. She often guided Ray in a way where he would cause no conflict for the Celestials, but it was only the recent events and his exploration that had caught their attention. I'll be ready to back you up at any second, Quinn. If you go in, I'll go in as well. Mundus lifted both his hands and then brought them together. He was clapping. Congratulations, Mundus said. Quinn, you have managed to do a task that has been a pain in our backside for a long time now. I can safely say, as an agent of the Celestials, you have completed your first task. Hearing this, Quinn decided to let down his guard a bit. He didn't deactivate all of the armor skills, but had done so allowing Mundus to still teleport away. Although it was a passive skill, he could still suppress it from working. In the armor's case, the passive skills more so meant that it could always be on and kept permanently on without a cooldown as such. He didn't want him to get suspicious of his powers if he tried and it failed. But if he tried to use the time stop ability, it wouldn't work on Quinn so much. As you said, I completed your task, and you will keep your promise, not to get involved in the Earth's affairs anymore. Quinn said. While everyone was fighting against each other, they were unaware of a much bigger threat that was going on. The Celestials were keeping an eye on what was going on with Jim and Jack. If the two of them continued to go ahead the way they were going, then it was quite possible that, in order to save part of the universe, the Ancient Ones would have just eliminated the human race altogether and all of Earth. Correct, but Mundus turned his head to look at Ray, to which the dragon human smiled back, gathering aura around his fists. Those eyes. You're making it look like you want to fight? Ray asked. This one is one that has been left alone for a while. They were the ones that told me to leave him alone, but then they ordered to take him out, and now they have stated to leave him be again. It makes me wonder, why have they been giving this God Slayer special treatment? I admit he has strong power, perhaps powers that could outmatch my own, but he is getting too involved to leave him be. Maybe I should. Mundus took a step forward, but when he did, two large white lights came out from above, directly in front of Ray, and a moment later 2 figures could be seen. The white light was a clear sign that the ones that had arrived were Celestials as well. One of them was wearing a cloak and wielding a staff. Although it was hard to see the face, based on the figure it was a woman. The other, a man with multiple weapons on his back. Both Ray and Quinn knew both of these Celestials. Bliss, Sarah, Quinn and Ray both said at the same time. It will do no good for you to continue with your actions. Bliss said. You made a deal, and Ray is part of all that belongs to Earth. You must leave everything in Quinn's hands, and if he wishes for Ray to stay, then he is to stay. Bliss held out her free hand that wasn't holding onto the staff. Soon a crystal started to appear in it that was a murky brown color. For Quinn, he had seen many God Slayer crystals before, and he knew this was one, he just had no idea whose crystal it was. She then threw the crystal over to Mundus, who caught it in the air, with his long twirling ears, and looked at it. That crystal is the God Slayer crystal of the one that caused this mess. Honestly, I shouldn't even be handing you that, but it is a power that can cause great problems no matter where it is. I suggest this time you keep it sealed away, and don't lose sight of it again. Mundus had nothing else to say, and with that, he turned to Quinn as his body was starting to cover in a white light. Remember, Quinn, we will ask for you, if we need you. You are now an official agent of the gods. Those were the last words of Mundus before he was sent up into the air. You two are very confident to appear in front of me, after all this time, Ray said. Please, Bliss replied. Me and you have worked together many times before, and I just saved you from even more trouble. Yet every time you get involved things seem to worsen. It would be better if you were never in my life to begin with. Quinn soon rushed towards the two with Peter still under his arm. What are you two doing here? Quinn asked. No, where were you this whole time? You always come and say you're trying to help, but then disappear when it's important. Bliss looked a little nervous. She had been attacked by Quinn in the past before. Whereas she knew how to somewhat control Ray, she didn't know too much about Quinn. I'm with you on this one, Sarah said. I did help in the war, by the way. I stopped your friend here, and the other werewolf one over there, from killing your giant stone friends. It was then that Quinn realized that Chris was behind him. He looked to be in good condition, so he was nothing to worry about. First, tell me about the others. If you have been watching everything, how is my family? Quinn asked. Your family are all safe and alive, Bliss answered. You did well, Quinn. You made the right decision in becoming an agent for the Celestials, and because of your actions you saved a lot of lives. Anyway, Mundus will keep his word, so it's safe to say that those from Earth, the vampires and humans, have nothing to worry about getting into trouble from the Celestials. I can guarantee you that. His heart started to settle, hearing his family was fine, but Quinn couldn't shake what Mundus had said about Galen. It might have been something that Bliss didn't even know. While Quinn was deep in thought, Bliss and Sarah took this as an opportunity to escape. The white light started to surround their bodies, but suddenly the white light started to fade away, until it was no longer around the two. Bliss tried to activate it again, and tried to enter the celestial space, but she was unable to. Where do you think you two are trying to run off to? I still have things I need you to do, Quinn said, having turned the passive skill back on. Bliss was beyond shocked. She had no clue what was going on, or why her celestial powers weren't working. It wasn't just her. It seemed like Sarah was unable to do anything about it either. In all of her time, for as long as she had existed, something like this had never occurred before. She had never heard of a power like this. When looking at Quinn, and his tone of voice, it sounded like he had something to do with it. What is going on with Quinn? How is he able to do something like this? Do the other Celestials know about this? Bliss thought. No, that's impossible knowing them. If they knew he had this type of power, then they would do everything they could to get rid of him. What do you want? Bliss asked. There isn't much I can do. Everything is already over. Is it not? Quinn took Peter's head from under his shoulder and thrust it forward, right in front of her. I was going to ask Mundus to help out with Peter's state, but he left a bit early, Quinn said. But I imagine someone like you, who knows magic and can do a lot of different things, might have a way to return Peter's body back to the way it was. Before answering, she looked at Peter, and could see his eyelids moving up and down. As long as he is not dead, then there is something I can do. Place his head on the ground for me. Quinn did what Bliss said. He was a little reluctant to trust her, even though he had been the one that asked her for help. But he felt that now she knew that she was unable to escape, that she wouldn't attempt to try anything. He was sure that she didn't want to experience a reincarnation. At the moment, using the bottom of her staff, Bliss was drawing a large circle, and after that she started to draw multiple symbols inside. It looked like those special magic circles that Quinn had seen a few times, and the same one that was used to open a door to the other world. While she was busy drawing the circle, Quinn took this as an opportunity to ask a few things he was curious about. That crystal that you gave to Mundus, it was a God-Slayer crystal, right? You said it belonged to the one that caused all of this mess. What did you mean? Quinn asked. Bliss sighed as she continued to work away at the magic circle. She somewhat never expected this, so she was a little unprepared. I suppose you won't let me go until I answer those questions either, right? Bliss replied. Although events like this, where one race causes so much trouble, are rare, it has happened before. I'm sure you already know that when one is considered a God-Slayer, that they leave a crystal behind, which allows its powers to be passed on to another. Now, when someone consumes that crystal, they obtain the power, and it might not mean they become a godslayer immediately, but they will still have a crystal. You, yourself, are a prime example of that. You had the power of a godslayer, but at first you didn't have the original source power. Now you do, but you weren't always considered a godslayer, but your power was. Even if you were to die before you became a godslayer, a crystal would have been left behind. Now it's safe to say that if one obtains a godslayer power, they have a higher chance to become a godslayer themselves. So in order to stop this, the godslayer crystals are locked away. The crystal I gave to Mundus was a godslayer crystal, the one belonging to the human named Malik. The one that was able to change memories. Quinn knew of Malik's existence, but according to the information he had, he wasn't much of a threat. Other than his power, it was hard to see him as a godslayer, but now it made sense if he had obtained his godslayer power through other means, just like that time Bryce Kane had used the shadow powers. There was something else you mentioned. Based on what you just said, how did Malik get the power in the first place? Was it stolen from this vault? Quinn asked. Bliss was checking the finer details of her magic circle. Leaning forward, she didn't answer straight away, and instead another crystal appeared in her hand. This time it was a nest crystal. It made Quinn wonder. For him these things were incredibly hard to find, but the Celestials, at least the older ones, had a number of them. Was there some way to create them, or did they just have a way of finding them? She placed the crystal down at the bottom of the magic circle, and banged her staff on the ground. The crystal, along with all the lines she had drawn, started to light up, and energy began to go straight into Peter's head. You are paying quite a bit of attention to what I said. But you are correct. The Godslayer crystal, it was stolen by someone, and fell into the hands of Malik. As to who it was, we have no idea. But the crystal would have had to have been stolen by someone in a high position, or someone close, most likely another Celestial themselves. Then you have to ask why they would do such a thing, and what their goal was in the first place. Unlike Bliss, that wasn't Quinn's worry. Did he really care about what happened to the Celestials? No, it was more how it affected Earth and his position. If someone was able to steal these Godslayer crystals once, then there was a chance that they would be able to steal them again. He was starting to imagine what would happen if all of the Godslayer crystals were stolen and used. It was a frightening thought. Looking at Peter, his body was starting to be restored. It was back to the way it used to be, and was shining strong. The nest crystals were amazing things. If they were able to create beasts just out of its own energy, then the least it could do was bring back an undead body. Now that I have done as you asked, and answered all your questions, am I free to go now? Bliss asked. Sure. And I truly hope that I never see you again, Quinn said. Same for me. Ray nodded. Bliss didn't say anything else and gathered the white energy around her and Sarah. In a blink they were gone up in the white bright light. In the middle of space there was one that was flying away from all of the planets. A particular vampire original who had managed to get away, Magnus. Magnus was not just any vampire original, but was one of the previous kings of the settlement. While flying away, he felt the pulse of energy, and a slight twinge in his head. It looks like they were successful in changing everything back to the way it was. Magnus said. A marking on his forehead started to glow, the marking of a single eye with wings. I am afraid I was unable to get a hold of any of the Talon family, and that Quinn. He has gotten even stronger. It will be hard to get close to them at this rate. Magnus said. There was a pause after he talked. There is another way, you say? Well, of course I will be up for the task. I have been waiting a long time for your return. It's time you came to this world, and make the vampires remember their existence in this world. Magnus punched in the coordinates on his ship, and the location was set for Earth. Peter was back to normal, and in one piece, he moved his limbs about as if they were foreign to him, swinging them about in the air and jumping a few times several meters in the air. I hate to say it, but I think that was a close call, Peter said. It's a good thing that one memory wasn't removed from you. Quinn tapped the side of his head. Yes, always protect the head. Although I feel like even though I would have protected my head, the rest of my body wouldn't have come back. Quinn had to agree. Perhaps this time he would have to owe it to Bliss for bringing Peter's body back. But then again, would she have done anything if he didn't force her? Regardless, both Jim and Bliss were able to do things with a nest crystal that I never knew about. A nest crystal even managed to save my life, and it was only because of Syl I learned how to increase my MC cells. Looks like I'm the one with the least knowledge about these things. Footsteps came over toward Quinn, armor rattling with each step. For a second Quinn turned his head and was about to go into fight mode with Ray, but he realized that there was no need anymore. I was fighting him for so long it was almost just natural instinct. You have grown a lot stronger since last time, Ray said. I know in the past we never fought toe-to-toe, but I always had an idea of your strength, and I have to say I'm beyond impressed. I thought that maybe no one would ever surpass me in strength, but if someone did, then having it be someone that belongs to my family line, I think I would be happy about that, and hey, maybe you will be able to do it. Able to do it? Does that mean Ray still thinks he is stronger than me even after that fight? Ah, I guess I should just see it as a compliment, Quinn thought. You managed to stop me from doing far worse than what I would have been capable of. If it wasn't for you, maybe all three of the alien races involved would have been killed. Although I have long passed beyond the point where I feel guilty for these types of actions, I still feel like I owe you. If there is ever anything you need in the future, you can turn in this favor. After having a battle with Ray, Quinn knew that he would be a valuable asset in the future. Whether he would need him or not was another thing, but it was always good to have. Do you know why Mundus went away when the others showed up? It seems like the Celestials don't bother you too much, Quinn asked. Mundus? Ray replied back, having no idea who that was. You mean that alien-looking person? I don't know much about him or the Celestials, like I said. I figured I was just too strong for them to deal with. They probably had decided long ago that it was better to leave me be, rather than try to take me on. It's better for the both of us. But don't feel jealous. That Bliss and Sarah have both gone against me before. Well, in Bliss' case, she made me go through a re-education. A little of Ray's aura crept out. Speaking of his past with Bliss seemed to put Ray in a sour mood. Anyway, there is no use talking to me. You should use your shadow thing to go ahead and be with your family and friends. I'm sure there is a lot for you to do, changing everyone's memories, including those back on Earth. For one. You should let me deal with everything else. Everything else? Quinn replied. I spent quite a bit of time with Jim. Ray explained. I know where the Marpo cruises were made. I know all of the bases that he built and went to. I won't rest until I get rid of every single one of them. Before I go, I'll stop by and see Logan, just to make sure he has a device ready that you can use to contact me. He can update me on information on anything to do with Jim, and for you to call in that favor whenever you need it. Quinn nodded. If it was Ray, then he was sure he could deal with whatever surprises Jim had, even if it was a 10-spike Dalkey. Ray could take them out. Not that they expected trouble of that caliber to prop up. One more thing, your shadow power. You have done well to make it your own, but I do have to warn you. Ray thought back to the battle, to the infected shadow beasts he saw. Be careful with the shadow. It is a power that has always had a will of its own. In my time, one of the shadow infected even broke off from the original host, making its power its own. I'm sure you have seen it, the shadow adapting to each person it has. Just make sure that you're always the one in control and not the other way round. It was the last piece of advice from Ray, and Quinn would take it seriously. With that, he activated his shadow link, and it wasn't long till he was able to link up with Minnie. The shadow behind Minnie started to extend, creating a pool of shadow behind her. Then a figure started to seemingly grow out of the shadow. It had caught the attention of everyone there. Quinn! Layla shouted, running up and giving him a big hug. She held onto him tight, but it was hard to do so properly with all the armor on his body. My, you have changed a lot since I last saw you. That armor is certainly impressive, Logan commented. Quinn didn't say much. He just looked at everyone with a big smile on his face. He was taking in the moment of everyone recognizing everyone. His eyes did fall on the frail Syl, and it angered him a little, but realized there was no need for him to be angry anymore. Tsh, look at him, Russ said. He's not even injured, while we were all risking our lives. What was he even doing? The reason why the war stopped was because of us anyway. He didn't even do anything. To Russ, it would look like that, since his armor was healed already from the marks that were on them, and Quinn looked completely fine, not even tired from his fight. "What happened? How are the Amra?" Layla asked. "The Amra, a lot of them died. I didn't make the armor as quickly as I thought I could, but quite a few of them managed to survive. At the moment they are still held up in their tower. I was planning to get Wince and Stark to come with us and head back to the tower. That way the three can talk." Quinn looked around. They were still on the Marpo cruise at the main console. It was slowly descending toward the planet they were on before. The plan was to get anyone who needed emergency help, the help they needed as soon as possible, to try and save as many lives as they could from this war. "I don't see them here. I guess they must be down on one of the planets below," Quinn said. The faces of the others were scrunched up and looking away from him, and as for his daughter, she was unable to stop sobbing as she thought about them. "What happened? What happened to them?" Quinn asked. The others had given the terrible news to Quinn, stating how they had died and what they had all gone through, fighting Pine and straight afterwards needing to deal with H as well. When telling their tales, they didn't diminish any of their feats. How the Blades, Cyril, and Wince had fought against the five-spiked Dalki, doing their best and doing everything they could to hold them back, in order to protect the people. Then there was Stark. His tale was a large one. They explained how he had helped rescue Syl in the first place, then went on to detail how he had helped Syl in protecting him on one of the planets, finally his sacrifice in taking Jack out, and how it had an impact on the war, and on what H was trying to do at the last moment. Quinn was more than upset hearing all of this. All he could do was think about them and their thoughts as they went through everything. He had expected losses in a fight of this scale. Of course it would have been good if no one had to lose their lives. But what troubled him the most was the fact that it was outsiders who had lost their lives in this war. People who Quinn had come to and asked for help. If he had never gone to Wince and Cyril, if he had never gone to the Pensui planet, then would they all have lived through this war? "You can't think like that," Alex said, speaking into Quinn's mind, still present in the armor. Due to the connection the two had this way, there were times where Alex could hear Quinn's thoughts. Thinking like that diminishes their sacrifices. Without Cyril, would you have ever been able to find the information you needed? Without Wince on your side and the Mermerials, would they have been able to fight back as long as they did? And without Stark, would any of this would have worked out? In the end, if none of them did these things, then there's a good chance we would have never won this war, and then both the Pensui and the Mermerial planets would be gone. So you thinking that it's your fault for dragging them into this, that's just disrespectful to them. Alex's words gave him some comfort, but it was still not enough for Quinn. He had a big question on his mind. Was there ever a time, or a way he could stop losing the people he cared about? Conflicts seemed to continue to rise one after the other, and what was the cause of it all? Quinn and the others still had a lot to do even though the war had ended. The Amra along with Geo and Dober safely left the tower. They were saddened by the destruction of the city and all of their planets. Everything would have to be rebuilt from scratch. Although they would have help in doing so, the Mermerials and the Pensui all agreed to send aid and help. On top of that, the Earthlings would help as well. After Syl made a full recovery, eating and looking like his former self once again. The device had been used on Earth and all the local planets, changing everyone's memories back to the way it was. This continued on the Beast planets where the Greylash faction controlled, and the vampire settlement as well. When people had learned of what really happened, there was a lot of anger, and they wanted that anger to lash out at someone to blame. At first a lot of it was pointed towards Logan, even though he wasn't to blame. The ones to blame were dead. But the people needed to push their anger out somewhere. In the end, Quinn was needed to make a speech. He was the one that was able to calm everyone down. Because in all of this, Quinn was the biggest victim and they listened to his words. The anger had turned into guilt, and in order to get rid of some of that guilt, the humans and vampires needed to act. They were to help with the restoration of the Amra planets, and not only those planets but the Namriks and every other planet that they had attacked. They would help the others with technology, passing on knowledge and so on. This wasn't a one-time handout either. Quinn wanted to make it a longer commitment. They had done so much damage to the other planets and they needed to repay that. There was also a special ceremony that had been decided to be held on the Amr planets. It was to honor all of those that had fallen in the war. All three races had agreed on a date to meet and honor all of those that died. Quinn had also been invited, along with the others that had helped in the war. A large stage was built and a special large monument, a thick large pillar, that had the names written down of every single person who died. Right at the very top there were 4 names displayed, of those who had contributed the most in the war, names that were never to be forgotten. Speeches were made of each person's story and the sacrifices they had made. To some it might have sounded like the stories were amplified for the sake of their heroic deeds. But many of them knew that it truly wasn't the case. After the ceremony was over, Quinn decided to head back to the vampire settlement and live there with his family once more. There was still some clear resentment between vampires and humans. Although no longer enemies and both aware of each other, they just felt safer living apart. In the vampire settlement itself, Ronkin and Juk were standing on top of one of the houses, looking out at one of the castles in the distance. I still can't believe it, that I was next to the great Quinn the whole time, and I didn't even know it, Ronkin said. It's so strange. Every time I think about it, I want to kick myself. How can one's memories be affected so much? Do you know, we used to just go around patrolling together every day. No one would believe it. Juk nodded along, as he heard this for the 10th time already. I knew he was special even without memories of him. Ever since I saw him on that ship, training everyone in hand-to-hand combat. That's why I never went against him. I wonder what he's going to do now, and how he's going to change this place. Well, one thing is for sure, his family will definitely be treated completely different now. I can just imagine the look on all of the kids' faces when Minnie goes back to school. Behind the castle, in the large garden around the round table, a meeting was taking place. All of the originals, as well as the old family leaders that had been awakened, and those like Mukka were there while Quinn sat at the head of the table. There were a lot of times where he would just push the duty off to someone else, but somehow he had become somewhat in charge of the vampire settlement. It felt natural to all of the others. Rather than running away, Quinn just went with the flow this time. It was a lot easier compared to the past, as everyone felt like they were more inclined to listen to him. There has still been no news about where Magnus currently is, and no one has seen him, Edvard stated. Is he really someone that we should be worrying about so much? Bianca replied. He is just one vampire and can't do much on his own. You're correct, Pickle interrupted. But he is not just any vampire. He is one of the originals and a former king who had ignited a war. His beliefs are still the same as they were in the past. The fact that he hasn't given himself up and gone into eternal slumber means he must be planning something. A lot of the originals wanted to go back into eternal slumber, leaving everything to the newer generation, but they felt like Magnus was their problem to deal with, and until that was dealt with, then they wouldn't go back to sleep. There is one connection we can try, Grenlet added. Magnus had a student, no? Perhaps he knows something, or what Magnus was planning. Honestly, Quinn was considering leaving this whole thing alone. Jim and Jack had been dealt with. There were no more big threats, so why go chasing after one? The Celestials had kept their word, and hadn't gotten involved at all. Yet, there was a sick feeling in his stomach about all of this. One of the things that were the most normal in the vampire settlement was the vampire school, Roland Academy, as it was called. Even during the war, the students never really stopped going to school. After all, basic education was important, and Jim was also putting pressure on the new generation of vampires to fight as well. However, it had been a long time since Minnie had gone to school. Having left in the middle of everything, her family being accused of being these grand villains and more, it was safe to say, she was nervous as she walked down the settlement streets. A big difference from before, though, was that nearly every vampire was stopping to look at the two of them. Some smiled, others waved, and there were even those that whispered. What would also occur once in a while was some of them stopping to give Layla and Minnie gifts. Mom. This is so strange. Everyone is treating us so differently, Minnie said, holding her mother's hand. You're right, it is a bit strange, but they are just being grateful for what we've done. Now that they have their memories back, they know about your father's good deeds in the past, And don't forget about yourself. You're a hero as well now, and you should be proud. It's just easier to smile back and accept the gifts. Layla explained. Layla was sure that it would all calm down at some point. It was just that the events were very recent and the people. They needed something to celebrate because with the war having taken place, the settlement was looking a lot quieter. It was around 1/3 of the size of the settlement before they had left. The vampires had suffered a lot in the war. You're a hero too, Mum. Remember you helped out as well? And with that cool sword, you and Uncle Russ did a good job beating the pointy Dalky. Minnie excitedly did a little hop. Mommy, where is Uncle Russ? I haven't seen him since the war. Wasn't he meant to stay and protect us? He's a hero as well, right? Layla wasn't too sure how to answer this question, because she was unsure where Russ was either. He didn't really care for others' lives, and had a huge drive for revenge. But soon after the war he was never seen again. According to Quinn, he must have figured out some way to remove the chi control from his mind. Although Layla felt like she might have had something to do with that. Still, Russ did save them. Whether he would have done so without the chi command or if his own life wasn't in danger was another thing. But as long as he wasn't causing trouble, then that was fine with her. Somewhere on one of the Greylash planets. That will be 4,000 credits per night for the resort, sir. Achoo! Russ wiped his nose. Someone must be talking about me. I guess I'm pretty popular now. Eventually, Minnie had arrived at school and the stares from the other parents and kids didn't stop there. But there was nothing Layla could do but give Minnie a big hug and wish her good luck. You have to grow up strong. In the future your brother is going to attend the school as well, and we need someone to protect him, all right? Minnie nodded her head. She was quite the family person, so whenever Layla wanted her to do something she had to say it was for the family. It was technically true, but Layla did feel somewhat bad saying these things. When Minnie entered her classroom, unlike most of the adults that would smile and wave, nearly all the kids would just whisper about her, and it wasn't like she was unable to hear any of it. Minnie's dad was Quinn Talon, the previous king of the vampire race, and I hear he's basically running things now. Wait, does that mean Minnie is like some type of princess? What happens if we do something wrong? Will we be punished? Will our whole family get kicked out of the settlement? Eventually Minnie saw someone she had wanted to see for a long time. Abby came through the door, her first friend she had made. Abby, Minnie said, coming over and grabbing both of her hands. I'm so happy to see you. It's been so long. Minnie was unable to hold back the tears, but Abby gave a nice smile back. It's good to see you as well, Abby said. But are you sure you still want to be friends with me? I mean, you're practically a princess. Shouldn't you hang around the other family leaders' kids or something? Minnie shook her head violently. Please no. No, no. No, I just want to be treated like normal. And I hate that people keep calling me princess, Minnie stated. Abby was happy as well. She wanted to continue being friends with Minnie, but was unsure if she would still want to be friends with her. She was sure that many would be trying to get close with Minnie now, unlike before, and she might just get in the way. For Minnie, though, all of those would just be fake friendships. Abby, who was her friend when she knew Noon, that was her real friend. Princess, a voice called out entering the classroom door. Where is the princess? Immediately, Toby's eyes latched onto Minnie, and he started to run over, bowing his head. Minnie, I always knew you were amazing, but to think that you were a long-lost princess. This is perfect. Just like those TV shows, the princess always rejects the prince and decides to go for someone more common, and I could be. Stop it, Abby said. Minnie doesn't like to be called princess. Just call her Minnie. Seeing Toby and Abby again, it really warmed her. She could just be herself again, and not worry about a grand war or having to fight. This was one of her favorite memories, being at school together with them. She didn't realize how much she missed it, until she was unable to attend. The rest of the day continued like normal. There were some differences for Minnie. For example, when she put her hand up, the others put their hand down, allowing for her to answer. She noticed this after a few times and then stopped putting her hand up after. Other than that, it really had gone back to normal, but there was a strange mood in the air. When listening into others' conversations, Minnie could hear it, the others talking about some of their parents having been killed in the war. Luckily, Abby's parents were fine, her father was on the research side, and her mother was the designated parent. For Toby it was the same, only his father was in the settlement since his mother was banished, so he was the dedicated parent for Toby, meaning he didn't have to go out to war. Finally though, it was time for break, and Minnie could try to forget about all of that. When break came, there were still many interested in Minnie. For one, now all those in the higher grades were giving her more attention. If she's Quinn's daughter, then she must be super strong. She must have held back in that assessment that happened a while ago. Hey, just because one is strong doesn't mean the other is, and besides, haven't you heard? I think she was adopted. Damn. I wish I was adopted into the Talon family. Could you imagine that? Rumors were spreading all over the place, and she didn't like it one bit. Still, no one was approaching the three, almost too scared. That was until one student, an older one, walked toward them. Sister Hebe, Minnie called out. She remembered Hebe. She had kept her secret about her powers and her mother's at the time, and was one of the students selected to be taught by one of the original leaders. Minnie, I hate to ask you this, but I need your help, Hebe said. It's about Jared. Do you remember him? Hebe and Jared were the two that kept Minnie's secret and were always nice to her. She had even fought against him in the assessment. In the end, Jared had Magnus as his mentor-teacher. Jared has been taken away by the leaders. I think he's under investigation for something. Which is why I need your help. I need you to speak to your father. I think Jared is in trouble. The celestial space was originally created by one of the ancient ones. Celestials could create their own celestial space, but none were as large as the celestial space used by all. Time passed slower than in any other space, and there were certain things one could do in this special space that they weren't able to do in others. For example, travel to other planets and areas. This was something unique to the Ancient One. When creating spaces, he could add unique elements to them, but with all of the spaces he created, hard-set rules needed to be applied. The number of rules, how many people these rules applied to, what type, and who, all of these things would dictate the strength of the space created. Using this power, the Celestial was also able to create prison cells for the Celestials that caused too much trouble. Killing them would result in their rebirth at some point, so it was best to put them in their own space with no way of escaping. Quinn had been subjected to this before. The rules were simple, making it nearly impossible to break out using his powers alone. But he had found a way around them by giving up his celestial title and turning into a god-slayer. It was something unique to Quinn that had never happened before. But the celestial space was just that, a space. It was used as a tool to make their jobs far easier, a way for all of the gods to work together and accomplish the bidding that the universe wished for them more easily. The person the Ancient Ones put in charge of the celestial space was Mundus, and that was how he became known as the Messenger. There were very few Celestials who had seen what the Ancient Ones looked like. Moreover, they rarely observed things themselves and simply received information passed on by Mundus. With his information, they would make decisions on what to do, rarely getting involved unless it was of utmost importance. What this meant was that the Ancient Ones didn't live in the celestial space. They lived in the grand universe outside it, in a strange solar system where there was one planet that orbited the sun. There was almost nothing in space, no asteroids or other planets. Whether it had always been this way or had become so, only those who lived on the planet would know. The planet resembled Earth to a large extent, with vast blue seas and greenery spread all over. It mostly looked like a wild jungle that had been spread across the surface. However, there was one major difference. The clouds. Instead of being high up in the sky, they were low, close to the ground and everywhere. As they passed through objects, they would leave a significant amount of water vapor on the trees. There were also more clouds than there would be on Earth, covering a large portion of the planet's surface. One area, however, remained clear of clouds, as if it wasn't allowed to be touched. It was a castle, a large castle with rectangular-shaped walls and only one gate, one entrance. The place was surrounded by clouds, as if it was floating on top of them, and it was hard to find if one tried to look for it from the surface. This was because, like a giant flying object, it constantly moved around the planet. Walking atop the clouds, heading towards the gate, was none other than the messenger. Reaching the front gate, 2 guards stood by the side of the doors, dressed in identical armor. The armor was covered in red, blue, and white stripes, giving the impression that they were wearing some kind of clown uniform. "Hey, so you guys are still here like always? This place never changes," Mundus commented. But neither of them said a word. Holding out his hand, celestial energy was released, hitting both of the doors. The doors lit up, and on the other side, a mechanism started to turn as celestial energy continued to move it. These were the castle gate doors, and the only way to open them was by using celestial energy, but not just any celestial energy, it had to be registered. When the doors were created, they were infused with celestial energy. After that, only the person who created the doors could open them or register new energy for them to be opened. Mundus was one of those registered, so the doors would open for him. There was a simple reason for this. The planet where Mundus currently resided, was where the Ancient Ones lived. Once the doors opened, one could see inside the castle. It was large and filled with ornaments and paintings. The ornaments and paintings seemed to be from long ago, but the strange thing was that each item appeared to be from a different time period. Some items looked much newer than others, and it was difficult to see them displayed together. As Mundus continued to walk through the hallways, there were items that seemed to be from entirely different planets. This collection changes every time I walk through these halls, but I suppose when one has the ability to do absolutely anything, they must have some sort of hobby. Eventually, Mundus found a staircase leading down below. Once again, he was met with a door with a peculiar locking mechanism in front. Just like the last door, he held out his hand and blasted it with celestial energy. The lock twisted and turned until the door eventually opened, and steam started to emanate from the bottom. Stepping inside, Mundus found himself in a completely silver room. It was long, stretching so far until the end was no longer visible, resembling a tunnel. The walls, at least in the first part, were filled with all sorts of weapons. They had various shapes and sizes, clearly crafted from the remains of powerful beasts. Just by looking at the weapons, one could tell that they held immense power. The wall was adorned with them hanging in place. These were the God-Slayer weapons that had been confiscated and locked up. Mundus had been walking for about an hour until the weapons finally ceased. But the tunnel continued. Instead of weapons on the walls, there were now crystals. First, Mundus went right to the end and placed H's crystal in an empty slot, with the rest of the slots ahead still unoccupied, indicating that there was room for many more. I hope I don't come across any more powerful God-Slayer items, though. Otherwise, I'll have to go through that whole moving process again. This tunnel and system weren't very well thought out. After placing H's crystal down, Mundus searched for an empty gap. Finally, he found it, the spot where Malik's crystal was meant to be. He placed the murky-colored crystal in its original position. Locked down in here, you should never be allowed to roam freely and cause so much trouble again, Mundus said to himself proudly. Although should be is a very important question. It still perplexes me to this day how someone was able to get in here. The only ones with access are me and the Ancient Ones, but it couldn't possibly be any of them, and it wasn't me. Unless someone used memory alteration on me, I would have remembered something like that. Mundus continued to walk through the walls of crystals until he eventually came to another empty gap on the wall. That day, 2 crystals were stolen from this vault. One was returned, but the other has yet to come back. Jared's legs couldn't stop shaking. They were almost rattling as they bashed against each other. He looked around the room. It was dark, and there were only 1 or 2 light sources produced by the Nest crystal torches. He could see well in the dark because he was a vampire, but even vampires still preferred to see more naturally if they could. The light sources shone on those in the room. There were vampires standing by the edge of the wall, completely still. There were 4 of them in total in the small room, each of them just standing there, not saying a word and just looking over at him. Why was I called in so suddenly, and to a place like this? Jared thought. They even blindfolded me before taking me here. What could this even be about? I didn't do anything wrong. Did I? The whole situation was making him nervous because usually a leader would just summon someone if they wanted to ask questions, but the lengths they had gone to to bring him to wherever he was showed how serious the matter was. The sound of a sliding door was heard. It lifted a part of the wall, a hidden entrance. The person walking in, Jared recognized the person well, and everyone would have noticed what he looked like. He was the talk of all the vampires in the past and present. "Sir Quinn," Jared said, standing up from his seat and immediately bowing down with one hand across his chest. "Sorry about this. You must be a little scared with everything that has happened," Quinn said. Entering the room behind Quinn was both Edvard and Hickel. The latter went ahead and talked to the guards, who all quickly left the room, and the door was shut behind them, leaving only them and Jared in the room. "This case, and the questions that we need to ask you, is quite a sensitive matter. So it's important that we have no one else listening to the conversation," Edvard explained. The three of them went ahead and took a seat opposite Jared. They weren't afraid of him. They were all strong vampires, and Jared, although skilled for a child, wouldn't have the strength to beat a single one of them, so he wasn't restrained either. However, just as Edvard had stated, this investigation was being run in secret. Magnus was capable of starting a war between vampires, so it was clear that there were those that would support his ideals, especially among the other leaders and possibly the other originals as well. It was why Hickel and Edvard, who were members of the Punisher's convent, were selected by Quinn to do this task. "We want to ask you a few questions related to your mentor Magnus. I'm sure you have already noticed, but Magnus is missing," Quinn stated. Of course, Jared knew Magnus wasn't around, but he didn't know he was missing. This information wasn't made known to the public. They didn't want to scare them with anything, and especially not until they knew what Magnus was doing. But the line of questioning would have made it obvious to Jared that they didn't know what had happened to him. "I want you to answer the next set of questions honestly, and I would rather not use the influence skill on you to get the answers we are looking for. I trust that you are a good kid and understand what I'm asking," Quinn said. Quinn could reasonably guess if one was lying or not by the change in their aura and heartbeat. When trying to determine if a vampire was lying, it was a little more difficult, but the younger one was, the more honest their bodies were. The influence skill had its restrictions as well, only answering directly the questions asked, and they were hoping that asking in this way would expand their knowledge. "I understand, sir. I will help you the best I can," Jared stated. The questioning began with Edvard and Hickel taking it in turns to ask the questions they wanted. It was questions such as what Jared and Magnus would do in their mentoring sessions. Did Magnus leave the castle much, or did he ever say anything that seemed out of the ordinary? For the most part, it sounded like Magnus had treated Jared as an official student, doing well for him to learn his ways. What did come as a surprise, though, was Magnus asked a lot about Jared's power. He knew how to use the First Family's ability. Finally, though, it looked like they were able to make some sort of breakthrough. Jared was nervous. Sweat was running down the side of his face. But taking a big gulp, he spoke up. "There was a way me and my master used to be able to speak to each other. A few days ago, I tried to contact him, but there was no answer," Jared answered. "A way you two used to contact, you mean like telepathy?" Hickel asked. "Then are other vampires involved in this?" Jared shook his head. "It's like telepathy and works the same way, but it's not. Using a writing crystal, I would draw a marking on the palm of my hand. It would last a few days, but with the marking it would allow me and Sir Magnus to talk to each other." The leaders looked at each other. They had never heard of such a thing. "Maybe Richard would have known what this was, or we could talk to Vincent," Edvard suggested. Quinn had other ideas, though. When Jared explained drawing the symbol on his hand, he noticed the shapes that were drawn. "You can use blood aura on your fingertip?" Quinn asked. Jared nodded, thinking it was a strange question to ask out of the blue, but he showed Quinn he was able to. "Can you draw the symbol in the air?" Jared did as instructed, and with his finger lit up he drew the shapes of the symbol. The other leaders were still confused, but when Jared was done, immediately Quinn drew the symbol with his blood aura in the air again. Now all the others could see the symbol that was drawn quite clearly. It was a round large eye with bat-like wings. It was a symbol that Quinn had come to know and had seen a few times. "Immortality," Quinn said under his breath. You know that name?" Edvard was stunned. The originals knew of Immortality, but it was mostly through Richard Eno. Spending a long time together as the originals, they were quite aware of the one that had turned them all into vampires in the first place. So they also knew about the being that Richard had contacted that had turned them, but it was a name that was never brought up. Yes, I do. This symbol is one that belongs to Immortality. It's his marking on those that follow him. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Laxmus also had a marking as well. The more Quinn thought about it, there were other times where Quinn had seen the marking or learned about it. Zero, the Black Sword, Laxmus, and now it was possible that Magnus was linked to it as well. All of these things and the people they have caused great conflict, and always someone with the marking is around during it. Is it a coincidence? Quinn thought. There had been a question on Quinn's mind for a while now: why did conflict among the vampires, not just the vampires and the humans, keep on appearing? Sure, throughout history there had always been conflict, but not at this level. Maybe Quinn was starting to see an answer somewhere. The marking that you drew on your own body, is it a temporary one? Or do you have a permanent one? Quinn asked. I always just drew the marking on my hand and it would last a few days. I would then have to redraw it as well. But Magnus, I believe he always had a marking and never had to draw one. Going into this, they weren't sure whether or not Magnus was a threat, but now Quinn was pretty sure that Magnus would be up to something. Quinn, sir, there is one more thing, something that I never understood. Jared said. Magnus gave me one last order, when I last saw him and when I last spoke to him. He told me, no matter what, to keep the Talon family alive. It had become quite clear that, like Laxmus, Magnus was also under the control of Immortality. For whatever reason, these two were doing the bidding of the Celestial that even the Ancient Ones feared, so much so that they locked Immortality away to another plane, one not directly linked to the one on Earth. Without meaning to, Quinn and his friends had managed to kill nearly all of the dedicated followers of Immortality that were causing great chaos. Quinn had even removed the marking that was originally on the Black Sword and replaced it with his own. Ultimately, a portal had been opened to the other plane, but once again it was closed by Quinn. So then why did Magnus tell Jared to make sure the Talon family lived? Wouldn't it make more sense that he wanted them dead? Did Magnus ever give you a reason? Quinn asked. Jared shook his head. Not quite, but there were some strange things. He would often ask me questions about Minnie, but when he found out that she was adopted and wasn't biologically related to you, he stopped. I have no clue why he asked to keep your family alive. The original leaders were amazed that Immortality, the god that made them become vampires, was interested in Quinn, but they felt it was only right after knowing what power he had. Thinking about Quinn, a thought came to Hickle's mind. Weren't you the one that originally created that item, the red heart? Hickle asked. We learned a bit about what happened when we were under Jim. He updated us on the situation and talked about sealing off the portal. If we replace the deeds he told us he did with you, then I assume you were the actual one that created what was known as the Red Heart. The originals were in eternal sleep, so when they were awoken, Jim informed them that he was the current leader of the vampire settlement, while explaining all of the feats he had achieved. This was backed up by Mukka, who had her memory changed as well as everyone else, so the story fit for them. Maybe it's not just you, but your family that is able to open up a portal to where he is. If you or your family died, then he would have no way of opening up a portal. This reminded Quinn of why Mundus had locked him up in the first place. He had been told that he had a strong link to Immortality, and while he was alive, there was a way for Immortality to get out. What if he had figured out a way to do so without Quinn but just members of his family? It would mean Galen was in danger, or at least a target. I thought the link was only the case as while I was a Celestial like him, but if that's not the case, maybe it's still possible. Mundus is just honoring our deal. The three continued to ask Jared questions about Magnus, in hopes they might have known where he had gone. If his goal was Galen or Quinn, then he would still have to be close. They had received a list of locations, but they were all places that they had already checked over, before even questioning Jared. Thank you for all your help so far. You have given us a lot of great information, Quinn said, his eyes starting to glow red. There are just 2 more questions I need to ask you. Did you answer all of the questions today to the full extent of your knowledge and truthfully? Yes. Jared answered clearly under the influence skill. This was a sigh of relief for Quinn. The last thing he wanted to do was to have someone a little bit older than Minnie be an enemy of some sort. I'll need to do a full search of your body. I know you said the marks were temporary that you drew on yourself, but we just need to see if there are any permanent ones. The search was done and they were unable to find anything. As soon as the search was done, Hickle had an odd look on his face as he heard something being sent through his head. Quinn. Apparently your daughter is outside, asking for you, and she says it's urgent, Hickle said. Quinn, hearing the words urgent, placed everyone there in his shadow space. After that he used Shadow Link and appeared right behind Minnie, letting everyone out of the shadow space. What's the emergency, Minnie? Is everything okay? Quinn said, looking around. He noticed they were in the entranceway of the 10th castle. They were all standing on a red rug that split off into two ways and went up a large staircase to reach the second floor. There didn't seem to be any attack going on. There were just the guards of the castle near Minnie, and standing by her side a slightly taller older girl. It was Hebe. The two girls immediately spotted Jared at the back. His face was pale and a little red. He looked flustered, but it was mainly because he had just been searched naked in front of the other original leaders, which was somewhat embarrassing of itself. No, don't, Hebe shouted. You can't take Jared, you can't kill him, he did nothing wrong, and even if he did, he's a good vampire, he's a good person. He always even looked out for Minnie on the side. Daddy, please don't kill Jared. I don't know him very well, but he kept Minnie's secret, so I think he's a good person, Minnie said. Not think, he is a good person, Hebe continued to shout. The leaders had to take a step back due to all of the shouting. They were confused at what was going on. Guys, relax. Jared spoke up. They're not here to kill me. They just wanted to ask me some questions, that was all. None of you should be talking to the leaders like this, especially Quinn. Hebe knew he was right, but how was she supposed to react? You mean they're not going to kill you? Then why did they suddenly put that bag over your head and drag you away? Edvard slapped the top of his forehead loudly after hearing that. My men did that right in front of you? I'm sorry, they must have given you quite a scare. It was no wonder you thought they were going to kill your friend. It was a complete misunderstanding and Edvard felt like it was his fault. Letting Jared come through, he ran over and gave Hebe a big hug. Thanks for always looking out for me. But you worry a bit too much, Jared said. Hebe was crying, and one would suspect that their relationship was more than just friends by the drastic reaction. After a long hug, the two let go, and Jared looked at Minnie. I can't believe that you even went through all the trouble to get Minnie to try and convince her father. And you? Jared went to about eye level, squatting down on his knees to look at Minnie. I can't believe you were ready to try to convince your father, thank you, Jared said. His hands raised up, and a dark red glow filled his eyes. In an instant his hand had conducted a strong condensed form of blood aura, all to one point in his finger, going right toward Minnie's head. What do you think you're doing? Quinn said, as he held onto Jared's hand, stopping the finger from hitting Minnie's head, less than a centimeter away. Quinn immediately pulled Jared away from Minnie, and held him by his throat as he slammed him against the wall. The wall cracked, but Quinn held back his strength so Jared wouldn't die nor would he go through the wall. He glanced at his right hand, and in the palm, the symbol of Immortality could be seen. What are you doing? Hebe shouted. You just said he was fine. Both Edvard and Hickle stopped the two girls. Stop, your friend just attempted to take Minnie's life. The original leaders Edvard and Hickle both saw the same thing as Quinn. They witnessed what Jared had tried to do in his final moments. Condensing not just a small amount of blood aura, but it was an extremely large amount, in fact too large for someone who was just his age, unless they were some type of genius. The thing was, after all the investigation they had done, after seeing how Minnie and Hebe had welcomed him back, they never thought, right there and then in front of Quinn, that Jared would attempt to harm his daughter. What are you talking about? Jared would never try to hurt Minnie, Hebe shouted. The leaders emitted blood aura, creating a type of barrier, warning the two girls to stop. However, Minnie wasn't trying to push forward, and that was because she felt it as well. The great power that was coming toward her. It was a good thing Quinn was there, because then there was a chance that no one would have been able to stop it. At the moment Quinn wasn't wearing his Godslayer armor. He never really had it on since the day he had fought against Ray. The armor was meant to be a secret from the Celestials, so it would be best that he kept it that way. He wouldn't want to be using it and have some Celestial taking a peek finding out what he had. Regardless, without it, Quinn was still plenty strong and plenty fast. What is this? Quinn thought as he held up Jared. He was struggling, kicking his legs and swinging his arms. The energy around him was running wild, and just like with the strike before, the power behind them was far more than he was capable of. This was the power of a vampire knight, but of course to Quinn these hits simply bounced off him. The look in his eyes, has he lost control? It doesn't feel like I'm looking at the same person I was looking at before, and the marking, I should have known that they would have been able to hide it. Most likely all of this is Magnus or Immortality's doing. But why target Minnie? He already said she has nothing to do with all of this. She can't help them in any way, so why would he try to kill her? And if I wasn't here, if he had decided to just pretend to get along, leave the castle, he could have attacked her while I wasn't next to her. This thought made Quinn shudder with fear. Stop struggling for a second, Quinn said, as he sent a wave of chi directly to Jared's head. As it hit him, it caused him to pass out immediately. He stopped struggling and Quinn let him go onto the ground. Did you kill him? Hebe asked. Don't worry, your friend is very much alive. But I'm not sure you will be able to see him so soon. The two girls were sent home. Minnie was told to go straight to Layla and stay with her, to not get out of her sight until he had come back. In the meantime, he needed to deal with the current situation. The good news was that they were in the 10th castle, and in the 10th castle there was possibly the one person that would prove to be the most helpful in this type of situation, and that was Vincent. The three were inside his lab, and Vincent had asked the others to carefully lay Jared down in a strange room that was built into the wall of the lab. When they moved out, a glass door slid closed. It was a type of cell, but not for prisoners, it was more so for experiments on other things. The reason why Quinn had gone to see Vincent for help was because he was a great researcher, and on top of that he stayed in frequent contact with Logan. According to Vincent, Logan had recently nearly passed on all the information that Richard Eno had given him. It was as if they had Richard Eno himself with them. I'm sorry, Quinn, but I'm not sure there is a way to remove the marking from Jared. We could attempt cutting off his hand, but it wouldn't be a guarantee, and it's not like we have other subjects we could test that on. And I doubt something as complex as this can be removed just by cutting a part of it out. Wouldn't you have more ways of stopping this, considering your experience? As a Celestial, Quinn used to be able to mark people himself, and he had broken one marking before, although that was on a weapon, but with him no longer having Celestial energy anymore, there was no way for him to do anything himself. I can think of one thing, Quinn thought to himself, but just having the thought itself made his stomach twirl a little bit. The marking doesn't have to be removed by me, it can be removed by another Celestial. As long as they have enough points to remove the marking, but if we were to do this, then it would have to be a Celestial that I trust, or one that I can ask help from. There were certain names that were popping up in Quinn's head, but none of them quite fit the bill. We don't have a lot of options. Tell Logan to do a search on anyone that matches Magnus' face, and also for him to see what every vampire is doing on Earth. At the same time contact Xenon from the Greylashes and for him to do the same. I know we might not find anything, but we have to try. As for the vampire settlement itself, we have no clue who has a marking and who doesn't. Jared was the one that worked closely with Magnus, but he might not be the only one. We need to do a full investigation on all of those that have had contact with him, including the other leaders. They might not like it, but we have to. Although the others agreed to the orders, there was still a problem of what to look for. If they could hide their marking, then they were meant to just observe people until they finally acted, but what else could they do? He needed to know what they were after. Was it him, his family, or something else? Right now, they were on the defensive. The attack, they knew I would stop it, otherwise they would have never attacked right in front of me. You are absolutely right. A deep voice that echoed and was distorted could be heard throughout the room. It was almost so distorted to the outside that one wouldn't be able to understand what was being said. Yet all of them could hear it clearly. They looked ahead, and through the glass, Jared was slowly getting up off the floor. He pushed himself up with his arms and lifted his head. revealing glowing white eyes, full of celestial energy. I have been wanting to talk to you for some time now. I never thought, though, this is how the two of us would meet, Quinn Talon, Jared said. It was clear to all of them in the room that this wasn't Jared speaking, just like before. It was someone else. While the others somewhat stood back away from the glass, Quinn had decided to take a step forward. You've been waiting to speak to me. Well then speak. But tell me, who am I speaking to? Quinn asked. Jared started to break out into laughter, swinging his head back. The sound of the laughter was getting louder and louder. It was incredibly powerful, and all of the machinery that Vincent had monitoring the inside of it was going off the charts as beeps and other things were heard. The laughter stopped, and so did the rest of the equipment going off. Jared looked straight ahead at Quinn. Can you really not guess? It is I, Immortality. Now let's have a little talk, shall we? Immortality, a figure that Quinn had heard a lot about, and someone that had been involved in his life in more ways than one, yet the two of them had never directly talked to each other. There was no way to confirm that the one they were really talking to through Jared was Immortality, but Quinn could tell. Only a powerful celestial could do something like this to their followers. He doubted this was something Magnus, another dedicated follower, could do. I know a lot about you, Quinn said. I know about your past, and I know why you are locked up, and how there is a particular group that would like to keep it that way. It wasn't that Quinn liked the Celestials. Heck, Immortality was a Celestial himself, but it was almost as if he was chucked into the middle of this battle between the two groups, and to them it didn't matter how much those from Earth suffered. I see, then you should understand my desire to escape, and rightfully change the way things currently are. I'm sure you have felt it at times, that the way they deal with things isn't exactly fair. Immortality stated. You might not know it, but I have attempted to get out of my plane several times, yet each time I have tried, there have been things that have gotten in the way, and one of them is you, Quinn. Regardless of whether you have done it on purpose or not, you have gotten in my way multiple times. The energy was rising inside of Jared's body when he spoke these words, but the thick glass was keeping him back. At least they thought it was, since he hadn't attempted to break out. But you see, I am willing to forgive all of that. You, Quinn, have grown incredibly strong. Stronger than any of those like you. The vampires, they came from me, they were a part of me, but you have gone beyond that. But you will never be able to get rid of that link that you are a part of me. You have the power to free me, I know you do, and I know you know that as well. Quinn's guess was right on the money. Immortality was now after him. I wouldn't be too sure about that, and even if I could, setting you free would just make me a target of those that sealed you away in the first place. Quinn answered. Ah yes, but it would be too late for them to find out. By then the two of us, as well as those that believe in our goal, would rise up against them. But you lost, Quinn said. You lost last time. So what makes you think you can win this time? The punishment they gave me, it was a blessing in disguise. I have become the grand ruler of this plane already. In this world, there are beings far more fierce than those on Earth, and I rule over them all. More than that, demons made from my own blood, just like the vampires, have grown in this world full of fighting and death. It won't be a war, but a one-sided massacre. Quinn was sure that the Celestials had to be aware of this, and he himself had gone against one of his demons. He had to admit that for normal vampires they stood no chance. If the Celestials hadn't acted, then they had to be confident that Immortality would be stuck where he currently was. Isn't there anything you want in this world? Someone you might have lost. I can bring them back. With my power, I can bring back those dear to you. The Celestials, they don't care about any of your lives. They would rather have you all die, and for me to just never return. But at least I am offering you something you want. Quinn's fist was starting to shake, and his eyes were glowing red in anger. You bastard, half the people that I lost, that I care about, were lost because of conflicts that you caused. Making a deal with you would be kicking the dead in the ground. The smile on Jared's face, that had been there the whole time, had disappeared. I was being nice to you, Quinn. I was giving you a choice, when in reality you have no choice. I tried to show you that even with this simple body, how easy it was for me to take away something you cared about. And even then, you are choosing to go against me? If you had chosen my side, then at least I would be helping you. But where are the Celestials now? Where are they? Will they be the ones that save your family? Grinding his teeth, Quinn had an answer. No, but you won't be either. All this time I've been the one protecting them. Immortality. If you're trying to pick a fight with my family, then even if I have to come to you, I will do so and make sure to kill you, just like I have done everyone else so far. It was clear now this was Quinn's answer. He wasn't going to work for Immortality. That thought hadn't crossed his mind. He just wanted to live his life, and there was one last person that was stopping him from doing so. You threatened me. You threatened me. Immortality shouted with the aura coming out of Jared once more. No god has ever dared to do that. Even the ancient ones feared my power, were scared of angering me. But you act like you have no fear, but I can tell you're scared. In the past, I always focused on conflict. My attention was on growing my own power, you just happened to get in the way, but now, I will focus all of my attention on you. How many people do you care about, Quinn? Do you care about this person's life as well, the one I'm controlling right now? This is a nobody and I nearly killed your daughter. For the rest of your life you will have to live in fear. Fear that anybody could be your enemy. Anybody could be me waiting around the corner, targeting all of the ones that you love, all of the ones that you care about. I will show you that you have made an enemy of the wrong person. I will show you how dangerous I can be, without even stepping a foot in your world. Jared finally started to calm down, the aura around him starting to fade, but the eyes were still filled with white, still showing that Immortality was in control. How many can you save, Quinn? Immortality asked. Well, let's find out. Jared lifted his hand and all of the powerful aura went towards one point at his fingertip. With the finger he swiped it across his neck. His head fell to the floor, blood spilling everywhere. Jared was dead. And it was one life Immortality had taken away, and one life Quinn was already unable to save. As soon as Jared swiped his finger across his neck, Quinn had rushed forward with his fist. He threw it out, breaking the solid glass container, and went to lift Jared's body up. The cut was incredibly deep on his neck, and just from holding him Quinn could tell. There was no heartbeat, no chi energy flowing in his body anymore. He was dead, and there was nothing they could do about it. I'm sorry, Quinn. I should have put him in a place where we could restrain him. Then this would have never happened, Vincent said. His eyes were heavy, staring at Quinn's back, holding onto the boy. It's not your fault, Vincent. We never knew Immortality would attempt to do this. If he had a dedicated follower doing his bidding, then why take the life? There was no need to, other than to get to me. Quinn answered. The room had a moment of silence for Jared. Both Hickel and Edvard didn't say anything. But standing up with Jared still in his hands, Quinn knew he had to act. They didn't have a lot of time. Report everything that happened here to both Xenon and Logan. They need to be kept up to date with everything that's going on. Also tell them to note anything that is suspicious, a rise in deaths, any strange deaths, anything. And I'm sorry, Vincent. I'm going to have to rely on you to try to spot something. You're a bit better at this than I am. Vincent nodded and was already working away. Their enemy was only a single person, but it was a powerful god. And the only way they could get ahead of him or stop his plans was to use everybody. Just as Immortality stated, Quinn couldn't be everywhere at once, so he needed to use his allies' help. There were some major problems though. They knew Magnus was marked, but that was all. It was possible that Magnus was able to mark others as well, just like he had done Jared, so there was no telling how many actually were marked. On top of that, even though Immortality had been stuck in the other plane, he was still somehow able to mark those on this side. Laxmus and Magnus could be explained. Maybe a connection was formed when they were first turned, one deeper compared to the others. Something Immortality saw in them that he could exploit, but as for those after, he had no idea. So Quinn had to go on the theory that Immortality could still mark new people as well, without physically being in this world, which made his job that much harder. If he goes after those closest to me, then that would be my family, Quinn thought. Minnie, Galen and Layla. All three of them are together, but not all the time. Minnie still goes to school. The safest thing to do would be to take her out of school, but would that be the best thing for her? She only just got back to school. My family only now just started enjoying their life again. Gritting his teeth, Quinn had to bear the pain. He felt like it was his fault that his family were unable to just enjoy their life. I have a plan. That should work. Quinn thought. Let's see if he tries and targets Minnie again. I have a suggestion to make. Edvard interrupted Quinn's thoughts. The girl from before, Hebe. I think she should be kept under watch as well. Her and Jared seem to be good friends. I'm sure after she hears the news all sorts of emotions will be running through her. She will be an easy target to control and influence, and with her being in the school. Quinn understood where he was coming from. Walking over, he handed over Jared to Edvard. I will go and inform them of what happened here, make sure his body is well kept, and there is a proper service for him, Quinn said. Both of the girls had been waiting in the reception area of the 10th family castle. They hadn't left, and they refused to until Jared had come back. Soon a shadow crawled across the floor, and rising from it was Quinn. Minnie had a big smile on her face as soon as she saw her father, but for Hebe it was different. She immediately couldn't see Jared, and took that as a bad sign, and then she spotted blood on the sleeve of Quinn's clothes. What happened? What happened to Jared? Hebe got up from her seat and ran over. Jared was a good person, a good student, but someone was controlling him, Quinn answered. That was why he attacked Minnie. It wasn't Jared, but the one controlling him. A deep lump was felt in Hebe's throat, and her eyes were tunneling in on Quinn. Why are you using the word was? Hebe asked. Because. Quinn looked at them both. Jared is dead. The thing that was controlling him, it took over and killed him. I'm sorry. We were unable to stop it. The horrible feeling that Hebe could feel, it exploded in that moment. For some reason, when Jared was taken away in front of her on their way to school, she felt like it was quite possible the last time she was going to meet him. When she had met him a few moments ago, that thought had gone out of her mind for a moment. But now that it was a reality, she didn't know how to deal with it. "Ah!" Hebe screamed into the air. She continued to scream as tears came out of her face, and started to run right at Quinn. She crashed into his body. It was a hard hit, but he could take it. Then with the bottom of her fist she swung them, repeatedly bashing it against Quinn's chest one after another. She was even using her vampire aura. She was so stunned, not realizing what she was doing. If it was anyone else, perhaps the attacks might have hurt, but not for Quinn. He didn't say anything as he wanted her to let all of her anger out. "Bring him back! Bring him back!" Hebe shouted. "It's your fault you took him away. It's your fault that he's dead. I thought you were meant to be some type of hero, someone who saved the vampire race. Yet you couldn't even save one person." The screams, the shouts, and the insults continued, until her hands eventually slowed down. They were just dragging along Quinn's chest now. "I know you might not be in a state to listen to me right now," Quinn said. "And it might not be what you want to hear, but I wish to stop this from happening, to stop what happened to Jared and you, from happening to others, and due to the situation I need to say it." Hebe continued to cry, her shoulders moving up and down, so it was hard to tell if she was really listening or not. "The dead cannot come back," Quinn stated. "Once dead, they are meant to stay dead. And if anyone states otherwise, or even attempts to tell you that there is some way, then I want you to come to me immediately." Hebe fell to her knees there and then. Of all the things to say to her, couldn't she even have the hope that he could come back? "You're so cruel," Hebe whispered. In a world covered in red clouds and dusty skies, there was one that couldn't stop laughing in joy. He was excited for what was to come, and hadn't been this excited in a number of years. "Oh Quinn, let's see how long you manage to last, and then when you finally give up, I'll be free from this place, and even if you never choose to break me free, it won't matter anyway. I will come one way or another." Now, where to start? Currently, Mukka had been one of the vampires that was leading the investigation, looking into those in the settlement that could have a marking. The problem was there was so much to go through. There were the conflicts that would happen within the settlement, there was the family belonging to Magnus, all of those that had been in contact with Magnus, and to try to look out for everyone that was close to Quinn. It was something that needed a large force to act and go through, but who could they trust? Even hand-picking people, Mukka had to make sure that none of them were marked, and it was a hard process. She had first gone to some of the new vampire knights in the 9th family. Edvard, although an original, had stepped down as leader of the family, leaving it all to Mukka. He had always thought she was a better fit anyway, and he wanted to help Quinn more by being right by his side. The knights should have had little contact with Magnus, but just in case an intense questioning period had begun. Mukka was using her influence powers to ask them a series of questions. Then based on those questions she would decide whether they could be trusted or not, and they had passed, but a team of 3 was still an incredibly small team. A 3D projection was being displayed to Mukka in her castle. It was several lists, and she had no clue where to start. Quinn trusts me to do this, based on my inquisitive mind and how I helped him out before. But stopping something before it even happened is a really hard thing to do. Mukka started to just wander with her finger. She was dragging it down and thought to just stop somewhere. Maybe her ability would kick in and give her some sort of luck. "My lady!" One of the vampire knights had burst into the room. Her name was Leona. Another female vampire, who had her hair strangely dyed blue and split into 2 ponytails. "We have found one with a marking, the marking that you are talking about." That was fast. Mukka was surprised. According to the information she had received, they were able to hide their markings, so unless a person was showing it off or using it, then it shouldn't be seen. Maybe my good luck is working out after all, she thought to herself. Where were they discovered, what were they doing, and who are they? Mukka asked. Leona bowed, before giving her report. Yes, ma'am. We found out that Magnus was frequently visiting the cells. We were able to get this information fast since the 9th family is also in charge of the locking systems to the underground cells. We then checked all of the locked-up prisoners, and have found a few with the markings you speak of. A few? At first, Mukka thought the news of a marking was a good thing, but now hearing that there was more than one, it was worrying her for some reason. She had this tingling feeling in the back of her head. Regardless, she had decided to contact Quinn and inform him of what they had found. It was what he had ordered after all. That's great work, Mukka. I'll be there straight away and meet you there, Quinn replied. This tingling feeling wouldn't go away from Mukka though, and she went back to look at the holograph of lists she had up. She went ahead and looked at where her finger had landed, and could see it was on a particular name. Quinn will be able to deal with whatever is happening in the cells himself, Mukka said as she wafted the screen away. I need to check this out instead. The underground network for vampires had been recreated, including that of the special tombs for the families, and just like before, the 9th family were in charge of putting combination locks in the tunnels. Of course, not every society was perfect, no matter how good one's life was. There were just people who did bad things. Which was why the main prison for vampires had also been created underground at the back of the settlement. It wasn't located directly in the settlement. It was located behind it, away from others. With Quinn's shadow travel, he was able to get through everything with relative ease, and he was now walking through the cells. They were different from other cells. The criminals were all trapped behind special glass, similar to the one Jared was trapped behind that was made by Vincent. In front of the glass, there was also a wall of pure energy powered by beast crystals. Quinn could feel it. Having entered through unconventional means, several vampires were rushing towards him with their weapons drawn. But as soon as they saw who it was, they put their weapons down and bowed down. Sir Quinn, the front of the small defense squad said. I didn't realize that you would be inside already. Vampire Knight Leona has advised that no one was to go close to the subjects, including us. Everyone has been keeping an eye on one another to not go close. It's the last 2 cells on the right. Stay here, Quinn ordered and quickly ran to the cells and could see them standing there. They certainly did have the mark. It was clear on both of them, lighting up on their heads. They are not in the same state as Jared. It looks like they are in control, but the marking is just lighting up on their head. Looking inside the cells closer, Quinn could see that there was blood inside, but the vampires were the only ones in their own cells, so it meant that the blood could have only come from themselves. Immortality? What game are you playing? Can you hear me? Quinn asked. The 2 in the cell looked confused, as they just stared back at Quinn. Something didn't feel right, the markings on their heads now of all times, and the blood in their cells. Why here? Why chose prisoners that were locked up to mark? What exactly could they do? To find out, he would need to do more questioning. Mukka had finally arrived at where she wanted to be. It was a different location from Quinn. Rather than to the prison, she instead stood in front of what seemingly seemed like a normal house. She went up to the door and gave it a knock a couple of times. She then tried to knock louder when there was no answer. "Hello," Muka stated. "Is anybody inside?" There was still no answer, but it was the middle of the day, so it was quite common for everyone to be out. But due to the annoying feeling she could feel, Muka decided to push the door handle down. To her surprise, it was unlocked. She let herself into the house, and so far all was normal. But turning her head right, she could see that the kitchen was a complete mess. The table had been destroyed, broken into pieces, and it was the same for some of the chairs. That's when she could see it as well. There was blood on the ground. "Wait! I can hear something." Listening, Muka was hearing very faint groans. Quickly she rushed to where the sound was coming from. In the living room, she could see a beaten and bloody woman. Her arms were cut quite badly, but she would survive this. "It's going to be okay. I promise. Here, drink this," Muka said, giving the woman a flask. She gulped the blood down, and as blood did, it started to work its magic. "Who did this to you?" Muka asked. I don't know. I've never seen them before. I just know they were male," the woman answered, still relatively weak. "Please. They took my husband. I don't know why he tried fighting back, but they were too strong and they took my husband," the woman continued. The annoying feeling, Muka's heart was starting to race, because for once she didn't want her good luck to be right. "Your husband's name, is it Ron Kin?" Muka asked. When it came to making a list of those Quinn was close to, the list was a rather long one. It was because even though they might not be those very close to him, there were still those with a connection. In the end, the list that had been made was made with the idea of those who Quinn would fight for and protect. The problem again was that was a pretty broad answer because he would fight for the whole of Earth and the vampires. He had done that before and would do so again. So, the list was done by order of relation to Quinn. Even Muka's name was on there. When scrolling with her finger, it had landed on Ron Kin, a vampire who was a simple guard, but had been promoted onto one of the expedition teams. After all of the trouble with war and such though, he had been asked to become a guard once again, and that was his current job. While a guard, he had worked closely with Quinn, and him along with another vampire named Juk had done a lot in the war, such as guiding the shadow beasts to do battle. When asking the question to the woman on the floor, she already knew the answer. The woman nodded her head, confirming that it was Ron Kin that had been taken. Taken, not killed? Muka thought. What's the reason for that, and for those at the prison to appear now as well? Unless, is it all a distraction? A lot of information was given out at the ceremony. When everyone came together to thank all those that had died and fought in the war, there was a special mention for those that had worked extra hard, such as Ron Kin and Juk. It was possible that they considered Ron Kin a lot closer to Quinn because of that. "I have to inform Quinn, immediately," Muka said, as she went and picked up the woman off the ground. "I'll transport you to the 9th castle. If you stay there, you should be fine." "Wait!" the woman called out. "Are we being targeted? Is my family being targeted? If that's the case, my son. He goes to Roland Academy. We have to get him out of there. If your son is at the school, I think that might be one of the safest places out there." Muka smiled, reassuring her. Minnie had gone to school the next day, after she had been informed of the big event. She wanted to talk to Hebe, try to cheer her up, but it looked impossible. In the end, Minnie was told she had to go straight home anyway, so she was unable to do anything. Although Minnie was saddened by Jared's death, it wasn't too significant for her. She hardly knew Jared, and not only that, but due to her situation, she had become quite accustomed to people that she likes disappearing from her life. It wouldn't have been the first time. She wanted to explain that the feeling would eventually go away, but many would assume Minnie had no idea what she was talking about due to her age, even though she probably knew about loss more than most. When coming to school, the next day there was quite a change. For one, there were guards from multiple different families standing around the entire area. The students and the parents weren't sure what it was for, but a statement came out that they were just protecting the future generation, and there had been a report of beasts in the area. Since what happened the time before with beasts, the vampires bought the lie. If they learned the truth, then things just would be too hectic. Looking around though, Minnie was trying to see if Hebe had appeared. She wouldn't be surprised if she took the day off. When entering the classroom, the changes didn't stop there though. In Minnie's classroom, there were 2 vampire guards at the back, and they were vampire knights as well. Although the other classrooms did have guards, none of them were knights. "Do you think they put the knights in this class because of Minnie?" Toby asked. "That would be my guess," Abby replied. "I mean, she got to be one of the most important people, right?" Walking into the classroom was Miss Bedford, and when she entered her feet were a bit wobbly, and finally getting to the front, she took a deep stare at all of the students without saying a word. "What's wrong with Miss Bedford today?" Abby whispered. "I'm not sure. Maybe she's just nervous because of all the guards and the situation," Toby replied. It was clear to all of the students that something was going on. Leona had eventually appeared at the underground cells and rushed to where Quinn was. Muka had informed her that she wouldn't be going, so it was her job to look after and do as Quinn asked. Just seeing the great leader though, her heart was beating too fast. "Open one of the cells," Quinn ordered. "I need to go inside and speak to them and figure out what is going on." When the glass to the cell door opened, some would think that the prisoner would try to escape, but when they saw that Quinn was entering, all of those ideas went out of the window. "Sir," the prisoner said, bowing his head down. The glass panel went up from the ground, locking the 2 of them in. The prisoner was respectful to Quinn. Even if they were in here due to crimes or for violence against another vampire, they all still respected him, their current leader who was like a king to them. "I need you to answer a few questions," Quinn asked. "Did Magnus come visit you at any point in time? And how did you get that marking on your head?" The man lifting his head looked at Quinn. He was a bit nervous to answer. The influence skill wasn't being used just yet, but he knew that it could, and would force him to spill everything. "I have never met with Magnus before," the man answered. If this was true, then it would mean that Immortality had marked them another way. It was important they knew how, otherwise they would have to suspect that anyone could become a dedicated follower of his. "The marking. It appeared after I woke up," the man answered. Something wasn't quite right. For one, his heart beat. It was starting to beat faster, and even the man's pupils were darting around the room, trying to look everywhere but directly at him. If he knows I can use the influence skill, why would he lie about this? But judging from this reaction, he didn't lie about meeting Magnus. "The blood," Quinn said. "It's quite recent and fresh. Whose is it? Why is it here?" The sound of the man's heart beating louder was heard again until it finally calmed down with a loud exhale of air. "I'm sorry, sir. I was embarrassed to tell you," the man stated. "It's true, the marking appeared after I woke up, but there was something that happened before I woke up. I have been in these cells for a while now, and I have lived a relatively long life, so I decided that it was best if I just ended it. I attempted to slit my own neck. The blood on the ground is my own. When I woke up though, my neck, it was healed and the marking on my forehead was there." Quinn's eyes widened as he came to a realization. Is that how Immortality can mark people? Those that are close to death, he can save and make them dedicated followers. If that's the case, then those followers could bring even more followers in as well. Knowing the condition though, we can narrow down the source, at least in the vampire settlement where the population is low. "Quinn!" Leona shouted. "I just received a report." She stood on the other side of the cell door, panicked. "It's about a vampire named Ron Kin. He was missing, but it looks like he's been found." Ron Kin, although not one of Quinn's closest friends, did have a lot of fond memories with him. The times the two were just walking around the city as guards were some of his best moments. To top it all off, he was a family man. He had a wife and a child. There was no reason for him to be involved in this. Ron Kin. He's been brought into all of this mess because of me. Quinn thought. What's happened to him? What do you mean he was missing and now he's been found? Quinn asked. Confused, he was unable to think straight. He knew Immortality was going to act, but this fast, they were unable to prepare for any of this. Yes, Ronkin was taken from his home. Muka was the one that found out about this, and now he has been found again, or more so he is in the public eye. He is being held hostage by a particular vampire standing on top of a manor. Leona explained. There was more she wanted to say, but Quinn was already on the move. That was until he could hear a sinister laugh coming from the man in the prison cell. Have you figured out my powers yet? A deep, distorted voice came out from the prisoner. It shook the body when one heard it, to the point where Leona almost fell to the ground. Have you now figured out what I can do? Immortality stated. This is just a small taste, and the longer this goes on and you are indecisive, the more hardships you will face, and the more you will lose. Quinn decided that it was best to ignore him for now. The two markings in the prison, the whole thing was just to distract him. Muka was the one that had been running around everywhere looking for Ronkin. It turned out that she didn't need to go far because a lot of vampires knew where he was. There was a commotion going on. Around one of the manors where all vampires could live now, there was a vampire standing on top of the house. He wasn't anyone of any significance, but he did have a marking on his head and on one of his hands. He was holding Ronkin right by his neck. Ronkin's legs were dangling on the roof tiles. He had cuts all over his body and just like his wife. He was badly beaten with his arms, most likely broken with the way they weren't moving. His eyes were still alive and showed plenty of resistance, but the rest of his body was doing nothing. Don't think of getting any closer, the vampire said out loud to the public and the guards in the area. If you do, I'll kill both of them. This was something that had completely been overlooked because in the man's other hand, there was another hostage, and it wasn't just any hostage, but a child that looked to be around 4 years of age, a female girl. That girl, I don't recognize her either. She doesn't have any relation to Quinn. Does she? Muka thought. So why take her? What do you want? Why do you have the need to have hostages? Muka shouted as she walked forward. Hostages? The man replied. No, these aren't hostages. When you have hostages, usually you demand something. I am not asking for my freedom, or anything like that. These two here are a part of my game. A game with people's lives. Muka once again wasn't liking the feeling of all of this. It didn't take long for Quinn to arrive at the scene, and when he did, Leona popped out if his shadow travel with him this time. Immediately he looked up and could feel the energy. There was one who had been marked by Immortality, but not just that. Ronkin was being held in one hand while a child in the other. Crap, I didn't know there was a child involved in this as well. What is going on? What is happening right now? Ah, so you have finally come. The man said. The voice was deep, similar to Immortality's, but it wasn't as distorted as before. Nor did the power flowing through the person seem to be as strong. I have been waiting for you, Quinn, the man said. It feels like we were just talking seconds ago, were we not? Anyway, I don't think I need to say much, but if you attempt to get any closer, then the lives of these two will be lost in my hands. I know you're fast, but I won't even let you get close to me or I will act. You already failed to save one life, will it now be 3? This was hard for Quinn because he knew that in some way he had already failed, because Ronkin and this child could have already been killed, yet he had decided not to. I have information on the suspect, Muka said, having received a telepathic message. They stated that the vampire was part of one of the squads that recently fought in the war. There were no signs of him connecting with Magnus that we know of. From the recent information that Quinn had obtained, it meant one of two things. This man might have recently been close to death, or the more scarier possibility is that during the war, when he was on the verge of death, Immortality had marked him. If that happened, then how many were marked? There were a lot of vampires that had participated in the war. Quinn, the man yelled. As I said to the people before you, I have a sort of game to play with you, and you will be the player and you will be the only player. In my right hand, I hold onto your dear friend. He was on guard duty with you for a long time, and I'm sure the two of you have shared many stories together. He also aided in the war by using some of your shadow beasts back then. He also holds his family extremely dear to him, and they rely on him a lot. Without him, I don't know how they would cope. Moving Ronkin, he placed him closer to the tiles of the roof, and then lifted up the girl in the air. This girl is a vampire in the vampire settlement. She is perhaps the complete opposite to Ronkin. She has no relation to you whatsoever. Her family took part in the war, but her father had died and her mother was already dead, leaving her completely on her own. being looked after by the castle vampires. Meanwhile, she is even too young to go to Roland Academy. So she has yet to make friends. One could even say that she hasn't started to live her life yet. Now, out of these two, it's up to you to decide who to save Quinn. I will kill one and let the other go, but it's all up to you. All of the onlooking vampires had disgusted looks on their faces. What situation was this? Who could be so cruel to just force people to play in such a game? And eventually they started to speak among each other as to what the best choice was. He has to pick the girl. One of them said. The girl is so young. She hasn't lived her life yet. I agree, but Quinn knows the other man, and it's not like the man doesn't have a family. The little girl has already lost everyone in her family. I hate to say it, but if she were to disappear, then it's not like anyone would care. The arguments between the people were intense, so much so that it even felt like a fight was going to break out between them. Meanwhile, the man just stood there laughing to himself. What they all agreed on, though, was they wouldn't want to be in Quinn's situation. All right, you've taken long enough. You have 30 seconds to give an answer, or they both die. The pressure was mounting on Quinn to make a decision, but it was one even if he had a large amount of time. He didn't think it would make it any easier. Oh no, quick, he has to pick one. It has to be the child. One called out. Either one he chooses, we have to stay behind Quinn. It's one of his friends, for fuck's sake. We can't condemn him for any decision he makes. A lot of vampires agreed with this thought and turned to look at Quinn. A shadow was rising around him, covering his body, his back and the ground beneath him as well. This is my last warning. The man who was being controlled by Immortality said. If you try to attempt anything, my hands will snap their necks. Hearing those words, the shadow disappeared from Quinn, and he looked straight into Ronkin's eyes. His face was the only thing he seemed to have some control over, and that's when he smiled. It's okay, Quinn. Pick the girl. Ronkin thought in his mind, hoping that his message would get through somehow. I'm in this situation in the first place, because I wasn't strong enough to protect my family, but I know that with you looking out for them, that they will be safe. So please, don't save me and pick the girl. Although Quinn wasn't able to hear the thoughts of Ronkin, the smile told him everything. He was happy if he wasn't the one that was picked. You think that makes the decision any easier, but it just makes it harder. Quinn thought to himself. You are a great person, Ronkin. Time's up, the man said. What's your answer? Quinn clenched both of his fists. They were shaking with his head down to the ground. Lifting it up, his eyes were glowing red. I chose to save both of them. Quinn shouted out loud. The man was stunned, because even though Quinn had yelled these words with such determination, he was still standing there, not making any movement or action. He had somewhat expected for Quinn to dart right towards him. From the crowd's point of view, as they looked up at the man, they saw two strikes of red aura, and the next moment both of the man's arms fell off, dropping the girl and Ronkin. Turning around to see who was there, the man could see Quinn right behind him. His hands glowing red, and swinging his arm, he had slashed his head off. It went up in the air before bouncing on the roof and falling to the ground. Ronkin, who was on the roof, was looking at the Quinn here. He then turned his head to look towards the crowd and could still see a Quinn there as well. There are two Quinns? Ronkin thought, confused. Soon, the Quinn that was still on the ground started to turn into nothing but shadows as it disappeared. My plan. It worked. I managed to save both of them. Quinn thought to himself. At the time, when the controlled vampire stated that he only had 30 seconds to act, Quinn had covered his body in shadows. He hadn't moved forward, and he took a risk that Immortality wouldn't act unless he tried to attack. During that time, Quinn had created a shadow clone of himself, while he himself had entered his shadow travel. Disguising himself while the focus was still on him, the shadow travel took the real Quinn elsewhere. He didn't have a lot of time, but there were a couple of things that he could do. One of them was putting on his Godslayer tier boots. They had the ability of flight, but not only that, but silent steps as well. Holding his breath and hiding his energy deep within, the real Quinn was able to easily get behind the controlled vampire and slice both of his arms off before he noticed, and just before he could do or think of doing anything else, he had sliced off his head as well. Muka, along with Leona, had quickly both gotten on top of the rooftop, and were checking the little vampire's condition while Quinn was kneeling by Ronkin's side. "I have to admit, I was ready to die back there," Ronkin said. "Looks like I owe you a drink. I think I might owe you one for putting you through all of this," Quinn replied. The situation seemed to be over for now, at least that was what Quinn had thought, until he could hear the deep, distorted laughter coming from one of those in the crowd. Having a look, it was another man from the crowd, an older-looking vampire this time, but one that had the same marking on his hand. "Ha ha ha, so you chose to save both and were successful, is that how you see it?" The voice was clearly coming from Immortality rather than the old man. Yet, in doing so, didn't a vampire of the settlement die? The old man walked over to the head on the ground and lifted him up by his hair. "You see this person, he was a good vampire. One that fought for the settlement in the war, believing that he could help and protect his family. He had nearly died, had gone through death once, but there was a strong sense of hope which kept him alive. He didn't know how, but he believed it was a miracle, and would do anything he could to spend time with his family, having been given this second chance. After managing to survive all of that, he comes back, and then gets his head sliced off by you, Quinn. You directly killed him with your own hands. That's 4 lives already that you failed to save." The realization had come to Quinn. He had been so focused, so determined on protecting Ronkin and the girl, that he had acted out more so than he should have. It wasn't the vampire's fault that he was being controlled. There was also something else in what Immortality had said. For lives? Shouldn't it have been 2? It was then the memory of the 2 marked at the prison, because he had rushed out. He hadn't given any orders in what to do with the 2 others. Quickly, Quinn's shadow went over him. His armor set had suddenly changed. Nitro accelerate. In a blink, Quinn was by the old man's side, and grabbing his arms. He had crushed them to the point where they were unable to be used again. The crowd screamed, unsure of what was going on. Then before he could do anything else, Quinn had immobilized his legs, kicking them with the right amount of force, breaking them as well. He placed the old man on the floor, while leaving his leg on top of his chest to keep him still. "Muka, this old man, he needs to be immobilized. Make sure you do whatever you can, so he won't kill himself," Quinn ordered. After Stark's death, the armor had been obtained by Minnie, and she had given it back to her father. Using his powers, he had traveled at full speed to stop the old man from doing anything. He wasn't going to let another person die, at least not in front of him. The old man was still possessed by Immortality and looked at Quinn with a big grin on his face. "You seem to be quite startled. The moves you are making, all of them are desperate. I can tell," the man stated. "I had the chance to kill them both. I had the chance to kill many vampires if I wished. Because I want you to decide, Quinn. Have you made up your mind yet?" Quinn looked the man directly in the eyes. "I already gave you my decision. I know, even more will die with you free," Quinn exclaimed. "Very well," the old man said. "In the end, all of this was just a big distraction from my real target." Immortality had disappeared from controlling the old man, but it left Quinn with a lot to think about. He allowed for Muka and her family to clear the area, make a story up for the public to believe for now. It was a hard thing to decide. Did they make the settlement aware of what was happening, or would doing so cause more panic? For now, Quinn decided against letting everyone know. How do I even go forward from this situation? Quinn thought to himself. Every person who gets marked, they not only can affect those around them, but at the same time, they can just kill themselves at the end of the day, losing one more life in this settlement. There was also one more thing, the last words of the old man. All of this was a distraction. Did it mean he had a bigger target than Ronkin, or just someone bigger in general? "Muka!" Quinn called out, and she appeared by his side in an instant. "I know you're busy and spread thin, so I want you to get some help from Edvard and Hickel. Get a list of all of those that took part in the war. Currently, every single one of them is a suspect." Quinn had to make this decision. They were all the most likely to have come close to death on the battlefield, giving Immortality a chance to mark them. Once you find out who they are, then see where they currently are, and cross-reference them with a list of those closest to me. Get the leaders to attempt to protect them. I will be going over every single one that's close to me." The order was heard loud and clear. The lessons in the classroom continued, and there was a strange atmosphere due to all of the guards. None of the kids were aware of what was happening, and they had tried their best to focus on their lessons, but other than the vampires standing in the back, there was also something incredibly strange with the teacher. Is it just me? Or does Miss Bedford look uncomfortable in that skirt she's wearing? It's almost as if she's forgotten how to walk, Tony whispered. Her explanations are really hard to understand as well. It seems like today she's just reading straight from the book, Abby commented. All of the kids, including Minnie, felt this way. Eventually, lunchtime had arrived, and even when they were outside in the playground, all of the guards from all of the classrooms had come out, watching their every move. There were 3 classes per grade and 5 grades in total. Each of the classes had at least 2 guards in their classroom. So they were being protected by 30 or so vampires. It seemed a bit much, honestly, especially since the settlement was no longer meant to have enemies. When going back to their classes, the awkward lessons continued, as Miss Bedford continued to read from the textbooks. Hickel and Edvard were doing as ordered, and they were going through all of those who had taken part in the war. It didn't take long as they had systems for everything, and Vincent, using his machines, was able to cross-reference everything. The 2 of them had yet to act, and were in Vincent's lab as they looked at all of the information. Alright, so these are all of those that fought in the war, and now what I'll do is create a map so we can see all of their known locations. Of course, this won't be entirely accurate. I can only put a pin on where their post is meant to be at this point in time, but it is possible they wouldn't be there. Vincent explained. If a person was a guard, it would be harder to pinpoint them since they would cover a certain area and would move within that area. If they owned a stall, then a small dot would appear there if it was their working hours, but of course they could have left the stall and the system would be unable to account for that. The screen popped up, and several marks could be seen all over the place. There were multiple dots, over 1,000 of them, since so many vampires had taken part in the war. With all of these being potential markings, they knew it was going to be a mammoth of a task. Wait! Right there! Edvard pointed. Look, it seems like there is a concentrated amount at one specific location. Don't you think that's a little suspicious? If they were at the castle or something it would make sense, but that's away from the castles. Vincent zoomed in, trying to figure out what that place was. It's Roland Academy. Vincent quickly brought up a file. It says that an order was sent out by Muka to assign guards to the school, but that order went through a vampire named Barry Wheels, another one who took part in the war. He assigned all of the vampires that are on guard duty, and every single one of them took part in the war. It wasn't so unusual, as most vampires capable of fighting would have taken part in the war anyway. So it seemed like it might just be a coincidence, but all of them had the same thought in their head. It was best they inform Quinn of this, and check out that place first because his daughter was there. In all of the other classrooms, something strange had happened at the exact same time. The guards for the most part just stood at the back, not saying a word and not moving during the whole lesson, but in every single one of the classrooms the guards started to move. They said nothing to the teacher or to the students as they left through the back door and went into the hallway. The teachers thought nothing of it and thought that it was maybe just them being called on duty, and continued to look after the kids in their classroom. That was because they were unaware that the same thing was happening everywhere else, and all of the guards were heading to one room in particular. In Minnie's class, the lesson seemed somewhat uninteresting today, perhaps because of the teacher, so she started to daydream away as she usually would. In her head, she was imagining winning a jackpot of juice boxes and drinking so much of them that she turned into a balloon and floated up to the sky. The simple thought of this brought a large smile on her face. Her and everyone else, though, was unaware that on the 2 vampires at the back of the class, the vampire knights, the front of their hands, a marking started to glow. Both of them at the same time started to move from their position and walked through the space in between the students' desks. The kids wondered where they were going, but didn't say much. Both of their eyes locked on one target and one target only. Finding a vampire that could use the telepathic ability, the others had contacted Quinn straight away, informing him of what they had found out. I see. So you believe that Immortality is going after Minnie again? Quinn replied. Then, I wouldn't worry so much. I thought that this might happen and I prepared for it. If she's in school, then she's probably in one of the safest places possible. The vampires had no idea what Quinn meant by this. Back in the classroom, the guards had gotten close to Minnie. One of them went to reach with their hand out, when suddenly, a fist had landed right in the man's face. The bones cracked complete as his whole body was sent flying back and crashing into the wall. The other vampire was too slow to react, as he had already been grabbed by the head and slammed into the ground. "Whoa, what is happening?" Toby said, jumping out of his seat, because the floor was cracked beneath him. Did Miss Bedford just kill the two guards? Miss Bedford had jumped from her position, attacking the two guards, before they could even get close to Minnie. She then stood up by her desk and looked outside, seeing the others coming close. "With me around, no one will lay a finger on her," she said, and on her face, the others could see it started to crumble, as if small pieces of mud were dropping down onto the floor. When it finally fell, another face was in its place, and the body of the person started to change as well. "Uncle Peter," Minnie called out. The kids in the room weren't so shocked that the guards had been defeated, or that they were attempting to go after Minnie like the situation looked. What they were most surprised about was Miss Bedford. Toby, who wasn't too far from the situation, stared at her muscular legs, the skirt that she was still wearing and her sunken and defined face. "Mr. Bedford," he blurted out confused. They were all stunned that Miss Bedford had suddenly turned into a man. But not only that, this person looked nothing like her. Did Miss Bedford just transform? Is this some type of superpower? That's cool. She can be both man and woman, like a man double. Wait, what woman has the word man in already? Another commented. Some were even impressed by her strength as they looked at the wall, where one of the guards had been hit into, and the ground that was heavily dented and cracked. These weren't just any vampires, they were vampire knights that Peter had dealt with in a single hit. He had long surpassed the strength of a vampire knight. "What are you doing here, Uncle Peter? Why did you attack them?" Minnie asked. Peter readjusted his skirt again. Felt really uncomfortable on him. A master of disguise that had the transformation ability, and could use the mud mask to transform others as well, his sole weapon. "Those two guards that were sent here to protect you, they were coming to you. My guess is they were going to attack you," Peter explained. "Your father was worried about you, so he came up with a backup plan, and that was for me to stay in school at all times. It was a bit short notice, and the only one we could confirm that hadn't joined the war and was willing to work with us was Miss Bedford." The other children who overheard this thought that it might be the case. The guards weren't there to protect them but to protect Minnie. But why had they turned and were going against her? All they could do was think about the cartoon and TV shows they would watch. Oh, is this some sort of uprising? Has Quinn Talon been betrayed, and now someone is trying to take over the vampire settlement? Toby said with stars in his eyes. "Erg, teacher," Abby called out. "I'm not sure if those two that were in the classroom are the only ones that are after Minnie." Abby pointed through the large glass windows on the inside of the school, and they could see several guards making their way to where they were. "Mister, are they here to protect Minnie or attack Minnie?" another asked. "Everyone, get to the other side of the classroom," Peter shouted. The kids listened and started to shout, while at the same time, Peter ran forward in front of Minnie and her friends. He let out his power as he started to gather celestial energy. The tables and chairs were pushed to the side, crashing into the blackboard and into the wall at the other end of the room. The head tail on his head had split into two, and before he knew it, crashing through the window, breaking the glass, were several blood aura swipes. They all came raining down towards Peter, but his head tails moved fast, swiping and hitting all of them. As each head tail slashed a blood swipe, it burst into nothing but red particles. Following up with the attacks, two of the vampires had attempted to jump through the window. The strange yellow energy that Peter was able to control around his fists more and more. The energy had gathered around both of them. Throwing out both of his fists in the air and pulling back like a loaded shotgun, the energy blasts went off, hitting both of the vampires right in the chest and sending them flying back out of the classroom. Even with their crappy marking powering them, none of these are hard to deal with, Peter exclaimed. The other guards were standing on the other side of the broken window, from the hallway looking in. They stood there strangely in place, making the kids nervous. They could tell from the training they had done, if Peter wasn't there to stop the blood swipes, the whole classroom would have been a bloodbath. You are quite strong, one of the marked guards said. I have no doubt that you can beat all of these here. But can you do so while protecting every single one of those kids? Peter smiled at the question and even started to chuckle. My job was already done. The plan was never for me to beat up whatever was coming after Minnie, Peter said. Behind Minnie, a figure started to rise up from her shadow. Maybe I can't deal with all of you guys at once, because that's not how I fight. But he definitely can. Right behind Minnie, Quinn had appeared, and raising his hands, several blood bullets were in the air, hovering. Moving his hands forward, all of the blood bullets went out, hitting the guards in their knees and arms. The bullets went right through them and they instantly fell to the ground. In one attack, the threat was over. That's Quinn Talon. I can't believe he's at our school. That's Minnie's dad. I saw him before. But now that we know who he is, it's like a different thing altogether, and he's so handsome. Some of the kids commented. With one leap, Quinn had jumped through the window and landed in the pile of fallen guards. They were still rolling about on the floor. Swiping his hand across his face, a shadow flickered, and now the God Slayer Tier Oni mask was on. Lightning attribute has been selected. Quinn placed both of his hands on the ground. Blood shock. The red lighting went out through the ground in all directions, as if it was searching for something to attack. It finally latched onto the bodies and started to electrify them with blood powers, making sure each one of them was unable to move. Now, that has been dealt with, Quinn said, removing the mask from his face. After the attack had been stopped, Muka and the others had soon arrived, and took all of the guards in as captives. Unfortunately, Peter had been a little too rough on two of the guards he had initially attacked, and they had lost their lives. The settlement, as well as Quinn, were all on high alert for a while. They were waiting for Immortality's next move, expecting him to continue his rampage, but after a few hours nothing had occurred. They felt like they could breathe for a moment, and once again a meeting was taking place. This time, Muka, Edvard, Hickel, and Vincent were at the table along with Quinn. Do you think he has given up? Hickel asked. I highly doubt that. He's probably just planning his next scheme. After failing to take Minnie's life 2 times, I think he won't try a third. She is heavily protected. Vincent replied. That's what I find a bit strange about all of this. Quinn said. I talked to Peter, and the strength of those that have been marked aren't strong at all. It's as if Immortality is only giving them enough celestial energy, so he can control and speak through them, rather than making them trained fighters. You're right, Edvard said. But wouldn't that make sense? Someone like Magnus who is his follower, it would be better to give him more power as he is already strong. Right? Quinn replied. Honestly, I think if the level of the attacks today were to go after Minnie, Layla, or Peter, they all would have been able to handle themselves with ease. To give them trouble, they would need someone like Magnus. So where is he? There had still been next to no reports on Magnus, but one thing they could confirm was that he wasn't at the vampire settlement. Do you really think having a dedicated follower as strong as him doing nothing would make sense? I worry, Quinn said. What are you worried about? Vincent asked. It's about what Immortality said before, about the whole thing being a distraction. It was just one after the other, the prison cell, Ronkin, and the school. What if this whole game that he has me in is a whole big distraction while Magnus is off doing something else? That's what I'm worried about. And with no clue where Magnus is, or what Immortality wants to do, we're stuck. Little did they know, Magnus had safely arrived on Earth. Earth had become a better place compared to before. It actually had somewhat improved after Jack Truedream had come to rule. That was because he had invested a lot of his earned wealth, materials that had been gathered from other planets, and more to Earth. In the original Dalki War, a lot of landmass had been destroyed through the initial attacks, but using landmass from other planets, they had restored a lot of land on Earth, and more started to move there. On top of that, due to Jim and Jack working together, it meant that vampires as well as humans lived on the same planet. It was strange in a way, The peace that Quinn wished to create did happen, even if they didn't remember him. It was only their actions that led to most of their downfall and why Quinn had decided to get involved. However, that didn't mean there weren't still problems that arose between vampires and humans. On Earth, on a busy street in the city, a man in a suit was running as fast as he could. He was pushing through crowds, not caring for who he bumped into. He was relatively strong because those he did hit on his way would get knocked over, not slowing his speed down at all. This was because he was a vampire. Blood was dripping from his mouth and part of it was on his shirt and tie. As he ran, he would look behind him a few times. Damn it, I can't see her, but I'm sure she has to still be following me. Straight up ahead, a group of people with weapons and armor on their body were in front. It was quite clear they were travelers and wouldn't be pushed so easily even if he did run head-on into them. Because of this, he decided to take a left turn down an alleyway. He didn't know where he was going and just continued to run, until from above a figure dropped down right in front of him. Stop running away or it will only add to your crimes, the woman stated. You are under arrest for taking blood from a human without their consent. The vampire went to turn around, but quickly, running to the wall, the woman jumped off it, launching straight at the vampire and tackling him to the ground. The vampire attempted to swipe his red long claws at the female, but she simply pushed the hand away. In the struggle, the vampire managed to wiggle his way out and was up on his feet. He knew he couldn't run away. This woman was faster than him. Why are you doing this? The man shouted. We are the same. Both of us are vampires. So why are you punishing me for something that is only natural and in our nature? The Vampire Core Unit is responsible for all cases related to that of vampires. There are thousands of other vampires who are in the same situation as you, and they manage to control themselves. Blood supply is plenty. There was no reason to do what you did. The man desperately ran forward, swinging his arm, but the woman was able to get in close and lift her leg high, kicking him right in the chin. She knocked his head back and jumped in the air. With the same leg she swung it down, hitting him straight to the ground, knocking him out. And you're wrong. The two of us are not the same, she said. A moment later, and 3 more vampires appeared where the 2 were, a blonde-haired man with nearly swept-back hair, and 1 other female and male vampire with short and long black hair. Captain Jessica, you can't just go out and run on your own like that. What if this vampire was part of a group? You know we need to move as a unit, Galliner said. The 3 that had arrived were all part of the Vampire Core Unit. Compared to the past, their roles had evolved to be more integrated with human life. On top of being a military force to be used to defend Earth and other cities, they also were now a force that captured vampires that committed crimes. Jessica was a little lost after splitting from Quinn, not knowing where to go. She had attempted to become a traveler, but things seemed quite boring after the journeys she had. So instead she had joined the Vampire Corps under Andy's recommendation. She hadn't taken part in the war. Many of the Vampire Corps didn't, as it was believed that Earth needed some level of protection regardless of what was to happen. So not much had changed in her life in terms of forgetting about Quinn. Apart from the fact that she was now a captain of her own little investigation group. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? You always complain, but it always works out. And besides, I feel stronger when there's a larger group. Jessica replied, feeling her bicep. Well, you know why I worry, don't you? Galliner said, bushing his blonde hair back with his hand, and tightening his eyebrows while trying to squint slightly to make his face a bit more handsome. It's because I worry about my future wife. Galliner sprinted forward to make sure Jessica could get a good look. But as soon as he did, Jessica pushed both her arms out, pushing him back. What did I tell you about getting so close to me? Jessica said. Do you want me to write you up? Ah, come on, Jessica. Galliner complained, shouting back. It's not like you're taken. I'm sure you think about dating. Every vampire does. Most even have harems. But here I am with my eyes only on you. What about Quinn? Quinn doesn't have a harem? Jessica folded her arms and turned her head. Yeah, but he's an exception. Most vampire leaders would have several wives. Anyway, my point is I'm different from them, so give me a chance. The man said. Hey, you two. Let's just get this wrapped up. The other member said. Stopping their argument, They started to move with Jessica at the back. She lifted up her hand toward one of her eyes. He didn't see it, did he? I'm always worried someone might see if they get too close. Jessica had a secret that she kept from everyone, and that was the fact that she was a damper. Before, when she was in a rage or fighting against vampires, one of her eyes would glow yellow, but at some point the change was permanent. She still had some contact with Logan, and he had managed to make a special contact just for her, that would hide her eye color, even when it was glowing with power, but she was always worried someone would notice if they got too close. Her damper powers, though, were what allowed her to excel at being a vampire corps member, as she got a boost of power when going up against vampires. Still, she had no idea how others would react if they learned the truth. After the case had come to an end, everyone was able to go home, and that was the same for Jessica. She lived on her own, in a nice apartment building. Being a captain paid quite well, there was a good level of security, and one would have to have a special key to access the elevator. Of course, if they were skillful they could bypass all of that, but it was so many extra measures and steps that it still made places like this safer. Entering her apartment door, she had a crumbling sound from underneath. Oh, what's this? She picked up the crumpled piece of paper and realized it was an envelope. Inside it there was a card. The card itself was blank on both sides. Turning it over she could see nothing, but inside there were words written. I will send you the most beautiful gift you have ever seen. Jessica read out. She looked around the card to see if she could see anything else. That's strange, it doesn't say who's it from. Is this from Galliner? I guess he can be quite the romantic, Jessica thought, as she paid the letter no mind and placed it on her table. Jessica had slept well that day, knowing that she was successful in keeping Earth safe for a little while longer. When she woke up, she decided to head straight into the office, even though she was meant to have a half-day off today. It wasn't as if she had anything else going on, and at least she could do some research on other cases and such. Eventually she had reached the vampire core base. It had changed from what it used to be. It was a large square building that was mainly made of glass, and recently a new statue had been put up of Quinn in front of it. Apparently, there were statues of Quinn all over the place before, but they had been destroyed. Now they were making them again even grander than before. Walking through the front doors, Jessica had entered the large reception area. It was an area that was also used for socializing as they had drink machines on the sides, as well as seating areas. There were also multiple desks set up so those that wanted to come in to make a report and such would head inside. Essentially, a desk related to different types of crimes that would go out to different units, all of it in one big space. Which was why she was surprised to see it rather empty. But it wasn't because it was empty. She soon realized that all of her fellow workers had gathered in one spot. They were talking quite loudly, with their voices slightly higher pitched. Did a celebrity visit us or something? Jessica thought. Please, could you guys give me a bit of space? I'm just paying a visit to see someone, a voice said. The crowd continued to talk, and the soft sound of the man's voice was hardly heard due to all of those talking around him. Everyone, the head has just ordered all of you to give him space, so give him space, an older woman shouted. Jessica recognized that voice straight away. It was the chief of this department, Barbara. Essentially, she ran the whole place. Immediately, all of the vampires who had gathered around moved away, and respectfully gave a little bow. I'm sorry about that, Andy, Barbara said. These vampires haven't lived in the settlement, and they seem to lack a bit more respect. It's okay, I understand. It's because of me that we aren't so strict with them on that stuff in the first place. Andy smiled, and looked ahead where his eyes had met up with Jessica. It's Andy, she thought. She didn't know Andy too well, but she knew that he was a friend of Quinn's, which was why she was able to get into the vampire corps easily in the first place. During her whole time here, she had only talked to him once, and that was when she had tried to join. Andy started to walk over to her. Jessica turned her head left and right, until he had eventually stopped right in front of her. Just the person I was looking for. Andy smiled. Her finger pointed at herself. Me. Everyone else was just as surprised as Jessica. Why would the leader of the entire Vampire Corps unit come to see her? It would make sense if he was visiting the chief, but she was just a captain. The two of them eventually went to an interrogation room as it was one of the few places that didn't have people around. Whatever Andy wanted to talk about, he wanted to keep it a secret from others. It seems you have been settling in well. You rose to the rank of captain rather quickly. Andy said. Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It really has changed my life and I enjoy being here. Jessica replied. That's good to hear. Andy replied. I would have checked up on you earlier. But after what happened, did you know my father was about to go back into an eternal slumber? But that was after all of this mess with Quinn had happened. Now he's trying to get the vampire core to set up systems so no one can ever forget Quinn again. Separate from Logan, and one that no one can hack to delete all of our history. It was nice to see Andy talking about his father, but Jessica was still wondering what he was doing here, but she couldn't ask, and strangely after just saying those few words it looked like he was about to leave. Before he did though, he turned to her one more time. I got a message that we should be careful. Anyone with a link to Quinn should watch out for anything strange. I know me and you aren't the best of friends, but we do have a common link. Typing away on some strange device on his forearm. Jessica's forearm lit up. I just gave you an open line to contact me if you ever need any help. If you even notice anything suspicious, then contact me as well. I will be looking after my father, he's getting old. I know your situation, so I just want to say that I am looking out for you as well. With that, Andy had left, causing as much commotion as he did when he arrived. But it left Jessica with a big thought on her mind. Just what was going on that Andy had come to visit her. Later on in the day, Jessica had been feeling a little lost. They were at the cafeteria enjoying some raw pieces of meat with a pouch of blood. What's wrong, Jessica? You haven't touched your food at all? Galliner said, sitting opposite of her. Nothing. It's just the visit with Andy today. I'm sure you heard about it. All he said to me was be careful. Jessica commented. Crap. Does he have a thing for you as well? Galliner nearly slammed the table, but stopped himself moments before as everyone on the cafeteria table looked at him, as if he had done it a few times in the past before. Oh, speaking of, I saw the letter you sent me. So what gift are you planning to get me to win over my heart? Jessica asked, hoping a bit of teasing would cheer her up a bit. Letter? What letter? Galliner asked. You know, the letter in my apartment. It was slid under my door. I'm sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about. Jessica was surprised. Galliner wasn't the type to lie, and it didn't look like he was lying. But if it wasn't him, then who else could it be? There were only a few people that knew where she even lived. In the vampire settlement, Quinn had finally received a call from Logan, and it appeared he had some good news. We haven't found any signs of Magnus, but we can be pretty sure that he is on Earth. We found an unregistered ship, and then when tracking it down and what type of ship it was, it appeared to have come from the Marpo cruise. In particular, it was registered to the cruise ship that Jim was on. I'm going through the local camera footage to try and see if I can spot anything, or the AI system can pick anything up, but I just wanted to let you know. Thanks for the information, Quinn said, and the call ended there. The vampire settlement has continued to be very quiet. Quinn thought, if Magnus is on Earth, then there has to be a reason for why that is, right? The fact that nothing is happening is worrying me. I think I have to go to Earth. Quinn thought. Everyone could tell that Jessica just wasn't feeling it at work that day. Since she had already come in early, when she was meant to have a half day off, they told her to take the rest of the day off. She really didn't think that would help at all, as the work was a nice distraction from her thoughts. But she was unable to, as it was orders from Barbara. Heading home, she slowly opened the door and felt her foot crumble against something again. Another letter? She picked it up, opening it again with a few words written. We will meet soon. Inside the 10th castle, preparations were being made. Quinn was trying to figure out the last few bits of what he needed before heading off to Earth. Everything needed to be carefully planned. He had given orders beforehand, in case anything was to happen while he was away, and he needed to make sure there was no way Immortality would know about this. Against the opponent he was going up against this time, it wasn't a simple task such as just beating them. It was something he couldn't even do, so he needed to try his best to think 10 steps ahead. just as Quinn reached out to grab something he had placed on the table from before he could hear the sound of footsteps from outside of his door. He lifted his hand towards the door, and 2 swirls of blood appeared, opening it up. The men could be seen, and they were confused at what had just happened, as they were just about to push the door open themselves, but quickly shook their heads. "Hey Quinn, we heard about where you're going," Edvard said. 2 originals had decided to pay him a visit, Edvard and Hickel. They had been informed of the plans due to their trusted positions, and as soon as they both had decided to pay Quinn a visit. "I was just about to leave. What do you need from me? Is there something you don't understand?" The 2 originals looked at each other, before Hickel stepped forward. "We would like to ask a favor of you," Hickel said. "We want you to take us to Earth with you." Quinn had to take a second look at the 2 to see if they were serious, but their tone of voice said it all. "Why?" Quinn eventually asked. "As you know, the 2 of us have been in eternal sleep for a while," Edvard explained. "It's been a while since we have been to Earth. It was our original home, and I'm curious about how much has changed." Hickel gave a quick kick to Edvard on the leg. What he meant to say was that Magnus is one of us, one of the originals that were with us from the beginning. We have a responsibility to bring him in. We also know him a lot better than you and can help. You know, with the opponent we are going against, you can't do everything on your own. Quinn thought about it. Out of the 2 reasons, he actually felt more bad for Edvard because he had felt the same way when he was asleep for 1,000 years. "What about the settlement and your positions? What if something was to happen here?" Quinn asked. "Mukka will still be here along with the other leaders. Although there might be some that are helping Magnus that have yet to appear, I believe the settlement is in a strong place where there are enough people that can help defend it. Your wife, for one, is extremely strong, and there is Peter as well. Besides, if there is any trouble, they can inform us immediately, and you can always use your shadow link to appear by your daughter." Hickel made very good points, but there were times where his shadow link wouldn't work. Maybe this was what Immortality wanted him to do, leave the settlement, which was why part of the plan was that, from the outside it would appear as if he had never left. Peter was no longer a teacher at the school, guarding over Minnie. Instead, he was now using the transformation skill to be another Quinn. There was Vincent who could take up this role as well, but he was far too busy with other things. Peter would be taking an active role as Quinn, leader of the settlement. Not many people knew about the plans, so it was unlikely Immortality would find out. At the same time, a special mask was given to Quinn. That was what was on the table he had been reaching out for. This would allow him to become someone else. While on Earth, it was important he wasn't discovered as well, in case Immortality found out. And besides, it was no longer a world where Quinn Talon was able to just walk outside freely. "If you have come up with this many reasons to leave with me, then I guess I have no choice." Quinn smiled. He had never really journeyed with these 2 before, but he was sure that his time spent with 2 originals would be an interesting one. Maybe he could even talk over with them the start of the vampires and what it was like, perhaps even talk about Rickard Eno a bit. A vampire that was close to Quinn, but not close enough to talk about those things. With all the plans in place, the 3 of them set off in a small ship heading to Earth, having no real idea what they were in store for. Looking at the settlement, Quinn just hoped that everything would be okay without them. Meanwhile, back in the throne room of the 10th castle, Peter was messing around with a red scarf around his neck. He flicked it to one side to fall over his armor, and then to the other side. He was already disguised, looking exactly identical to Quinn. "Which side do you think looks better?" Peter asked. "Neither," Mukka angrily replied, as they had already been doing this for 15 minutes. "It is important that while you are Quinn that you act like him." Quinn never wore the silly silky red scarf. "Oh, but it looked good and I thought it suited the king's look. Just get rid of the scarf and head outside," Mukka said. It was very rare she lost her patience. She was always usually calm and cool-headed, but she and Peter didn't mix well. He was someone who did as he liked, didn't follow orders, where she was all about upholding orders. She felt like this whole thing would be quite the large task, as she had been asked to look over him. The 2 of them were outside, and Peter was waving to the public as they walked through the markets and such. It's important that we continue to make public appearances, so the people talk about us, and know we are still very present. Muka whispered. I see. I guess I never realized it before because I didn't pay attention, but Quinn gets a lot of looks from the girls, Peter said, as he went ahead and gave one a wink. She almost fainted from the shock that Quinn had actually interacted with her. Please, P. Muka stopped herself there before saying his name. Please refrain from doing anything that Quinn wouldn't usually do. As they continued to walk through the streets, there were eyes on them from all areas, but sitting on a box of crates were a few vampires that were somewhat staring at Peter. Tisich, look at him, he's taken on this king role really well, one of the vampires said. They treat him like he's a second hero, but didn't he kill a bunch of vampires? And what did he actually do to stop the enemy? Wasn't most of it all Syl's work? It seems like the vampires just want someone to have taken a big part in all of this. He has done some amazing things, but I reckon that's more due to the help of those around him. I don't think he's that strong himself. The group continued to laugh until they suddenly stopped. A shadow was cast over them, and they could see the person they were talking about was right in front of them. Immediately, Peter grabbed the man that had made one of the comments by the scruff of his neck. I think you're right, I might not actually be that strong myself. Why don't you tell me? Peter said, as he lifted the man in the air and threw him up, before moving his hand back ready for a punch. Quinn punch! Peter shouted out, hitting the vampire right in the stomach. He went flying in the air, and eventually crashed back down into one of the buildings in the distance. Muka's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. If Quinn was gone for a long time, she thought she might not survive this whole thing. The new pieces of land from Earth were attached to already existing pieces of land, making them larger, rather than creating small islands. This was so the planet could focus on easy and quick transport, underground tunnels, and more for development. They wanted Earth to be as connected as possible. One of the areas that was being developed was on a coastline. It was a new piece of land, so the city was still in the middle of development. Look at all of this stuff. It's amazing, Edvard said as he was still in the ship at the terminal. So far there hadn't been a single worker. Everything had been automatic, the scanning of their faces, the entrance into the city, and more. There were multiple screens and holographic displays that would just come up telling one where to do. So where do we head to now? Hickel asked. Immediately a hologram display appeared in front of Hickel, showing him where he was on the map, and showing him where the exits were. He was a little startled by this. This is really hard to get used to, Hickel had to admit. Oh, come on. Change is great. All of these things are just to make life easier. Edvard couldn't stop smiling as everything was a joy to him. I know, but you have to remember that in the past vampires were always much more advanced than humans in technology. But with us all lasting for a long time, we have decided to stick to one taste. Hickel explained. Overhearing the two of them talk about the differences between the vampire settlement and Earth made Quinn realize that the vampires really did live in a strange steampunk-styled society. They even had carriages that ran on beast crystals, when they could have built something a lot more aerodynamic. A lot more has changed since our lifetimes. Thanks for bringing us Quinn, Edvard said. Quinn turned around with a frown on his face. Sorry, I mean Bin. It's hard to get used to the name, and your face, although I used to call you Bin before, Edvard replied. Speaking of, should both of us have disguises? We are original leaders after all, Hickel asked. For you two it should be fine, Quinn explained. If Immortality knows you are here, it might seem even less suspicious. He probably expected us to send someone. Besides, although you guys are popular in the settlement, I think you might find that no one really knows what you look like here. As the group went outside the terminal and started to explore the city, they found what Quinn said was true. They had passed many vampires and expected them to notice them, but they continued their day as normal. In the first place, leaders were rarely seen, and the originals hadn't come out much either. Those who would have remembered their faces would long be gone, and those living on Earth tried to not get involved with the settlement too much. Of course, there was the possibility a few might notice them, but it was the same as if a human just spotted a politician they saw on TV sometimes. It wasn't too much of a big deal to the vampires that weren't living in the settlement. A lot had changed in 1,000 years, and the traditions of treating leaders like they were some type of god was one of them. The group was currently doing some exploring. The reason for landing specifically here was because Magnus' ship was found here as well. Most likely he wasn't still in the city, and where he needed to be was another location, but they needed to check it out anyway just in case. They searched quickly and through many places, even asking people if they saw any like him, but there were no clues, no obvious clues, so they decided to start looking in the more hard-to-see places, such as the current construction sites. They walked on the ground floor, where the base was filled with mostly ground, and bags of material off to the side. There was a large fence on the outside that was to stop people from coming in. These building projects took a lot more than just dirt, so there was a lot of equipment about and not just ability users. "How long have they been following us for?" Hickel asked. "About 5 minutes. Quinn replied. "They could be related to Immortality, so stay on guard." A group of 5 vampires walked out with large grins on their faces, chuckling to themselves. "Well, it looks like we have a bunch of newcomers in this city. For every person that comes to the city, there is a fee that needs to be paid, and we haven't had our fee," the vampire said. "Seriously?" Edvard raised an eyebrow. "Have I traveled back in time? What type of half-made bad gang is this? They want us to pay. What do they mean by this, and for what? The city is free to enter, and no one else had to pay anything," Hickel said. "They robbing us, small brain," Edvard replied back. "They're robbing us. Do they really not recognize us? Back in our day, no one would have even dared to try and do such a thing," Hickel said, sounding a little saddened in his voice. "It's best if you guys just hand over your credits," the vampire said. "Don't even think about reporting it. The Vampire Corps are more concerned with dealing with vampire on human cases than vampire on vampire." While saying these words, the 3 older men seemed to be in the middle of a conversation, and eventually Hickel started to walk out in front of them all. "Do any of you happen to have a marking on your hand?" Hickel asked. All of the vampires looked confused. "I didn't think as much. In the end, I have been the one nominated to deal with you, so be gone." Hickel swiped his hand and a single line of red aura went out. It was too fast for the others to react. They had just started summoning their red aura when the attack hit them, cutting them all deeply on their chests and sending them straight to the ground. "Be thankful that I didn't kill you," Hickel commented. "And be careful of who you mess with next time." The 3 of them were off and deciding that it was time to take a break of some sort. They all ended up sitting outside as the sun was starting to set at a coffee shop. "I'm starting to think aimlessly searching isn't going to work," Edvard commented. "I think you're right," Quinn admitted. "Maybe we should try focusing on one of the other things. We don't know why Magnus is here, but we do know that Immortality has targeted those with a relation to you before. Who do you have a relation with that is still on Earth?" Quinn thought about it for a few moments. "I guess there is Fex and Andy from the Vampire Corps. There is also Logan and his entire family. Both of them are aware of the situation. It would be hard to get to them. Then, I guess there is also Lucia. She was someone who helped when we woke up, but as far as I know she went to the Greylash faction. The only other person I can think of is a woman called Jessica, but I have no idea where she is. If we ask Logan to check the files, maybe he can confirm the positions of everyone. It wouldn't be any harm in checking if they were safe if we're already here," Edvard suggested. With no leads it didn't sound like a bad idea, but thinking about Jessica made him wonder how she was doing. After all, she was a little different compared to the others. "Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to ask you a question. Why were the vampires so afraid of the Dampiers?" Quinn asked. "I heard at one point there was one that nearly got rid of the whole settlement. Since you 2 are originals, I thought you would know more about it." Both Hickel and Edvard looked at each other at that moment. "That happened?" Hickel asked, and Edvard shrugged his shoulders. "I remember the war between the vampires and the werewolves, but nothing about a damper," Edvard replied. Little did Quinn know, this simple question would unfold an unknown mystery to the vampires. The confused look on both of the originals' faces continued. They went on and discussed big events that had occurred during their time, and while doing so, they both reminded each other of some things. It was a hard conversation to follow, because Quinn didn't have a lot of context to go by. He continued to listen, and they started to think that maybe they had some memories removed, either that or the two of them were just old, which was also true. In the middle of their conversation, while they were reminiscing about old times that Quinn didn't really care about, he started to think back himself about the Dampiers. I remember it. It was when I first created Erin. I didn't even know Dampiers were a thing, but as soon as she was made, there was an attempt to kill her. It was made clear that I was never meant to let anyone know about it. Of course, then the whole damper versus human mess started, but I found out later that it's possible that Erin, she might have not even been a true damper. The damper that Quinn had created was from his blood. It was a subclass, one that was extremely rare and next to never be seen. Then there were also the Dampiers that could be turned by another, those like Erin. Lastly, there were Dampiers that came from a vampire and human birth. I'm sorry, Quinn, but me and Hickle have gone over it, and neither of us can remember any large event like that happening. Edvard replied. That's really strange, because when one of my friends became a subclass, I was told to keep it a secret. Later I learned a story about how a damper was the natural enemy of vampires. But I can't remember who told me that, whether it was Vincent, Arthur, or Richard. Regardless, I did always hear a few things, that vampires in the past would always get rid of what they were afraid of. That's why they exterminated the werewolves, and that's why the Dampiers were in existence that couldn't exist, since they were superior to vampires. Both Edvard and Hickle both looked at the ground, as if they were extremely guilty of something. It was clear something Quinn had said upset them. I think what you say might be right, Edvard said. In fact, what we were discussing before wasn't whether or not Dampiers were dangerous, but if there was ever a grand event with the Dampiers. You see, with the werewolves there was an event and a reason why we needed to get rid of them. I won't go into the details now, but what is strange is we never had an event that had occurred with the Dampiers, like you said, yet we both have heard the same thing, that the Dampiers are an extremely dangerous subrace. Quinn tried to dive deep into his memory bank. He started to remember a few things. For one, Vincent was chased because he had killed one of the other leaders, but his reason for doing so was due to him trying to create a damper. The leader had gone one step too far when trying to use Vincent's love interest. So at least during Vincent's time it was already well known that Dampiers were dangerous. Maybe the event had occurred while both of you were in a slumber? Quinn said. No, because we knew about it before we went into a slumber. But we really don't think anything had happened. It's strange, as you said. Hickle commented. It was well known throughout the settlement. From the looks of things, did someone just spread that around as a rumor? Rumors or not, the Dampiers, even if it wasn't a true damper, did cause a lot of trouble. Edvard folded his arms, and had a smug look on his face as if he had figured everything out. If that's the case, and it really was just a rumor that had been spread around, then I am 90% sure I know the person who spread it. Both Quinn and Hickle moved in closer, waiting to hear the answer. Out of all three of them, they felt like Edvard would have been the last person to guess. It's Richard, Edvard stated. Richard Eno. If it came from him, then everyone would have believed it instantly without having to ask for proof. From the beginning, he was always one that knew a lot more compared to others. Think about it, if you had heard this from any other leader, you would have probably just shrugged it off, or maybe even waited until you confirmed the fact with your own two eyes. But I can imagine it now, if it came from Richard's mouth we would have all just believed it. What Edvard said made a lot of sense to Hickle. He could even imagine it now. Quinn also felt the same way. For as little as he knew Richard, he tended to believe him more than he didn't. He had great knowledge after all. But then why? Quinn asked. Why would Richard say such a thing? Did he experience something with Dampiers that no one else did? Or after finding a damper, he just realized how much of a threat they could be in the future? They all sat in silence thinking about it more, until Hickle spoke up. I doubt that, because those types of things, if it was of that nature, wouldn't have been kept hidden, or we would at least know some details. A good example is actually the blood fairies. Their existence was welcomed even with the downsides towards us. It was only later, after a problem occurred, that they were a banned subclass, and usually it's because of other vampires trying to misuse them, rather than a problem with the race itself. The words from Hickle, it had given him a hint to the answer they were probably looking for. What you just said, It wasn't usually the race itself that was the problem, but how one would use the race. What if all of our guesses are right? Richard Eno discovered something that a damper could do. In order to stop someone from abusing its power, he straight up banned them. Maybe the rumors about a damper were made up. Of course he would have thought someone would want to harness their power, so there might be another reason, another use of the dampers that we don't know about. As for the reason why he made up that rumor, the more Quinn said it out loud, the more he thought he was right. For one thing, this information should have been available to Logan as well, but what if it wasn't? What if it was something so big that Richard wished to hide it even from him? But wait, wasn't there a case where there were multiple dampers? We weren't there at the time, but we heard about it, Edvard said. Yes, but they were different. They weren't like Jessica. A vampire born from a vampire and a human. A true damper. Quinn said. A message had been received from Logan, informing them that Jessica was indeed on Earth. Being a damper, there was one luxury that Jessica did get to enjoy compared to other vampires, and that was sleep. Vampires struggled to sleep, and they didn't really need much in the first place. Just a couple of hours would make them feel refreshed. While in most cases they could go a week without any sleep at all anyway. Although this was more because they just couldn't get to sleep if they tried. Their bodies just weren't tired. For Jessica it was a mix. She could force herself to stay awake, and in doing so there would almost be a second wave of an adrenaline rush that would wake her up, or she could sleep like normal. For this she chose the latter because sleep was something she absolutely loved, and if she didn't have a job would perhaps sleep in even longer. However, today wasn't one of those days that she could. She was hung up on the second letter she had received. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the dark ceiling in her room. The two letters had to come from the same person, and why not just tell me who they were? Why are they being so secretive about all of this? I'm seriously starting to think I have a full-time stalker on my hands. And if they know where I live, they have to be in the vampire core. Wait, that might not be the case. They could just have followed me home. But stalkers are more than likely someone you know, right? I don't think this is something Galliner would do. Before she knew it, she had stayed up almost all night, and it was time for her to get ready for work once more. She was hoping that just like yesterday, that there would be no active cases. Doing her job when she didn't feel well could be the difference between life and death. On her casual walk to work, she was casually looking at the faces of those walking by, passing humans and vampires. It felt peaceful for her. Then she came to a stop, as she was waiting to cross the street. She continued gazing at other people, until her eyes locked with a certain gentleman. He was a little taller than the others, his eyes showed a lot of age on them. Is he staring at me? Jessica thought. It was quite clear that the man was directly staring right at her. The two were making eye contact without a single one blinking. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Wait, do I? Does he seem familiar? The sound was made, allowing one to cross the street, and at the brief moment she looked up, making sure it was green for go. When she looked back she was unable to see the man. She crossed the street, turning her head, looking through the crowd, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Could that man have been the one who sent the letters? Could he be the stalker? But how did I lose sight of him? She thought. Calm down. It might have just been all in your head. You get one night's bad sleep and now you're hallucinating. She thought to herself, gulping down her fears and heading to work. When heading into work, her mind was more scrambled than before. The image of the man was vividly in her head. She wondered, why did he seem so familiar? It was too real to just be a figment of her imagination. Have I really not seen that person before? Jessica! Jessica! A loud voice shouted. Turning her head, she could see that it was the chief, Barbara. I've been calling out your name a few times now. On what planet is your mind on? Jessica was about to answer, with M's and R's, but Barbara seemed to have something else to say. You better be on the ball today, you're one of my most trusted captains. Anyway, today you have 3 new recruits joining you, so be on your game. 3 new recruits, at a time like this? Jessica thought. Currently the group was traveling via a levitating train. It had no tracks but a set path that would take them directly to where they needed to go. They thought about taking their ship, but both Hickel and Edvard wanted to enjoy trying something different and looking at the views outside of the window. Quinn had to admit it was nice seeing Earth's greenery. It was rather different compared to before. They had decided to head to where Jessica currently was. They had received information from Logan that Jessica was in the Vampire Core unit. From there, it was easy to contact Andy and ask where exactly Jessica was. Things were a lot easier when you had connections and weren't on the run or hiding. Quinn remembered that Jessica used to be in the Vampire Core, but came out of it to pursue being a traveler. He wondered why she had decided to go back. Okay, we're going to need to kind of talk about what we are going to do next. We heard from Andy that she is safe at the moment, but that could change by the time we get there, Edvard said. Quinn was about to say something. The reason it was taking them slightly longer was because they wanted to go by train. Say she is safe. Then what? Do we just go off to the next target? What are you suggesting? Hickel asked, as it seemed like Edvard was going somewhere with this. Look, I've run my fair share of big organizations before. It might be hard for Magnus to make a move, which means that they could still very well be after her. Yet, we have no clue why they are going after her or what they want to use her for. If we show up and hang around, do you really think Magnus is going to act? He's hidden from us this well so far, so searching for him isn't an option. Quinn could see where he was going with this, and he wasn't so sure it was the best idea. So you want to use her as bait? Edvard snapped his fingers and leaned back in his chair as if his job was done. Although you might not like it, Quinn, I do believe it's our only chance. If we do manage to stop Magnus, we could find out the secrets of the damper. Hickel stated. That's if they are even after Jessica for that reason in the first place. Everything I said was more or less a guess. Quinn replied. Yes, but I think it's a good guess. Magnus right now, if they wanted to do you harm, could be targeting the general public or the vampire settlement, but he's not. Which means Immortality has entrusted him with a much more important task. Hickel said. It was dangerous. Quinn didn't want to put anyone's life at risk. It was easy to just perhaps take Jessica someplace else, but he wouldn't be able to watch over her 24/7. And if they didn't stop Magnus, where would this end? No, when Quinn thought about it even more, was stopping Magnus the end? Wouldn't Immortality just continue to find another way? There was something that he himself perhaps needed to do that he had been putting off for a while now, but they would deal with Magnus first. So do you suggest we just watch her from afar? Quinn asked. Because I don't think that would work. We need to be close to her. Close to her without her knowing about us, and Magnus as well. They all had their fingers on their chins as they thought about, until once again, Edvard was the one that snapped his fingers. I got it. The answer is so easy. I mean, you're friends with Fex and Andy, right? Don't they run the Vampire Core? Then the answer is simple. Join as a member of the Vampire Core, and be part of Jessica's group. Lack of sleep, a possible stalker, and all in her midlife crises. She wondered how her day could get any worse. But Jessica soon was going to find out that it easily could get worse. Wait a second. Why are you dumping 3 new recruits on me? Jessica asked. There are other squads. Shouldn't they at least be spread out or something? So why are you doing this to me? Look, all the other captains have their hands extremely busy. Besides, you being the youngest must have the best idea as to how they felt, so treat them well. Barbara said, turning around, not giving a chance for Jessica to say any more. She had to admit, she felt bad. But there was nothing she could do. This was an order from Andy, and they weren't to question it. It was quite clear that the 3 new recruits had connections of some kind, because they hadn't even gone through any form of assessment, and yet here they were. Heading into her office, she could see Galliner and the 2 others in her squad, Stacy and Gabe. This was her small investigation team that would deal with cases, and now standing up against a wall there were 3 figures. They stood there straight with their hands behind their backs. Jessica looked at all 3 of them up and down. The 3 new recruits were, of course, Quinn, Hickel, and Edvard. Quinn had the special mud mask, so he looked nothing like he had done before. Whereas Edvard and Hickel, they had gone out buying wigs, changing their hairstyle and adding a few features to their face here and there. They were unrecognizable compared to before, and since their faces weren't well known in the first place, they thought it was the perfect disguise. You 3? State your name and speciality, Jessica asked. My name is Edward, Edvard declared. I am an extremely lucky person. With me around you will see fortune in everything. Jessica looked at the vampire like he was a crazy person, and her immediate thought if a person said they were just lucky, was that they were an idiot and useless. And you? Jessica asked, moving down the line. I am Hike, Hickle answered. I have the ability to blow things up with my blood. Although I am also quite fast and nimble, and have the mind for seeing the bigger picture of things. The response from Hike seemed pretty good. Although, there was a fine line between being confident and bragging, and she would just have to see how he would do down the line. Finally, she walked over to the last vampire. There was nothing special from him based on his looks. A plain face, plain black haircut. If she saw him before on the street, she would have never recognized him. Yet even then, she felt like he stood out the most. Same question, Jessica asked. The others had answered somewhat truthfully, that way, if they needed to use their powers there wasn't so much of a surprise, but Quinn couldn't just use his shadow powers here. So the others wondered what his answer would be. My name is Bake, Quinn answered, thinking that he couldn't keep using Bin, in case there were those that knew about the fake name as well. I am nothing special like the last two, but I will tell you one thing. I am a reliable person. If you are ever in trouble, need someone to talk to, or need anything at all, then I will be there to help you. When Quinn said these words, he didn't break eye contact, and stared directly at Jessica. She felt her cheeks heat up a little. She didn't know why, but she felt like this vampire was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Galliner, at the back, folded his arms, and felt a little sick. I can't believe someone could come in and say something so cheesy. Jessica went on to inform the three about the rules in the Vampire Corps. What their role would be for the time being, as they were each to assist a different person, just shadowing them for the time being. She also went through what would happen if there was the sound of an alarm, and what to do on an active case, as well as days where their squad was on patrol duty, which for them would be tomorrow. On patrol they would just walk around the city, until they were called in for a case that would occur. They were to always move as a unit in cases involving vampires, no matter how low the risk. This was because they never knew how strong the vampire they were going up against would be. Jessica had handed each person off, with Quinn going with Galliner. They didn't do much, and eventually it came to lunch. You guys go ahead, Jessica said. I'm going to rest my eyes for a bit. The others went out of the office heading to the canteen, and the last one to leave was Quinn. He stood by the door looking back at her, and the two made eye contact once again. Just go. You don't have to worry about me, Jessica said. Just if there's anything you want to talk about, Quinn added, leaving it to her. When the group got their food, Galliner couldn't help but stare at Quinn constantly. He had noticed Jessica glance his way a few times already. Hey, I just want to let all of you new guys know that Jessica is already taken by me, Galliner claimed. In what world is that true? Gabe said. She's rejected you 1,000,000 times already. Yes, but I can tell that she just has these high walls up. I'm breaking them down slowly, Galliner explained. Imagine this. I do all the hard work breaking down a wall. I finally do it, and someone just jumps over and steals the treasure. When he finished his sentence, he was looking toward Quinn. Hey, I think you have it all wrong, young one, Edvard said. Based on outward looks, Edvard did look older than Galliner, but it was always difficult to tell with vampires. In this case, though, due to being in a higher position, Galliner expected some respect, but the vampire was talking so casually to him. You see, this one already has a wife and kids. He is happily married, so you don't have to worry about any of that, Edvard said. Galliner felt a sigh of relief, and it was at that point he realized. He thought if the two of them would have to go over competition over Jessica, then he would lose. I am worried about her though, Quinn asked. She did seem a little tired, her mind heavy on things. Has anything happened that's been unusual lately? The others thought about it, and they had noticed her acting strange. I think it all started when she was talking about that letter, Stacy commented. Oh yeah. But Galliner, weren't you the one that sent that letter? No, I told you guys already that it wasn't me. I wasn't lying about that. I have no reason to lie about that. Besides, don't you think that's a step too far, going to her apartment? I don't want to be seen as a creep. The others wondered if they had found something. Can you explain exactly what was in these letters? Quinn asked. Back at her desk, Jessica was surprisingly able to sleep. Her eyes were shut and she started to dream. She was chasing after a criminal, and in the fight she had been kicked in the face hard. At that moment, her contact had come out, revealing that one of her eyes was glowing yellow. There were so many that were pointing at her, looking at her in disgust as if she didn't fit in. Then the yellow energy, the damper energy, completely consumed her. The energy blasted up high and into the air, creating some sort of rift in the clouds. When looking up, she could see a red swirling sky in the hole she had just created. Ah! Jessica woke up, her heart beating fast. That was a strange dream. Trying to forget about the dream, she continued to work, and opened up her drawer underneath her desk to put some files in. And that's when she saw it, another letter in a white envelope. The envelope was held in Jessica's hand for a while. She had yet to open it, but multiple questions were going through her head. When was this put in here? Was it before I even came to work? Or was it here the other day? Did I open the drawer yesterday? I think I did, so this has to be a new letter. Wait. Maybe I didn't open my drawer. She was beginning to have second guesses, but was wondering if that was because she wanted it to be an older letter. So far, the messages had somewhat linked up. She almost felt like if she were to read the letter, then whatever was said on it would end up being true. Placing the letter down, she slid it back into the drawer and closed it, taking another deep breath. Let's not open it and just ignore it. I should just carry on with my life the way I have been doing. Everything has been going fine so far, so why would it suddenly change now? She thought, although there was still a big worry over her head. How did it get there? It would mean one would have to be incredibly skillful to sneak into the vampire core, or the most likely answer was that it was someone in the vampire core in the first place. Is it a coincidence that I get this letter the day 3 new vampires turn up? She thought. The letters from my house could be explained with stalking, but for the one in my office, maybe they put it in before I even got here. I did feel something as well. They were suppressing it well, but when I got up to each of them, I could feel the energy inside me rise a little. These vampires are no ordinary vampires. So the question is, are they all behind this or just one of them, and why would they even do this type of thing? The more Jessica just sat there, her head continued to flip-flop. Nothing made sense, and she thought it was best not to accuse anyone either or jump to conclusions. She would just pretend the letters were never there in the first place. When the others came back from the canteen, Jessica looked busy as she already had a load of work prepared for them all to do. They were looking over case files and were to try and make a report on how to make certain areas safer. Others were working on public speaking scripts on how they should handle the public news crews and so on. Then the day finally came to an end, and everyone went their separate ways, or at least that's what they thought. Standing on top of the apartment rooftops with the night sky out, 3 people were looking down at a particular apartment. At least they were until Edvard decided to lie down and stare at the night sky. So what, you think that Magnus is the one who has been sending her these letters? Why would he do that? Was he meant to kill Jessica? And then when he saw her, suddenly he fell for her? Edvard said out loud because the whole thing sounded ridiculous to him. At the moment, Logan hasn't given us any news about anything happening anywhere else. He has a close eye on the others, and no big events have happened regarding other cities, Quinn explained. We don't know if it's Magnus or just a crazy person, but we have to assume anything at the moment while we have nothing. You mean it's the only lead we have right now? That is a bit suspicious, Hickel added. It does make me wonder, though, if Magnus was able to get into her apartment, why not just take her away or kidnap her? Could it be they are after something else? Or they're just waiting for us again? Edvard said, doing a sit-up and looking at the two. Immortality could just be playing a game on you, Quinn. He seems to want to torment you more than anything. Maybe this time he just didn't realize that we beat him to the punch. He's waiting for us to do something, and then wants to react. What Edvard said actually made a lot of sense to Quinn because that's what he originally thought when Immortality was acting in the vampire settlement, pushing him further and further until he did as Immortality asked. This thought reminded him he had thought for a while now about something, and he felt like he had finally made a decision. I want to tell both of you something I have been thinking about for a while, Quinn said. His tone was heavy, alerting the others not to make any sarcastic comments at this point in time. Even if we stop Magnus, Immortality isn't going to stop. So after we do find Magnus and stop him, I've decided I'm going to stop Immortality himself. Quinn was expecting the other two to act surprised, but instead, they just had a straightforward look on their faces. When you say stop, what do you mean by that? What are you planning on doing, and how are you planning on stopping him? Pickle asked. Quinn took a deep breath once more. Even just saying the words were hard for him, but he had already made the resolve to do this. I will make a portal, but not for Immortality to come to our world, but for me to go to his world instead. And while I'm there, I plan to kill Immortality, Quinn answered. Once again, the two leaders had expected this, but it just seemed surreal. Was it really the only way? The only way to stop him? It felt that way so far, so they understood how Quinn felt. Maybe if they had his strength, his confidence, they would attempt to do something the same. But for the two of them, they would never have a chance of taking down such a being. I've opened a portal there before, so there has to be a way for me to do it again. I mean, even Immortality thinks that's the case. All I need to do is close it when I'm the only one inside. But what if you never get back? What if there's no way out of that place? Edvard said. You're the key to get in, but that doesn't mean you are one to get out of there. Without you, we have no clue how to get in. How do you think your family and friends are going to feel if you're stuck there forever? They will understand, Quinn answered immediately. I am doing it in the first place for all of them. I don't plan to go in there and never come out, but I know that is a possibility. And besides, there are other problems as well. Other problems, Edvard wanted to say. There seemed to be many problems with this makeshift plan of his. That was when Edvard realized he was worried because he considered Quinn a friend. If anyone else wanted to go away, go to their own death or sacrifice themselves for everyone else, then he wouldn't care. But it wasn't fair to Quinn. It wasn't fair to the man who had little time to himself, little time to spend with his family, to sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone else enjoying their lives. One of the main issues is that killing Immortality won't mean it's the end for him, Quinn explained. One can kill a god, but they will reincarnate. The reincarnation cycle can be different each time, though. So maybe it will be 100 years, maybe 1,000, or it could just be the next day he gets reincarnated. Still, there is a chance that when he does, he won't have his memories. Although Quinn was saying all of this, that was if he killed him in the first place, the ones the ancient ones feared. Then the second issue. There is a theory that Richard Eno came up with. If we were to kill Immortality, all of his powers out there in the world would go away with it. Meaning, the vampire's existence would be no more. While 3 of the strongest vampires in existence continued to watch over the apartment block from the inside, Jessica was still having somewhat of a mental breakdown. Her back was against her front door, and she was slowly sliding to the bottom with the white envelope held in her hand. Why did I bring this back with me? Jessica said to herself. I thought I was just going to ignore it all. I even said that I wouldn't accuse those guys, and yet, she thought back to how she had acted after lunch. Jessica had subtly asked the new recruits questions nonstop while they were doing work. Questions about what city they were in before this, why they wanted to become part of the vampire corps, and so on. She had even been watching their every move, but they were good at their job, and they didn't seem to be interested in her, at least not in a way where they would be dropping white envelopes. Arg, fine. Jessica stood up and ripped the top of the envelope open. It's not like it's going to change anything, and the curiosity is just going to kill me. She read the words slowly, and it wasn't what she had expected. Then again, what was she expecting? This will be the last letter you will be receiving. What does that mean? I mean, at least I know this is definitely a new letter, but why bother sending a message like this? Later, when she was trying to get some sleep, she realized the effect the words of the letter had on her. The words, it was almost as if someone was after her life. Stating that it was the last letter tormented her. Waking up the next day, which now felt like the second day in a row with a horrible sleep, Jessica felt irritated. Although she didn't need it, living the way she had been doing for a while, she swung her pillow into the wall when getting up from bed. It was harder than she thought, as it burst into feathers. Jessica and her squad had met up in the office first, but they quickly changed into the Vampire Corps uniform. It was all black in color, tight-fitting leather close to their bodies but made in a way where there were variations in black, so it looked somewhat similar to a police uniform. This was so the members of the public knew that the Vampire Corps were trying to help them and create a better image. Once everyone was changed, they met outside of the building for a few words. On our forearms, there is a communication device linked back to headquarters. They will alert us if there is any case that we need to go to in our area. Usually you would respond, but you guys haven't had time to learn the proper codes or ways of responding, Jessica explained. So you can leave that bit to me. Usually, if you are chasing any type of suspect, and trust me, I use the word chasing because for some reason vampires always run thinking that they are faster than us, but if you do end up in a chase or there are multiple people to chase, then you must do so in pairs no matter what. Due to the current situation with the new recruits, I will now announce the following pairings. Galliner, you have the most experience, so I am putting you alone with Edward. Stacy and Gabe, the two of you will be with Hickle, and I will be taking Bake under my wing. Galliner looked like he wanted to say something, protest, but he bit his lip. All of them had entered the main part of the city. They weren't directly together walking down the same streets, but they were in the same area. If anything came in, they would be contacted and try to come in together. Come in, Squad 0014. We have an emergency at the Reflector Factory. It appears that members of the Black Swans have appeared. Squad 0008 is dealing with them, but they need help immediately. The message came through on her communication device as she stated it would. Quickly, she sent out the message to all the others, for them all to meet at the Reflector Factory. It wasn't far from where they were, and they would get there quicker by running at full speed. Sorry, Bake. This is an important one, so I'm going to go ahead without you, Jessica said as she sprinted off at full speed. Quinn had been warned about this during their lunch break. They stated Jessica often got heated in the moment while out in the field, and she would dart off on her own. She was faster than everyone else, so even though Galliner was meant to be her partner, he would always arrive at the scene and the job would be done. He stated that he was worried that one day it would be her on the ground instead of the enemy due to her rash-headed decisions. Jessica was originally running through the alleys, but jumping from side to side, she had quickly made it to the rooftop of the buildings. It was easy to travel this way so she wouldn't get caught up in traffic or in the way of the public. Tell me, what are the Black Swans? Turning her head, Jessica was surprised to see Bake right there next to her. He can keep up with me? I guess he really is talented. The Black Swan are a group of thieves. We're not sure of their size, but they are quite proud of themselves, to the point where they have even publicly named themselves the Black Swan. They aim for areas with high-level crystals. The factories usually have demigod-tier crystals or two that are used for helping build certain equipment. They can be sold for a lot of money. Of course, doing what they do, they are quite strong, so it's no wonder another squad is having trouble. It didn't take long for Quinn and Jessica to arrive at the scene, and they managed to catch the tail end of the fight with the other squad. They weren't doing so well, with the others injured. Running ahead, right outside the front of the factory through the gates, Jessica lifted her hand and unleashed a powerful blood swipe. One of the Black Swan members saw this and created a blood swipe of his own. But Jessica's attack was far more powerful, breaking through it. The man managed to avoid the strike and continued to move. In total, there appeared to be 6 Black Swan members with masks over their faces. Everyone, we got what we came for. Let's get out of here, the man who had blocked Jessica's attack said, and they started to run away along with the others. Go after them, the other captain said. We only have light injuries, it will be fine. We need to at least get those crystals back. Jessica and Quinn chased after the group, but that was when they split up. 2 of them, the leader and another member, went into the factory, while the others split up, running around the side of the factories. The Black Swan group has split up. Intercept them in these areas, Jessica ordered. The others in Jessica's squad weren't far behind, and they followed the order. At the side of the factory, Hickle, Stacy, and Gabe landed, blocking the path of 2 members. We have you now, Stacy said. However, from the sides, behind crates and walls, around 5 more members appeared. On the other side of the factory, the same thing happened. Edvard and Galliner managed to intercept 2 vampires, but soon 2 more appeared, making it 4. Galliner, knowing they were part of the Black Swan, felt a little nervous. "Hey Edward, I thought you said you were the lucky one. So what kind of lucky situation is this?" Galliner asked. "I am the lucky one," Edvard replied. "So I'm guessing all the others are in a worse situation." The inside of the factory had been cleared out of workers when the Black Swan group arrived. Surprisingly, while giving chase, the leader turned around with his partner. "Ha ha ha. I know you, squad leader Jessica," the man said. "You have been a pain in our backside for a long time. I was waiting for you to come so I could finish you off today." Multiple members of the Black Swan emerged from the machinery and the sides. There seemed to be around 15 vampires in total. Even Jessica looked nervous due to the situation, but she felt her strength increasing from within. "I'm sorry, Bake, for getting you into a situation like this on your first day," Jessica said. A sneak attack came from above as one of the men dropped from the ceiling, launching blood swipes. Quinn quickly moved, using his arms to block and break the blood swipes. As the man continued to fall before he could do anything, Quinn grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out. "I told you already, I am reliable. Don't worry about me." Hickel, known as Hike to the others, Stacy and Gabe were all fighting off the Black Swan members. They were surrounded, but the 2 still took it upon themselves to protect the newbie, with one getting in front of him and one behind him. The Black Swan group were organized as they kept their distance and started to throw blood swipes toward the 3 of them. Both Stacy and Gabe, rather than throwing out blood swipes of their own, used their blood aura to reinforce their arms, and in doing so they swung them, hitting the blood aura away. It was a more effective way of blocking several attacks, but it took more energy. It almost felt like they were blocking a sword with each hit. "These 2 are good people," Hickel thought. "I am practically a stranger to them, and yet, they have decided to protect me, so I need to help them out a little." Swinging both of his hands, he let out blood swipes. He didn't use his full power, but just enough to somewhat push the blood swipes back, right into their line of view before turning them into nothing but red particles. "Now!" Hickel shouted, giving them a chance to fight. They spread out, each going to 2 of the members. It would be a hard fight. At least Hickel would make it seem hard, as he avoided some of the punches thrown and allowed one to hit his side. "Oh, if only you knew who I was. The things I would do to you," Hickel thought. However, the hit didn't really hurt him in the first place, so he continued on with these antics, taking them out slowly, hoping that the other 2 would do the same. On the other side of the factory, Edvard was fighting with Galliner. They had 4 members going after 2 of them, which also made it a bit difficult for Galliner to act straight away. When he saw an opening to attack, another would come from the side and attempt to strike him. On top of that, he was continuously turning his head. "Hey Edward, are you doing okay? I don't need you to beat them, but just hold out against these guys. I'll deal with them one by one," Galliner stated as he swung his arms. Blood swipes crashed into a vampire, and he leapt toward the other, pretending to go for a punch, but quickly switched it up with a sweep, hitting the bottom of his legs. There was a reason why he would usually be partnered up with Jessica, because on their team he was one of the closest ones that could keep up with her. Meanwhile, Edvard was avoiding every hit so far, not striking back. "Crap, I suppose I should take a hit or 2 from these guys to make it look realistic. Come on, hit me, I won't move." True to his word, Edvard didn't move, and a hit landed right on his face. The fist was stuck there on his face for a moment. "Did I say hit me in the face?" Edvard said. The attacker could feel that something was wrong. He pulled his hand away, and when he did, he could see red glowing eyes. The other attacker swung a knife he had, right toward Edvard's neck. Turning around, Edvard looked at him with the red glowing eyes. "Stop," were the words he said. He was still fixing his face a bit from the first punch. The attacker instantly stopped. He was unable to move no matter how hard he tried, and he realized it was because he was under the influence skill. How is that possible? How strong does a vampire's influence skill have to have some control over me? Who is this guy? With a smile on his face, Edvard was getting ready to give a punch of his life. Inside the factory itself, the fighting had started off with a bang. Maybe it was because Jessica was trying to assess the situation, or the fact that she had a bad sleep 2 days in a row, but she was unprepared for the one coming from the rooftop. If it wasn't for Bake, then she would have probably suffered a blow. If you are reliable like you say you are, then it should be fine to leave you be, right? Jessica said, as she ran forward toward the group of people, pulling out 2 daggers. Quinn let go of the passed-out guy's face and ran forward by her side. She struck the first vampires, avoiding their blows, getting in deep. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt. One could see this from the way she attacked. It was almost as if she knew she was better than the others. Meanwhile, Quinn was fighting while keeping one eye on her. He was using nothing but his martial arts skills, mainly his Muy Baron skills. He avoided a punch from a vampire filled with aura that shot out, but grabbed the arm and pulled it down over his shoulder, breaking the joint, before lifting the man and throwing him into another. He had to be careful about using his powers, which was why he was using nothing but his skills, but also had to be wary that at any point in time, any one of these could be after her life. It wasn't long, with the help of the 3 new recruits, that the job was completed. Jessica stood there huffing and panting, while Quinn was fine, and was surrounded by those moaning with broken bones on the floor. Wow! You really are reliable. And you didn't even use a weapon or your aura, Jessica complimented. I am a trained fighter, so my skills rely on my fists and legs more than anything else. Quinn answered with a smile. She didn't know why, but seeing the smile on Bake was nice. She just felt like it was someone she could trust, which was why she didn't want to ask him any more questions other than that. Just happy that they had done a good day's work. Later on, another squad had arrived at the scene. Barbara, knowing that the Black Swan group had planned something big, sent 3 teams in, but there was no need. When the group got back, they were congratulated by nearly the whole department. They all cheered for them as they walked past. They had dealt with one of the major problems of the city, and of course in their heads it had to be Jessica. When back in the office, the group needed to write a report of the events. The 3 recruits had been called by Barbara as she wanted to check if they were all okay, leaving all of the others in the room. Hey! The new guys, they were pretty good, Stacy said. I would hate to admit it, but I don't think things would have gone as smoothly without them. Yeah. I mean, this could be a pretty big deal for all of us. We could all get promotions, Galliner said. Maybe that guy really is lucky after all. The new group were happy with their department, and for the first time in a while, Jessica had forgotten about the stupid letters. When returning, they had decided to do a celebration of their own, taking a blood bank and having a nice drink together. They all put their drinks in the center and cheered up in the air. It was a good day's work, and they all deserved the rest they needed as they headed home. When Jessica got in her home, she was expecting to hear the same crumple she had done the last few days from the white envelope, but there was nothing on the floor. I guess whoever sent that letter, when they said it was the last one, they must have really meant it, Jessica thought. For the first time in a while, she was able to get a good night's sleep. Little did she know she had 3 guardians looking over her. Opposite, on top of the apartment building, the usual 3 were standing there. It looks like nothing is going to happen today either, Edvard said. You're right. I thought that maybe the Black Swan group would have a marked that would act at that moment. But there didn't seem to be anything, Hickel said. What do you want to do, Quinn? He thought about it as he continued to look down. I think you guys are right, we can't stay here forever. We will continue to watch over her and stay in the Vampire Corps for a little while longer. But if nothing else happens, we will need to move on. The next day had arrived, and nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. If anything, for Jessica, things were kind of back to normal, as she had managed to sleep for the first time, although it was a little later than usual. Crap. Am I going to be late for the first time? Jessica said, as she rushed to put on her clothes and started to head straight for the Vampire Corps building. When she got inside the building itself, she could see everyone walking around, but they had nervous looks on their faces. Some were mumbling to each other, but everyone was speaking that it was hard for Jessica to pick up on something. That was until Barbara, who was in the reception area, had spotted her. Jessica! Barbara called out, and she was the one that rushed over to where she was. Jessica! she said again, putting both of her hands on her shoulder. What's going on? Jessica asked. Why are you acting so strange? The look on Barbara's face, one could tell it was hard for her to speak. But she needed to. It was her job. There was a report early this morning, while it was still night. Both Stacy and Gabe. They were found dead in their apartments. Hearing the devastating news, the sound around Jessica was deafening. She was on such an up as she headed into a building. After days of things irritating her bit by bit, this was nothing compared to all that. Suddenly, she was wishing that she hadn't slept. It was a stupid thought to have, but maybe if she was in discomfort, then nothing bad would have happened to the others. She just didn't understand at all why Stacy and Gabe. Why them too? What had they done? Eventually, Barbara had moved Jessica to her office. Thankfully, it seemed even though no words were getting through to her, she was just on autopilot following along. In the office, Hickel and Edvard were already present. Quinn was a bit late because he had directly been following Jessica and had heard of the news as well. Is this the work of Immortality as well? Is he targeting those around Jessica instead of Jessica herself? Or is it just someone who has a grudge against the vampire core? Maybe someone she captured in the past. While the rest were in their seats, Barbara stood at the front. The whole situation looked uncomfortable for her. It made sense. All of the vampires in the vamp core were her responsibility. I want to explain to you all the current situation that we are in, Barbara said. I'm sure many of you have already heard about Stacy and Gabe. I will give you the details of what we know for now, but it is an ongoing investigation. In the early morning around 4:12 a.m., there was a report of loud bangs and fighting occurring in one of the apartment blocks. In the room itself, there are clear signs of fighting as the equipment was completely destroyed. The active night shift team, Squad 0002, arrived at the scene at 4:30. They had arrived at a bloody scene with Gabe and Stacy lying there on the ground. As you know, the two of them lived together. The markings on their bodies and the way they were killed suggest that it was done by a vampire. For a second, the others looked at each other in the room. Hickel and Edvard could gauge the strength of the vampires since they fought alongside them. They were around the level of a vampire Nobel, not quite skillful enough to be a vampire knight, but not just any vampire could beat them. As you know, it's normal procedure to have another squad investigate what is happening. Barbara continued. All of you are too close and will be too emotional to the case, which is why I have one more piece of information, Galliner. Jessica's head lifted up in that moment as she failed to realize it. She had heard the devastating news about her two members, the ones that had been with her practically since she had rejoined the vampire core, that she failed to see, that Galliner wasn't even in the room. As of this moment and time, Galliner is missing. We had sent a squad to his apartment, where there seems to be signs of struggle like the rest, but there's no blood found and there is no body. Jessica immediately stood up from her seat. You have to let me try and find him, Jessica said. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I know, I can't investigate the deaths of Stacy and Gabe. I can't do anything to bring them back. But if there's a chance that we can still save Galliner and catch the people who have done this, don't you think we should use everything we have? Barbara, hearing this, let out a big sigh. I knew you would ask this, but I can't just let you go out on your own. That's when Quinn stood up from his seat. We will go with her. She has an important request, and it could be linked to something else. Barbara and Quinn stared at each other for a moment, and then he gave a small nod toward her. She knew that Quinn and the other two were here based on the recommendation of Andil. It wasn't just any normal recommendation either. Andy had stated that if there was anything they needed, that she should comply. She was unsure whether something like this counted, but it seemed that the new vampires joining might be connected to this case after all. It made her clench her fist, wondering if something from higher up had involved her people, allowing her good people to be hurt, but she had to swallow all of the pain in, as she needed to make a decision for what is best. Fine, but all of you move together. It's not like any of you would be able to do work after hearing this. You are to work with the other teams. If you are a distraction to them or hamper them in any way, then I might have to take you off this case. Do you understand? All of them nodded. The group arrived at the apartment block, which had already been blocked off from the regular public. Apparently the Vampire Corps got a monthly balance to choose which apartment they wished to live at, so not everyone lived at the same place or area. Heading inside was relatively easy. It looked like most knew Jessica and let her through without even asking to see any form of identification. When they got to the actual room, they could see the state it was in. There were some destroyed walls, furniture, chairs, and other things. Meanwhile, there were also those from a different squad, 0015, that were working on this investigation. Jessica went ahead to talk to the captain to see if there was anything she could find. Meanwhile, the other three had gathered. "Do you think it's the work of him?" Hickel asked. "It's too early to tell," Quinn replied. "If it was Magnus, then he could have easily had the strength to take on all three. So much strength that there wouldn't even be a struggle in the apartment. So I would rule out the fact that it was Magnus. However, I wouldn't rule out the fact that it was Immortality." "Then why attack those around Jessica?" Edvard asked. "Maybe just like with me, it's to show her what he's capable of. I was able to save the people that Immortality targeted, but what if Jessia believes that she can't? After killing those close to her, she might do everything in her power to make it stop. And if that's the case, she might accept Immortality's deal." Imaging themselves in Jessia's shoes, they could see why she might go with that option. It seemed that Jessica had no luck getting information out of the captain, but just when she was about to head to the others, another group of people had entered the room. A man with spiky black hair, off to the side with a big cut down the side, wearing the Vampire Corps uniform. Along with him, there were another two that were by his side. "Captain of Squad 0006, Captain Ryder," Jessica said, giving a polite bow. "I heard that you were here," Captain Ryder said. "I didn't know you would have company with you, though. Who are they?" "I've never seen them before." "Oh, they're new recruits," Jessica answered. "They have just recently joined the squad but are working with me." Ryder's eyes lingered on them for a few seconds before going back to Jessica. "Unfortunately, this is not the time to catch up. But I have some good news. We have found a lead on Galliner, and we have tracked them down to a particular location. Our vehicle is outside, but we can do with some backup, and judging by your reputation, I could use your help." Jessica was ready to jump at the chance. "Of course, let's go," Jessica said. At the same time, Quinn and the others followed, but Ryder looked at them. "This is a dangerous situation. New recruits shouldn't get involved." "Where she goes I go," Quinn answered. "He is reliable." Jessica turned back and smiled at Quinn. "They all are. They're coming with me. It's Barbara's orders." With no choice, Ryder turned around. "Fine." All of them went away, off into a large flying van that shot off into the sky. Meanwhile, in the apartment room, the captain had felt something was off. "I didn't get any report that Squad 0006 were involved in this case. Maybe I should call it in and just double-check." The vehicle that was being used was something in between a spaceship and a car that used to be used in the past. Most cars these days were self-driven and levitated off of the ground slightly. However, there were quite strict rules about using a vehicle in a certain way, due to airspace and collisions with buildings and so on. But the Vampire Corps were exempt from that. The vehicle they were in wasn't designed for outer space, but they could go between buildings, zipping around quicker than a helicopter, as it took quick turns. Its deceleration and acceleration were quite fast as well. Quinn imagined he could run faster than the vehicle, but avoiding all of the people on the ground would be a major issue. While looking out the window, they all noticed something. They were leaving behind the grand buildings, and now they were going through large fields of just grass and trees. There was next to no development at all. "Is Galliner no longer in the city?" Jessica asked. "That's right, we managed to track down his communication device out here, and it hasn't moved for a while now," Ryder replied. It wasn't good news. Not moving meant that his body was already dead, and left in a particular place. Eventually, they had reached a more wooded area that would be hard for the vehicle to maneuver through, so it landed and everyone got off. "We will follow the location of the last ping," Ryder said as he moved forward. Doing so, the other 3 squad members with him moved slowly. Jessica was at the back. She was trying to get access from her own communication device, seeing if there was an update from the base, but nothing seemed to be working, The whole thing was scrambled as the screen would just turn into fuzz every time she pressed it. That's strange. Is this thing broken? Jessica asked. Is it not working? Quinn quickly tried his, but his was doing the same thing as well. Mine's not working either. It must be a strong magnetic field, or maybe even a wild beast with certain powers interrupting it, Ryder said, overhearing them from the back. Ours aren't working either. Jessica had accepted the answer, but with Quinn being wary of everyone, he was finding it a little strange. If there was some type of magnetic field interfering with their communication devices, then how did they manage to get a location on Gallagher's device? It wasn't making any sense. Taking a step back, Quinn gave signs to both Hickel and Edvard. Most weren't paying attention to the two anyway, but they soon went off ahead, scouting out the area to see if there was anything usual. The group continued to walk deeper into the forest, and it was only later that she noticed Hickel and Edvard had disappeared. Where did they go? Did they get lost? When was that? Jessica asked. Don't worry. They thought they wouldn't be much help and headed back to the vehicle. They'll wait for us there, Quinn answered. The group continued until Ryder eventually stopped in his tracks, and so did the others. He's right up ahead, Ryder said, his voice choking up a little as he gazed up at one of the trees, because there Gallagher was. He had been pinned by his hands on the tree with some type of hard metal. Blood dripped down the tree, his shirt was torn apart, and there were scratches all over him. But finally, the one thing that immediately stood out to Quinn was on his chest. There was an engraved marking of an eye with two wings. It looked like it had been drawn by a vampire's fingernail. Is he dead? Quinn thought. It wouldn't be a surprise considering the state he was in, but he wasn't. He could feel a faint heartbeat from him. This is clearly the work of someone connected to Immortality, though. The marking was there, so it was him all along. But Gallagher was made a target. Why? Quinn thought. Jessica, seeing her friend, ran ahead, pushing past the others. We have to get him down and taken to a hospital right away, and then find the bastards who did this, Jessica said. She ran until she was right beneath him, but when her foot had landed on a certain area, it lit up underneath her, and she felt her whole body freeze. What is going on? Why can't I move? Jessica asked. The light wasn't fading away underneath her foot. Quinn had seen this before. This was the power of the seventh family ability. They could make hidden traps that would hold you in place for a certain amount of time. So why was this one holding her for so long? Quinn only had one answer. The trap had to have been done by none other than Magnus. A marking in Ryder's eyes started to glow, and a marking on his head with it. Quinn knew he was suspicious. It looked like not even the vampire corps were safe from the likes of Immortality. My sweet girl, the person above is someone you would say you are close with. I don't know if you know, but right now his life hangs in the balance. His body is not in a state where it can properly take in blood to heal itself. His insides have already been destroyed, and he is hanging on by a thread. By the time you got him to a hospital, he would die. But that's why I have decided to give you a choice. You see, I can save him. I have the power to save him, only if you are able to do me a fa-. Before he could finish his sentence, a strong hit had landed on the back of the vampire's head, knocking him out completely. This wasn't just any vampire, but it was one of the captains as well. Bake, why did you do that? Jessica asked. What they are saying is lies, Quinn answered. Can't you see, Jessica? The communication device is not working, knowing where Gallagher was. They were the ones behind it. Soon, another one of the vampire corps members in the squad started to light up. Who are you to get in my way? The man angrily said. Don't worry. I had planned for some interference. The man looked as if he was about to laugh, but when he looked to his left and right, no one was coming out until a few moments later when Hickel and Edvard were seen. It looks like there were quite a few of them hiding in the woods for an ambush, but we managed to deal with them all, Edvard said. Same on my side as well. It was a good thing that you managed to figure out this whole thing was a trap. Bake, Hickel added as well. It looked almost as if the man wanted to ask something or say something, but before he could, Quinn ran forward and hit the bottom of his jaw, shattering it as it crashed with the upper jaw and knocking him out. Moving on to the next set of vampires, he kicked and punched them, knocking them out in one hit. I won't let you get into her head. She can't start to think that this is her fault, or there is a way to avoid all of this. Otherwise, you will get what you want. Hickel and Edvard helped pull out the strange metal stakes inside of Galliner and placed him on the ground gently. Here, he should drink this, Edvard said as he pulled out a flask with a number on the side. You still have that? Hickel asked. I never knew if it would come in handy one day, and look, it seems like it has, Edvard replied. He poured the blood out of the flask, but it wasn't red blood that was poured, it was green. As it went inside his body, it did its best to heal, but Quinn wanted to go one step further. He placed both of his hands on his chest and wounds and started to help flow chi inside him, trying to help his body to repair. Will he be okay? Jessica asked. I hope so, Quinn replied. Meanwhile, Barbara had just received a vast amount of information. Took a while for her to process it all, and it was hard for her to make the call, but she eventually did. Everyone, may I have your attention? The main suspect for the death of Stacy Liu and Gabe Liu is Jessica Clark. Everyone must find and locate her immediately. Quinn was flowing some of his own chi into Galliner. He had to be careful not to use too much, but the force of power was helping his own little bit of energy he had in him get to work as it repaired what was in his body. However, he couldn't take all the credit, as the green Dalki blood did a lot of work. It re-energized the body for a few moments. Giving Quinn even more chi to play around with, the combination of the two allowed somewhat of a miracle to be performed, and a few moments later there was no need for Quinn to do anything else, as he let his hand go from Galliner. He is going to be okay. Don't worry, he won't die, Quinn said. It was hard to believe, seeing the state he was in before, but the wounds on his body were slowly starting to heal. What did you do? I didn't do much, Quinn replied. It was mostly thanks to the blood he bought. It's Dalki blood, something that's extremely rare to get now. With the Dalki becoming essentially an extinct species, there wasn't the endless supply of blood there was before. Only what was left on the ships. It was sold around on the black market, since it gave a great boost in recovery and strength as well for vampires, but as more of it was used, more would never come back again. So there were many that were just keeping the blood, waiting for the price of it to rise. What wasn't taken into account, though, with all of the black market deals going on, was the fact that there were different tiers of Dalki blood, and with Edvard and Hickel being the leaders during the war, they had the highest tier Dalki blood that hadn't been mixed or tainted. If it wasn't for this, maybe Galliner would have been added onto the list of those that had died, due to Immortality's meddling. Jessica was still very much concerned with Galliner as he was coming to. His eyes were flickering, and it looked like he was starting to come around. While this was happening, Quinn walked away from the situation and looked at the other two. Somewhat naturally, both Hickel and Edvard walked to where Jessica was, and hurtled around him. This was all to block her view. Kneeling down, Quinn lifted one of the men off the ground. His eyes were glowing red. How did you get that marking on your head? Quinn asked. It was from another vampire. He was strong and overpowered us all, forcing the marking on every one of us. He had long green hair. Although the vampire didn't state the name of who was behind this, it was clear the vampire that he was describing was Magnus. Immortality is able to mark those that are close to death. We might have to keep an eye on Galliner and see if anything has happened to him, but at the same time, it looks like Magnus is strong enough of a dedicated follower that he can mark others as well. They managed to get a whole squad in the vampire corps. Is there anywhere we can go where Jessica will be safe? But then how do we find Magnus? Tell me, where do you last see Ma Dash? Before Quinn could finish asking his question, the vampire started to foam at his mouth. His eyes lost sign of life, and Quinn could no longer hear his heartbeat. He stood up, and could see that the same thing was happening to the others. Hearing the strange gurgling noise as if one was choking, Hickel and Edvard turned to look behind them. Immediately, they went off, running towards the direction they came from. What's going on, Bake? Jessica asked. She could see how the other squad members were acting, and thought maybe this would happen to Galliner. The other members are all dead, Quinn answered. It was clear it was a measure to stop them from leaking any information. Both Edvard and Hickel had come back, heading straight to where Quinn was. "They're all dead. All of them have died the same way," Edvard said. "This looks like the work of Magnus," Hickel added. During the war, he was well known for reverting to tactics like this. He is most well versed in different types of poison as well. "I found a bit of a dissolved capsule in the upper roof of one's mouth." Hearing this, Quinn couldn't help but bite down. If they had knocked them out and then searched for the capsule, they could have saved them, but once again they had failed. Just how many times were they going to fail? Coughing could be heard from behind, and a bit of blood was spat out onto the ground. But it was a good sign. Galliner was the one who was coughing, and he looked to be conscious again, his heart beating strong. "Jessica, what are you doing here?" Galliner asked. She didn't say anything yet, but just hugged him tight. Right now, as he felt her breast push up against him, he couldn't have been happier. "Ah, this is good. All it took was for me to nearly die, for you to appreciate me," Galliner said. The others started to walk over, and Galliner could somewhat guess the situation. "Thank you all for saving me. I don't know where I am, but I remember what happened just before getting here. If you could tell us in detail, please," Edvard asked. "I was in my apartment. When there was a knock at the door, it was early in the morning, so I ignored it for the most part, but they kept knocking, so I opened the door, and I could feel someone was straight past me. It was clear it was a vampire, and a strong one at that. I went to fight him, but when I took a step forward, I was frozen in place. Something lit up right underneath me. I don't know much of what happened after that. I was knocked out. I remember feeling a lot of pain after being hurt, hit, on the verge of death, and my hands." From Galliner's story, they learned a few things. 1. The apartment being destroyed was set up on purpose, because there was no fight that had preceded. They wanted them to try and find Galliner, and the second was that it was Magnus who had done all of this. "Galliner, you weren't the only one that was attacked. Stacy and Gabe, both of them, they're dead. And I just couldn't lose you. I couldn't, that's why we came out here," Jessica explained. Galliner didn't know how to process his teammates being dead. He had nearly died himself, so it all felt surreal to him. "I guess I'm lucky that I had a captain that cares so much for me then, huh?" Galliner joked, trying to lighten the mood, and stood up. When he did, he looked at the ones that had killed themselves. "Why would Ryder do this? Why would he attack the vampire core? And that other guy that attacked me? I don't see him here," Galliner commented. Jessica didn't want to say anything, but she did have a thought in her head, based on those letters that she had received. She felt like all of this was due to her. They had called her out. Ryder had come looking for her as well, but when he spoke in his last moments, it sounded like someone else controlling him, trying to speak to her. "This feeling, it's the same as before. I feel like when the Dampiers were after me. Why is it all happening all over again?" She looked at the back of the 3 in front of her. If it weren't for them, she probably would have lost Galliner and had to have put up quite the fight. Now she felt extremely guilty for not trusting them. The group continued out of the forest and was making their way to the vehicle they had arrived in, hoping that it would still be there. They could finally see it out of the forest and in the field up ahead. While out, Jessica continued to try to get through to the base on her communication device. "Restricted access, what is this? I've never seen this before." "You're trying to contact the base. Let me see," Galliner said, going on to his device on his forearm. He could see that there was an emergency message sent out to all Vampire Corps members, and he pressed play. "This is an emergency message. The Vampire Capitan, known as Jessica Clark, is the main suspect in the case involving Stacy Liu and Gabe Liu. If you see her, you are to bring her in at all costs. It is suspected that she is on the run." The message played. "What the?" Galliner said, ending the message there. "What is going on?" The others were standing just a few feet away from the vehicle. Quinn, Hickel, and Edvard had tried to access their communication devices, but just like Jessica's, it seemed their access to it was disabled. The only one that was working was the one that belonged Galliner. Seeing this, Galliner played the message out again, and everyone stood there listening to it very clearly. "What is happening? I don't understand. Why is this all happening to me? Jessica said as she placed both hands by the side of her head. It was as if her nightmares were coming true. She always feared if they found out what she was, if her contact had come out, revealing her yellow glowing eye, that she would become a target, and she had become one. Don't be crazy, Galliner said. You saved me. I know you aren't behind this. They must have something wrong. Or more likely someone has planted evidence to be used against you. Pickle added. If they were able to get a whole squad under their control, then we really don't know the size or the people that are involved. It would be quite easy for them to point the blame at Jessica. Still, Galliner swung his arm. Then shouldn't we head back? I know who the real person is behind all of this, and I can explain that Jessica saved us. Telling them the truth, we can get out of this. Edvard stood in front of the passionate Galliner. Do you really think it will be that easy? Edvard asked. Think about it, you only saw who attacked you. Right now, they are just saying Jessica is the main suspect in the other two cases. It won't clear Jessica's name at all. The group had decided the best thing to do was get out of the area and not use the vehicle they had come in. Most likely there was some sort of tracker inside. So instead they decided to run across the fields. They did so for a while. When they were a few miles out, they came across another wooded and forested area. After finding some fallen trees and an area that was somewhat blocked from view of the outside, they took a rest to try and figure all of this out. What do I do? Jessica thought. Her mind was still full. Why is this happening to me? It all started with those stupid letters. Jessica, Bake called out. Don't worry. I told you I was reliable, right? Just leave this to me. I will sort this out. What? You're just a guy who joined the Vampire Corps recently. What do you think you can dash? Galliner was about to go on a rant when she grabbed his hand. I think we should just trust them. I don't think they're ordinary vampires. They had Dalky blood that saved you, and if it weren't for them, I think we might not have even been in this situation. Think about it. Do you think you could be as calm as they are in this situation? It was true, new recruits would never be able to handle all of this. Even Galliner was struggling with it all, but when they spoke it was as if they were giving the orders and leading everything. The three went off to talk away from the ears of the other two. There was always a line of communication that was open with Edvard and the vampires back at the settlement. They would communicate using telepathy, and then pass on their message. They were using this right now to check on two things: one, if everything was okay in the settlement so far, which seemed to be the case, and the second was to get in contact with Andy. A link had been set up using the ability to allow messages to pass through a vampire between Quinn and Andy right now. Andy, I'm not sure you know, but have you seen everything that is going on with Jessica at the moment? Quinn asked. Yes, I have. I have been getting the reports. I don't believe it. I told Jessica to contact me if she had any trouble. If it was my guess. I think someone is trying to set her up. Andy replied. This saved a lot of explanation on Quinn's end. That's right. I have been watching Jessica's every move for the last few days. Without a doubt, she wasn't behind those killings, and it appears someone is after her life. Would you be able to call off the hunt squad that's after her? There was a slight pause before Andy answered. I can. But we need to think about this. Is this really what we need to do? Andy asked. If I call it off, they will know that she has connections to me or someone is looking out for her. I don't know how deep this goes or how many are involved in this. Right now, we know she's innocent. What I can do is keep the Vampire Corps busy and try to put Jessica's involvement on a lower priority. That way you don't have to worry about the others. Maybe you can use this situation to your advantage. There might still be Vampire Corps members after you, but you can deal with that, right? You're strong enough to protect her. If you can do that until I've solved the issues from within on my side, then I think that will be for the best. The talk had ended there, and it gave a lot for Quinn to think about. That's when an idea popped into his head. He wasn't so sure if it would work, and to pull this off he would need someone else's help as well. On top of it all, he would need Jessica to agree to it, and in doing so there was only one thing they could do. Quinn started to walk back to the other two. The Vampire Corps are still after you, so we need to head to somewhere safe at the moment. Somewhere safe. But the Vampire Corps have a base in every city, Jessica said. That means anywhere we stay there'll be a problem. Don't worry about that. I'm going to ask someone that can help us and keep us safe. Logan Green. The name that came out of Bake's mouth. Both Galliner and Jessica were left with their mouths wide open. Why would Logan Green agree to harbor potential criminals? None of it made any sense to her. I know you're confused right now, Quinn said. But there is a reason for all of this happening, and there is a reason why we are here as well. I don't want you to be confused, and I think if you knew the truth of the situation a bit more, it would be safer for you. The three of us know about you, Jessica. We know the real you, but we don't know why they are after you or what they want with you. We just know that someone is after you. That's why the three of us were sent by Quinn. It was a name that Jessica heard often. People spoke about Quinn all the time at the Vampire Corps and beyond, but no one knew the truth. How she had traveled with Quinn before, how close the two of them felt, and how much she missed him. Even now, when she was in trouble, it looked like he was looking out for her. She couldn't believe it. A large smile appeared on her face. That man is really incredible, Jessica said. What? Why is the great Quinn involved in all of this? Galliner almost screamed from the top of his voice. A little while later, Logan had received updated details, and was aware of the guests that were coming to see him. He was aware of the situation more than most, which was why he had called in someone to help them with all of this. In the lab, Logan stood by someone's side. All right, Agent 4. It looks like we need your help. There was a small problem the group had to solve to be able to get to where Logan was, and that was to get a ship. There was no doubt that the Vampire Corps unit would be looking for Jessica at every port and any mode of public transport they were going to use. At the same time, they were unable to just run there because Green City was unique in that it was built on top of the sea, which meant they would have to steal a ship. Hickel, Edvard, and Quinn's faces weren't well known among the Vampire Corps members, but Galliner and Jessica were. After ditching their clothes, they walked into one of the space stations. Everything was going well so far, but they had no ticket to pick up a ship to use, but that wasn't too much of a problem either. Going away from the group for a moment, using his influence skill on a random vampire, Quinn had somewhat forced one to give him a ticket. The same trick had been used to pass security as well until they eventually were inside a random traveler's ship. It was a bit small, but there wasn't a lot of them in the first place, and they wouldn't be going too far anyway. Wow, how did you do that? Galliner said as Edvard went over the controls and started to press a few buttons. Quinn had shown him how to navigate a spaceship, and surprisingly, as technology got better, it was more interactive to fly one of these things. How are you able to use the influence skill on all of the vampires back there? There wasn't even a hint of pushback, Galliner said. It was an amazing feat, one that a vampire could never imagine doing to another vampire unless they were at least at the level of one of the vampire leaders. I've had a lot of practice, Quinn answered, thinking that things would have been a lot easier if he was able to use his shadow. But for now, there was even a chance that Galliner had been marked by Immortality. They had asked questions that led them to believe he hadn't been, but they all knew what happened the last time they trusted the influence skill too much. Of course he's strong. If he's someone Quinn trusts with this whole mess, then he has to be strong to a degree, Jessica thought. The ship was in orbit heading to its destination. It was left on autopilot, and they thought it was a good time to talk to Jessica a little bit more about her whole situation. Quinn went ahead to sit in front of her. Meanwhile, Edvard and Hickel decided to take Galliner away, trying to make noise so he was unable to hear their conversation, just in case he was a spy. Wait, hey! Galliner wanted to complain, but when he tried to push against Edvard and Hickel's bodies, they didn't budge an inch. It was then that he realized they were far physically stronger than him. I couldn't say it before, but I will try to explain to the best of my ability, Quinn said. Someone out there knows that you're a damper, and I don't know how, but they want to use this fact for you to help them with something. This person is extremely powerful, though. They are able to control people to do their bidding. It's hard to trust anyone because at any time they could be working for this person. It was a big shock to Jessica, but in a lot of ways it was a relief to her. It meant that the Vampire Corps weren't really after her, nor was it these people's fault, but more so this single person. However, when she thought about it more, it meant she was right. People like Stacy and Gabe, they died because this person was after her, and it was to do with her vampire self after all. Hey, not to be the cause of alarm, but it looks like there are a few ships following us, Edvard said. On the front of the ship's glass display, a rear camera was projected, and they could see 4 small black ships heading towards them. Those are the vampire core ships, Galliner called out. It wasn't going to be a problem as Quinn quickly went to head outside, but Jessica had grabbed his hand before he did. Please, you said this isn't of their own doing, right? If possible, can you try not to kill them? Jessica asked. He didn't say anything else as he walked up to the door and pressed a button. It opened up the back, and a massive amount of wind was let into the ship. He could see the energy blasts getting ready to fire at them. Gathering his aura in his fingertip, Jessica was feeling something rise in her. Her eye was glowing so bright that it was going through the contact. A blood bullet shot out from Quinn's finger, more than one, and each time blood fired from his finger, an explosion would follow. Perfectly aimed, the bullets hit the weapons on board the ship. They now had no way to attack other than crashing the ship into theirs, but he wouldn't put it past them to do something like that, which was why he continued to fire away and hit the bottom of the ship. It skewed their balance, and they had no choice but to emergency land and stop the chase. A frightening situation for Galliner, which made him fear for his life, was solved in a few moments. The back of the ship door was shut, and Quinn went back to his position, passing Galliner with his mouth wide open. Thank you for doing that. I knew you could do it, Jessica smiled. There were no more instances in their travel, and they had finally arrived at Green City. The ship was already given access by Logan to head straight to the tower, where a private space would open up to allow Quinn to dock his ship, essentially where the lab was and where Logan spent most of his time. There to greet the group as they descended from the ship were a few androids with drinks and hot towels for them all. If you follow me, I will take you to the master, the androids said after giving everyone their drinks. They were in a hangar of some sort, but after going through a thick steel door following the android, lots of white walls and white light came into view. It was a common feeling when visiting a place of Logan's. He looked to be busy at a workbench with strange tools in his hands and coming out of his back. He was always making something, but what might have been even more surprising was the person by his side. Agent 4. Agent 4. Wasn't he the one that used the red heart to open the portal to the other plane in the first place? Seeing him immediately put Quinn on guard. I know what you are thinking, but he is on our side, Logan said, stopping the work on his own project, putting his tools away, and walking to the others. He didn't quite know what he was getting into back then, and unlike Zero, Agent 4 was never a direct follower of Immortality, but he was by one side for a very long time, so I believe he can help us quite a bit in all of this, Logan explained. The group had gathered at a desk, and the androids were told to give Galliner a tour of the place. They had felt quite bad for Galliner as he was being left out of everything, but he seemed more than happy to explore the large green tower, a place he thought he would never get to enter. I will tell you everything I know, but I doubt it will be able to help you very much, Agent 4 stated. Immortality's goal has always been to cross over to this side, and to do that, there are several things that need to be in place. First, Immortality himself. A large amount of energy is needed on both sides to open a portal of sorts. The reason I believe Immortality had started so many wars using his dedicated followers was because he was gathering his own energy. As we all know now, Celestials need to complete their condition to access more celestial energy, and Immortality seems to be linked to death. Every single war that's happened, and every conflict, has made him grow stronger. However, even with all this strength, he is unable to open up a hole to the other side. So enough energy is needed to open up a small hole, then he himself can do the rest. He gained followers by promising to bring back those who are dead. I don't know what proof he has to show this, but I will tell you now, Zero was pretty certain he was capable of doing such a thing. The truth is, he probably expected one of two things. For one of his followers to get strong enough to open a hole for him, or his own strength to reach a point. But then there was a third way, one much quicker, those with the power to open up a hole to the other side. Jessica didn't quite follow what they were saying as she only understood some of it. But what Agent 4 had just said reminded her greatly of the dream she had. One of her opening up a strange hole in the sky. The dream was starting to feel more like a prediction. Quinn was listening to everything Agent 4 said, and so far it made sense and added up. He too had the same thoughts. War was only profitable for Immortality. Having experienced a part of his power, and how many he could control, who knew how involved Immortality actually was in each of the battles Quinn had been a part of so far. He said it himself. Quinn thought that I had gotten in the way of his plans time and time again, but it was by accident, more of a byproduct of what I was doing, and now I'm one of the people that can open these holes, so that's why he's after me. So that's why he's after me, Jessica said. Quinn looked at his own hands for a moment, wondering if his own thoughts had been said out loud on accident, but he soon realized that it hadn't come from him. You know how to open a portal to the other side? Pickle said. I thought only Richard was capable of something like that. I don't, Jessica said, a little reserved. I might sound a little crazy, but in my head it's the only thing that makes sense. You said it yourself that Immortality has to be after me for some reason, and I keep having these dreams. That, the vampires, they find out about what I am, that I'm a damper, and then all of this built-up energy inside me releases, shooting up into a sky, opening up some kind of red portal. Her hands were shaking as she was telling the story. They could tell that it was all very real to her. What if I do it by accident? What if I open this portal? If he can control people from this other world, then what can he do if he's in our world? Logan and Agent 4 smirked at this comment, as the two of them knew something the others didn't. We have both done a lot of research into this. After the last time a portal was opened and a demon managed to come through, Logan started to explain, showing a few video illustrations to everyone. Quinn remembered well. The demons were quite strong for what they were. He could only imagine what type of creatures this other plane had, because it wasn't just Immortality that they would have to worry about. Only those on the level of Minnie and perhaps the originals were able to fight against the demons, and if they were to go up against one of those generals, then they would need Syl, Russ, Chris and so on, but they were also busy doing their own thing. There is another reason why Immortality needs a dedicated follower. Logan continued. The universe itself has several places where it is close to other planes. Sometimes things may even be able to cross over. A good example of this are the familiars the vampires use. The vampire planet was on a plane similar to theirs, which was why random familiars would appear. However, their world is not linked to ours. No matter how far you traveled in our universe, you would not find them. The same as with Immortality. When I had the red heart, Agent 4 added, I was sent to a specific location, a place where the bond between the two worlds was closer, that way less energy would need to be used, but as for the other thing Immortality needs, he needs someone who can draw the magic circle for him. Energy is just energy at the end of the day, and the magic circle is what allows it to be directed to a certain place. Which is why we think Magnus is very important in all of this. The patterns and symbols that are needed to be drawn aren't so simple. For some reason, it appears not everyone can draw a magic circle even if they are to copy one. Which is why he won't just be able to use anyone he can control. Hearing all of this, for Quinn it was just cementing his belief that Immortality himself needed to be dealt with. There was Laxmus, Zero, and now Magnus. Who knew who else there was and who there would be in the future? So what am I meant to do? Jessica said. Am I meant to just hide here while he takes over the vampire core, using them as his pawns to look for me? My friends that I worked with died because of this, and it's possible that more and more people will die and continue to die. So, is that what I'm supposed to do? Just wait until Quinn, or Andy, or someone else solves this? She had been through a lot, so everyone could understand her frustration, especially Quinn because he felt the same way. They were stuck, but when explaining everything to Logan, he seemed to have a solution. Your main goal is to stop Magnus, right? Logan said. Then based on everything we know so far, there is a way to stop this and stop others getting hurt. My suggestion is that we use Jessica as bait. The others' eyes widened after trying so hard to protect her. They now want to put her out in the open. We know the vampire core are after her, so let her be captured by the vampire core. We don't exactly know what Magnus is going to do or Immortality's next move is, but we can predict their next move if we look at what options we have. If Jessica gets captured by the vampire core, then at some point, Magnus will have to take her someplace else. They won't kill Jessica because they need her. If I put an untraceable device on her, then we will know where they have taken her. She will lead us to Magnus and we can stop this. Of course, I made it sound simple. There is a lot of risk involved, especially for the person in question. Logan looked towards Jessica in all of this. Without her consent, then they wouldn't be able to go through with this plan, and she had to rely on the fact that the others would be able to save her. She was thinking about it. She had seen their strength, but was it enough? If Quinn was the one that was actually helping her, maybe she wouldn't hesitate to say yes. Looking deeply at Bake, there was a sense of trust. I'll do it. I don't want any more people to die just because what I am. I need to face this fact. It's a fact that I can never change, so if there is something I can do about it, then I will. Jessica said, pumping her fist. With that said, the group was working away. Logan was making a special device that would be tagged on Jessica. In order for this plan to work perfectly, they had to feel like no one was protecting Jessica and that she wasn't seen with others. Meanwhile, Quinn had asked to speak to Agent 4. He had whispered in his ear when walking past, and now the two of them were in a different room compared to the others completely. I have a request. Quinn went on to explain who he was, and went into detail about his request. A large smile on Agent 4's face lit up. You really want to do that? I guess I don't need to warn you about the large risks. But why? There's a few reasons. Quinn answered. A promise I made from long time ago? I don't even think any of the people I made that promise to are alive now, but I don't want to break it, and it's to stop all of this. Later that evening, at one of the Vampire Corps' bases, Jessica walked right in through the front door and took a deep breath. My name is Jessica Clark. I am wanted for a case involving Stacy Liu and Gabe Liu. I have come to turn myself in, Jessica shouted. Big news had spread across the Vampire Crops units. After all, the story of one of Tier 1 members, a captain no less killing two of those in its squad, was certainly something to talk about. On top of that, they all became aware due to the alert that was put out. What came as a big surprise to everyone was that Jessica had volunteered herself in. At the Green City, Thier was a giant pillar, a tower made of metal sticking out from the sea. Thier were many of these that built up the pathways, the land mass, and the city that everyone lived on. However, on one of the towers, Thier was no connection to the others. It was slightly away from the others, meaning one would have to use a mode of flying transport to get Thier. This was the base of the vampire crop that was located at Green City. Inside, Jessica was standing as a machine scanned her. A green light was emitting on her body, moving up and down. A special device that was making sure they had the right person, that it wasn't some copy, or someone who had the ability to change into others. While in this room, though, she wasn't alone. Thier was a whole squad that was keeping an eye on her, 5 members in total, but Thier were actually 6 in the room. Because the chief of the base, a vampire named Zai, was standing there as well. Unlike the other vampires that were in Thier Corps uniform, he withstood Thier with a large great sword on his back, colored in black, and a black helmet that covered his entire face, but had 2 horns on the top shaped like a bull. Jessica didn't even know what he looked like due to the mask covering him. The fact that he was a chief of the base belonging to Green City meant he was strong. Since Green City was practically the capital of Earth with Logan living Thier, Jessica was being moved to a holding cell while they went through the formalities. She had a pair of strong handcuffs on her. Half of them were made from beast crystal energy. If it touched her skin, she would feel a burning sensation. As she walked through the hallways, Zai confidently went next to her, while others seemed a little hesitant to get close. This is Chief Zai. They say his strength is on par with Andy. If he were to become an enemy, he would be a tough one to go against. These instances where Jessica had these thoughts saddened her a lot, because before all of these people were her strong and great allies, and now all of them were potential enemies. Eventually, just like with all criminals, Jessica was taken to a holding cell. The door was opened up and she was told to head inside, but coming inside with her was Zai, and the door had shut behind him. She could feel his large presence on her back, and she was too worried to turn around. What is it? Am I being attacked now, here alone? But there's no one to see me. Calm down. They said that they wouldn't kill me and I still have the tracking device on me. They didn't find anything right. Zai didn't do anything apart from walking past her and placing something on the wall. It was a round device that was stuck on the center. It beeped a few times and then a screen displayed with a large old woman's face on it. Barbara, Jessica called out. It was the chief of her own vampire core base, essentially her direct boss. Jessica, I am happy that you finally gave yourself in, Barbara said. Immortality, Jessica's head went to the floor. She wanted to say it wasn't her, but what would that help? Would that do anything? They had a different plan now anyway. I called in a favor from my friend Zai here. He owes me a few from a way back, you see, otherwise you would never be able to see this message. I know you probably want to say a lot, but we should perhaps not talk. Not here. I wanted to just let you know that I believe that you're innocent. Even though everything else tells me otherwise, I want to believe in the young recruit that rose up to captain with those by her side, that she would never do such a thing, at least not without reason. In order for you to get a fair trial, I pushed and did my best. The investigation and the trial will continue, back here. Zai and a squad will be transporting you. I want you to get a fair chance. So Jessica was unable to say anything back. Zai went forward and snatched the device off the wall before crushing it with a single hand, allowing small pieces to fall the floor. Jessica could be heard sobbing, trying to wipe away the tears on her shoulders, since she was unable to use her hands. Thank you, she said, thankful that there were still some people she could believe in. After a couple of hours to herself, Jessica was being transported. She walked along the halls away from the eyes of others and went right onto a medium-sized spaceship. It was square-shaped, long, somewhat like a plane, with 2 large wings and energy thrusters hovering it in place. The squad of 5 and Zai were all there, as they got on board, and the ship was on its way. She was sat down, in between 2 of the other vampire core members, without a single one of them saying a word. Zai just stood by the back door with the handle of his large sword propped up against the back. This is all okay. No matter what happens, the others will come find me, Jessica thought. Right on cue, a dreaded noise was heard. An alarm was going off inside the ship. An unidentified aircraft is following us, sir, and it's not responding to any of our signals, the pilot shouted. It looks like someone trying to break her out, one of the core members said, standing up. As he did, a loud explosion went off, and the whole ship veered slightly to the right. We're being attacked. Our right wing was just hit. Emergency thrusters are being used on the bottom, but it's going to be hard to steer this thing. A view appeared on board the ship, showing what was taking place, and they could see that not only was a ship following them, but standing right on top of it was a vampire with green long hair. That's him. That matches the exact description that Galliner gave back then. It has to be him, Jessica thought, her whole body shaking. For a second, Zai glanced at Jessica, noticing her actions. It wasn't of someone who thought they were being saved, but of someone who was being chased. Open the door, Zai ordered. The others didn't ask why, but instead decided to open the back door. A large gust of wind could be felt on all of them as the door opened, and now they could directly see the one that was attacking them. Magnus stood on top with a smile on his face and swung out his arm, releasing a blood swipe. It looked regular, but it was far faster than what a normal person could produce. Came out as fast as a blood bullet. At the same time, Zai grabbed the handle of his great sword and pulled it out, striking the blood swipe right in the center and breaking it into particles in an instant. Who? The other members of the vampire corps cheered. That's our chief. They were confident that they had the chief on board and weren't too worried if anyone came after them. I see, Magnus said. It seems that she does have someone close to her that is relatively strong. No wonder the others weren't able to succeed. But none of you have any idea who you are facing. Magnus swung his arms, and several blood swipes came out toward the ship. Seeing it all, Zai swung his blade several times, breaking every single one of the blood swipes. This was getting Magnus quite infuriated, and so the ship started to move. It sped up and was now beneath the transport ship. Block this! Magnus threw both of his hands together, delivering a blood cannon. It ripped through the bottom of the ship, destroying all of the energy thrusters, and now the ship was falling, heading for a crash landing. That won't be enough to kill them, but they have nowhere to run now. The spaceship still had some thrusters that were working, but it wasn't going to stay in the air much longer as it hurled towards the ground. There was no way to repair the ship while they were on the ship, leaving them with little choice left. "Everyone, get ready to jump out," Zai ordered. The others weren't too sure about this, but they would follow the orders of their chief. When they were around 10 meters from the ground, each one of them leapt off. Zai landed fine on his knees and with one arm on the ground. He looked up and soon caught Jessica, who was falling, and safely put her down. As for the others, some landed but had to roll, others butchered their landing and their bodies just slammed on the ground, but all of them survived. They were strong vampires after all. The ship continued onward, crashing a few hundred meters from where they were. It exploded and now only smoke could be seen. "We're in the worst possible place," Zai said, looking around. There was next to nothing around them, apart from the tall blades of grass. There was no sign of a city either. They were in the middle of a large field out in the open. There was nowhere for them to hide. Soon, the small black ship, that was more designed for speed rather than transport, landed a little over 20 meters away, and the vampire that had been chasing them had a large smirk on his face as he jumped down. "It looks like to me you're stranded," Magnus said. "As you can see, I have a ship here behind me, and you have someone you wish to transport. So all you have to do is beat me. Don't worry about the pilot inside." Magnus' finger started to glow red, and the top of the ship opened up. A red laser went straight out from his finger. It was a blood bullet, and it went right through the pilot. His head sank onto the front of the ship as blood spilled out. "Who are these people?" one of the vampire corps members said. "They are willing to kill their own just like that. What type of group are you working for?" This question was directed at Jessica, even though she was wondering the same thing. The member in the ship also had a vampire corps uniform, another one that had died, all to get to her. "Stop!" Jessica shouted. "It's me you want, right? I'll go with you. Just leave these guys alone. I'll go with you." She had fallen to her knees, practically screaming those words out. Her throat hurt a little due to those screams, and the other members looked at the situation in confusion. "Ah, a very noble sacrifice, something the vampires need more of these days," Magnus said, as he continued to walk forward. When he had taken a few steps, though, Zai lifted his sword. The edge was glowing red with aura. Swinging it down, a giant red line of blood aura came out from the weapon. It was thick and went at least 30 meters high. Magnus had no choice but to encase both of his hands in blood aura and push them both forward, hitting the blood swipe. It pushed him across the ground as he gritted his teeth and tried his best to push back. "Oh!" The marking on his head started to glow, and a surge of power beginning from his elbows pulsed out to his hands, hitting the large blood aura swipe and destroying it. An original had to borrow power to stop that attack? I thought the new generation of vampires was getting weaker. Then what is this? Who is this? Magnus started to sniff the air, trying to use his nose. There was something different about this vampire. The smell, it was one that he hadn't recognized during his time. "Jessica Clark is our prisoner," Zai commented. "She will be coming with us, and I will successfully transport her no matter what." The frustration could be seen, clear as day, on Magnus' face, but for Jessica, it was painful. Why was another member of the vampire corps sticking up for her so much, when she had already decided it was best for her to just give in? Magnus ran forward. He was no longer calm like he was before. His hands were still shaped like claws, and before reaching Zai, he threw them out. Rings of blood went out right towards Zai, who used the large greatsword to block them all. Each time the attacks hit, large clangs would be heard. Magnus had landed right by Zai's side. His fingernails pierced through the armor of his body and sent out a blood pulse. But he wasn't hit away like Magnus had thought. Instead, one of his hands had grabbed onto Magnus, keeping him in place. He tried to pull back, to pull it away, but it wouldn't budge. What type of strength does he have? This is beyond that of a vampire. You're not a vampire," Magnus said. The realization had hit. The large sword was hovering above his head, and with that strength he would be sliced in half. Making a desperate move, Magnus purposely broke the bones in his forearm. allowing him to drop to one knee. With his other hand free, he placed it on the floor. In doing so, the ground started to light up, and now Zai was frozen in place. Magnus' ability, he can create traps, and if anyone steps in those zones, they can't move. Usually the time isn't so long when others use the ability, but Magnus, he's an original. An entire second, that was how long Magnus' traps lasted, and in a fight between high-speed vampires and such, it was a deadly amount of time. It gave Magnus enough time to store up enough energy to create a blood cannon in his free arm. Throwing it forward, all of the energy burst out right in the center of Zai's arm. It ripped a hole through the center, and this time, his body was sent off, hurling in the distance. "Chief!" the vampire corps members shouted. They were running forward in anger, with their weapons drawn, wishing to do anything they could to help. "No! Stop! Don't fight!" Jessica screamed. She tried to get up on her feet and get in the way of the others, but she stumbled on the ground. "Just because I'm having a hard time with him, doesn't mean you background characters can interfere." Magnus unleashed a blood swipe, breaking through the beast weapon that one of them was holding and slicing one of the vampire corps members in half. Another had reached him, but Magnus was far faster than him, slamming his fist into his head, crushing the skull and killing him on the spot. With two more blood swipes reaching the neck of the other members, they had fallen to the ground as well, leaving only one left from the transportation squad. "Do you know why it's so easy for me to take your lives?" Magnus said, as he ran over and knocked the vampire corps members' hands away, breaking them, and grabbed the top of his head, lifting him. "Because, if it wasn't for me, one of the originals, you wouldn't even be here in the first place. The fact that you are here, you should be thanking me, so how dare you even raise a hand in front of me?" While one hand held up the vampire corps member, the other was burning with blood aura, to the point where it looked like flames. He went to reach out and move it, but it was stuck once again. Looking at his hand, he could see red strings attached to it. Strings? This ability. Holding out his hand, it was none other than Zai. More strings wrapped around Magnus, and with great strength he pulled him away. Magnus was up in the air. Covering his body in his aura, he started to cut all of the strings and safely landed away from Zai. Jessica looked at Zai, who no longer had a mask on his face. It had broken in the attack, and under the mask, it was someone she never thought she would have seen. "I told you, Jessica, if you needed help that I would be there," Zai said, but Zai was not the name she knew him as. "With the power of my father's string ability, and the strength my mother gave me, I, a colossal dragger, will do everything in my power to get rid of you." Quinn along with the others were still in Green City, and they were in Logan's lab. They were keeping an eye on the specially made device, and keeping track of exactly where Jessica went. They were following her every move, and were waiting for Magnus to turn up. So they knew when this was the case, the tracking device which had been put in her skin under the back of her ear, so it wouldn't be found, was also able to transmit sound. So they were able to hear everything that was going on, and that's why it was a big surprise to them all, when they heard whose name had been shouted out. "Andy, as Infex's son," Quinn shouted. "Why is he there?" It would make sense. A lot of this matter involves those in the vampire corps. That was the creation of Fex and Samantha's work. As the leader, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, weren't you the one that told him to help out, and sent out a warning? It was true, Andy and Fex were made aware of the situation, but that's when they were going up against random marked vampires, not Magnus, a dedicated follower and original. Andy was strong, so Quinn felt he could deal with most that came his way, but was he strong enough to go against Magnus? From the sounds of it, he's been putting up a pretty good fight against Magnus. "Who is this guy?" Edvard asked. Logan brought up a screen with information on Andy, thinking that it would be quicker to show and explain at the same time. Fex was a vampire noble, but not just any vampire noble, one related to the leader of the Sanguinis family. His wife Samantha White was a strong individual even as a human, but eventually she was turned and had become a subclass of Draugr, and later evolved into a great Draugr. The others being originals knew about Draugrs and their great strength. A great Draugr was even rarer but were also able to change their form and size as well. As for Andy, he was born as a Draugr himself and learned the ability of the 13th family. However, eventually he had continued to evolve and turned into one of the first of its kind, a colossal draugr. As for what they are capable of, it's somewhat unknown. We only know that they are also able to use blood aura. The two originals were a little stunned. Even with all of their years of living, there were new things that were popping up with the vampires that they had never seen or heard of before. "Quinn, I think it might be best if you make your decision," Edvard said. "This Andy fellow seems quite strong, and he is the son of a good friend of yours. If we leave him be and Magnus wins the fight, there is a good chance that he could lose his life or be converted into a strong enemy. On the other hand, if Andy is able to give Magnus a run for his money, then it means we will be able to swoop in and deal with this large thorn in our backside." Quinn looked at Agent 4 when the question was given to him. He wanted to help Andy, and it was a good chance to get rid of Magnus, but if they failed or Magnus got away, then would it ruin the second part of the plan? Then there was the request he had made with Agent 4, if they got rid of Magnus now, then they might never be able to accomplish what they needed to do. Jessica didn't quite understand what was going on. She was sure of it, that the person that was protecting her right now was Andy, but he was dressed like Zai, and he also used the same great sword as Zai, while Andy, he was one who fought with his fists. The two were even often compared to each other in terms of strength. Little did Jessica know that a secret that Andy had been keeping for a while now was unveiled. Zai and Andy were both the same person. Andy, being the head of the entire vampire corps, meant it was almost impossible for him to be out in the field. Only when large jobs came up would he participate, otherwise he would receive too much attention, or others would offer to do the job for him. The thing was, Andy wanted to continue to improve, he also didn't want his skills to suffer. Which was why he became Zai, the chief of the Green City Vampire Corps unit. Improving himself, he restricted what he could do, focusing on using beast weapons and his blood aura, rather than the rest of his natural abilities. When learning of the case and who the person was, Andy needed to get involved. He wanted to help Quinn, who had helped his father finally get the peace he wished for. Placing both of his hands on the handle of the great sword, the edged side of the giant blade started to glow red. The aura was fiery but then condensed into a single line. After that, Andy threw it in the air, but it was attached to a red blood string. He swung it by his side in circles. It was going so fast that one could only see what looked like a shield of red. When Jessica looked at the floor, she could see there was a perfect cut there as well. Magnus, seeing that Andy hadn't moved, decided to store up his own blood aura. In both palms of his entire hands, he pushed them out, getting ready to fire 2 large blood cannons. These attacks were so strong in blood aura they would usually do harm to the user, but the originals were able to heal from such wounds, and Magnus had found a way where the attack hardly damaged him at all. The attacks burst out, but Andy was calm. Swinging his sword, he used it like a shield, and the blade sliced through the attacks. It continued to hit the sword as it swung, but it sliced through the constant red aura, until there was nothing left. This fight, it's like the new generation versus the old, Jessica said to herself. Now it's my turn. Andy stayed in his position. He swung the sword, and the string started to extend. It had great momentum, while utilizing his immense strength and swinging it down from above. Magnus had no choice but to lift his hands above his head. The great sword landed right on top of him, crushing the ground beneath, and almost crushing him. Arg! Magnus had to use all his strength and power, including that of the borrowed power. The marking on his head glowed once again, and he managed to deflect the sword to the side, so it touched the ground. When it did, a long line of blood aura went out for as long as one could see. With the sword still attached to the red blood string, Andy was quick to use it again as he swung it to the side. Magnus was barely able to block the hit. The sword was now swinging fast, coming from multiple directions, and all Magnus could do was attempt to deflect the energy. If I keep blocking the hits like this, my energy is going to be depleted fast. Who knew there was such a strong individual from this new generation? Andy knew it was best for him to not get close in this fight. Otherwise he would have to suffer from the traps laid out by Magnus, which was why he continued to use his power like so. He could continue to power the blood sword, using his blood aura through the string. What Magnus didn't know was that this was something his father had taught him as well. A vampire's sole weapon, and in his case it was one that allowed him to pass blood aura through his strings. It was why the sword was still so powerful, but it wasn't enough. He needed a big hit to finish off his opponent. Running forward, Andy was taking a risk. He pulled the blade from the string close to him and held it by its handle. With the sword held in his hand, he lifted it in the air, and his hand started to grow in size. The muscles from the shoulder, the forearm, and even the hand itself. All of it was growing to the point where it looked like it was the hand of a giant. The giant sword no longer looked giant. "I will protect the vampire core," Andy shouted, as he swung his giant hand down with the giant sword, right where Magnus was. With the large-scale attack coming from Andy, mud and dirt was kicked up from all over the ground. It was shaking and the floor was almost breaking underneath them. He quickly went back and grabbed onto Jessica while the two of them moved away. Your arm. It's back to normal," Jessica said. "Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's over yet or not," Andy said, looking back. When they got to a clearer part of land, Andy and Jessica landed back on the ground. He felt a little saddened due to not being able to pull all of the vampire core members out of the area. He had used his string powers to fling their bodies out of the way, hoping to retrieve them after the fight, but he was unable to get them all, and hoped that his attack hadn't damaged their bodies too much. As for Andy himself, his body was back to its regular size, at least his giant arm was. As a colossal Draugr subclass, he could change his whole size just like the Great subclass. He could turn his whole body into a giant form, which provided him more strength and resilience compared to his smaller form. However, being bigger also meant one was an easier target. Getting out of the way of large-scale attacks and so on was harder. What the colossal Draugr could do compared to the Great subclass was to freely change certain body parts, allowing Andy to bring out the great strength when he needed it, just like right now in the battle. The dust started to settle and a pair of red glowing eyes could still be seen burning brightly. Both Jessica and Andy clicked their tongues seeing this because it was a clear sign that he was still alive, although he was no longer in one piece. "You ungrateful bastard," Magnus shouted. His left arm, from his shoulder, had been removed from his body. It was a clean cut, and even with his blood aura and help of celestial energy, he wasn't able to protect himself from the attack. With his one good hand, he had somewhat burnt the end with his blood aura. The body was healing over the wound, so he wouldn't die from something like this. "I am an original," Magnus shouted. "It's because of me you even exist in the first place. If I ask for you to hand over that girl, if I ask you to take your life, to give me all your possessions, then you should do it." Andy held the sword firmly in his hand, ready to go toe-to-toe with Magnus again. He had already done a lot of damage, so there wasn't much more for him to do. "Are you crazy? Are you my father? Are you my mother? You are neither of them, so I have no reason to thank you. You're just a crazy old man," Andy shouted back. The marking on Magnus' head started to glow extremely bright, and an orb of power was emitted out from him. It wasn't blood aura, the energy was more weighty. Swinging his sword again, in the same fashion he had done before, Andy was blocking the energy from reaching the two of them. For a moment, Andy stretched out his hand, outside the zone where his sword was covering him from the energy. His hand was in pain. He could feel the great force of the energy, and it wasn't like one he had felt before. Its power was not that of a vampire, and if they were to step out, they could very well be consumed by the energy. "Stay behind me," Andy shouted. What Andy didn't know was that there was a rise in power behind him as well. As Magnus was drawing more power from a particular individual, Jessica's energy inside her, it was growing to the point where she felt great pain in her chest and head. "Magnus, what is happening to him right now? What is he doing?" On the outside of his head, a white solid structure started to form. It was covering the top part of his head, down to the top of his jaw. It looked almost like the outside of a skull. His eyes would normally be seen through the skull. The clothes and armor on his body were ripping off, leaving only a trace of armor around his neck and hips. His whole body was now on show. His bare skin was moving, as if there were bugs crawling beneath it. The shade of the skin started to get darker as time went by. Out from his long severed arm, something erupted. It looks like part of a giant centipede, as there were multiple segments. At the end, two large claws that made it look like fangs. The other arm of Magnus exploded, turning into the same contraption that had just appeared. Slowly, his feet started to change shape as well, getting bigger and wider. His whole body grew, and it looked like whatever he had turned into had finished. He was now an 8-foot creature that was only seen in nightmares. "What has he turned into?" Andy said. "That is no vampire that I know of or have ever seen. At least, when Laxmus had transformed, the somewhat resembles a vampire, but here Magnus was nothing like that at all." With the transformation complete, Andy could feel that the energy was no longer spreading out. With no fear, he ran ahead at full speed, and then when he was close, his hands started to grow in size, and rather than swinging from above, he swung from the side. Magnus stayed in place and smiled. With the sword coming right at him, he swung his left arm forward, and it started to extend at a great speed. The separate segments on his arms started to grow, and in between the parts there was what looked like living flesh. A strange green liquid was dripping from parts of his hand and floor. It crashed right into the sword, the two sharp things, and Andy couldn't believe it. His strength, he couldn't move back, it was pushing against his arm. When Andy looked down, he could feel a stinging sensation in his stomach as well. While Magnus went to stop the attack with one hand, with the other, he had extended it out, hitting Andy right in the stomach. It hurt so much. Andy gritted his teeth. He could feel something being injected into his body, and he was getting weaker by the second. "Ha ha!" Magnus laughed. "All of you have no idea. You have no idea how small you are in this world, or who you are going against. Immortality is our creator, and we vampires are just one of the many creations he has. Do you really think we are the strongest of his creations? With his powers he managed to create devastating creatures, similar to what I am now, and with it, he took over the other world. The entire universe in the other plane. Can't you tell, can't you see? A being that is that powerful, when coming over to here, will create a new world, and when that happens you need to make sure you are on the right side. All of you, everything you are fighting for, will turn into nothing." With the hand that had stopped Andy's blade, it started to retract back before extending again. It flared about in the air, hitting the giant hand from all areas. The two large fangs that were on the end of Magnus' hands were slashing through the skin, and it was taking large chunks of Andy's hand away. "Stop!" Jessica shouted, as she screamed and ran forward. She pulled out her daggers, and covered them in all the energy she could. She swung them down deep into Magnus' hand that was embedded into Andy. When they hit, the extended arm looked to bend inwards, doing next to no damage, but the arm retracted back. Next, Jessica was looking at what to do about Andy's other arm, but it had already been sliced to nothing and detached from his body. Andy, at that moment, fell onto both of his knees. He had no clue what was happening, but he could feel something oozing around in his body, making him weaker. In this situation, what could she do? Andy was in no state to fight, and if the powerful Andy was unable to defeat Magnus in this new transformed state, there wasn't much she could do either. Turning around, she could see the cruel smile underneath Magnus' skeleton-like face. She then pulled up her daggers and pointed it right at her neck. "You want me right? If you don't leave Andy alone. If we don't leave right now, then you won't get what you want. I'll kill myself," Jessica exclaimed. Jessica felt like her back was up against a wall. People were constantly dying, and all for her. Originally, when she had agreed to the plan, the main factor that had convinced her was that no more people would get hurt. Yet here, people were getting hurt right in front of her, so she decided that she needed to act. Both of the daggers were pressed against her neck, while she stood in front of Andy. "Jessica," Andy said, still struggling on his knees. The wound that had been delivered was no longer there, but he could feel the strange substance that was in his body. Luckily, due to what he was, Andy could feel his body fighting against the substance. It would just be a little while until he would be able to fight at full strength. "I was caught off guard, but there are still things I can do to help you," Andy thought. "If you can just buy some time until my body will heal." Magnus had hesitated in attacking for a second. Sweat could almost be seen from his forehead, but not because he was tired from the battle, but due to him being a little nervous at what Jessica was doing. Shaking his head, a smile appeared on his face. "You are a young vampire. Are you seriously going to give up your life for these people?" Magnus asked. Like you said, I have no plans to kill you. So why would you even think about such a dangerous act? Having somewhat convinced himself, Magnus looked at his strange centipede-like hand. It started to wriggle about with all of the different segments vibrating and making a strange hissing sound. He was ready to move his hand, when he could smell it in the air, the smell of blood. Jessica had pressed the bladed part of the dagger deeper into her skin and blood was dripping down from the wound. The centipede-like hand stopped wriggling for a second along with the expression that was on Magnus' face. "You dumb bitch!" Magnus shouted. "Have vampires with each new generation become more blind and stupider, as well as weaker? What do I have to do? What do I have to go through to open your eyes?" There was a big frustration for Magnus, but this always had been. Even during his reign as king, there were many that didn't agree with him back then. It frustrated him that he was experiencing the same thing now again. He took a deep breath. "At least, I have gotten what I originally came for. There is no need to push my luck," he mumbled under his breath. "Fine," Magnus said. "Come over here, and we shall leave him be." Jessica was also relieved. She looked back over her shoulder at Andy, happy that someone who was protecting her at the risk of his own life was going to live. "Thank you," Jessica said, and she started to walk, heading over toward Magnus. "No!" Andy screamed in his head and punched the ground. It was a heavy hit and shook the floor around him. "I can feel my body getting better. I just needed more time. But if I go out like this, then I will definitely die." Jessica was halfway, walking over slowly. She was making sure that Magnus didn't go ahead and try a fast one. Then when she was around 5 meters away she stopped. "Remember your promise, otherwise you won't get what you want. I care about that person a lot," Jessica stated. "I understand." Magnus quickly extended his arm, and the two fangs on the end split wide like a mouth. They wrapped around her waist, before chucking her into the ship. She still had the dagger up against her neck, but now was inside the ship next to the dead body. Using his other arm, he did the same to the dead body, before proceeding to chuck it out. Then he turned around and started to walk toward the ship. He had his head held up looking at Jessica. His eyebrows were furrowed. When he was only a few feet away from the ship he stopped. "You know what, fuck it. Let's see if you really will go through with your threat." Magnus turned around extending his arm out, and it went straight towards the injured Andy. He had recovered somewhat, but not enough to move fast. With his good hand, he grew it large and covered his body. The arm started to strike fast like a whip, cutting through pieces of the giant arm. Just like before, it was only a matter of time until the arm was completely removed from its body and Andy would be defenseless. "Stop, stop. You promised," Jessica shouted. "And you promised to kill yourself? But I don't see that happening at the moment." Magnus laughed and continued to swing his arm. "This is too much fun," Magnus shouted. His arm was swinging again, but then just before it reached the outer of Andy's arm, large blood cannons came shooting out, hitting the arms away. They were knocked back, but powering through Magnus continued his strike, until a large amount of blood dropped down. The blood started to light up, and a huge explosion went off. Magnus had no choice but to retreat his hands back. The area was covered in smoke, making it hard for him to see. It was clear, though, that someone had interfered. That power, it belongs to him. He's here. The smoke settled and two figures could be seen. It was two originals that Magnus knew well, Edvard and Hickel. "I think it would be best if you left this person alone," Edvard said. "Unless you think you could beat the three of us, in your bugman form." Magnus was grinding his teeth in anger. In this form, he was quite confident he could take on all three, especially since Andy was practically a dead man already, but there was still a chance and a risk. "Why are you here? How did you even find me?" Magnus demanded to know. This was part of the worry, before Edvard and Hickel set out. Sure, there were many that didn't know what the two looked like, but Magnus would certainly recognize them. "We already told you. This person behind us is very important," Hickel answered. "We had him on our list, and thought that you might go after him." A convincing lie and a tense situation. Would Magnus fall for the bait or not? It was hard to tell. That was until the marking on his head glowed once more. "You are right. We got what we came for," Magnus said, as he jumped back and landed in his ship. "Don't think I won't forget this. The next time we meet, you're all dead," Magnus shouted through the glass. The ship went off taking Jessica with them, which was the best result that they could have asked for. Now it was just time for the next step. Just like that, Edvard and Hickel allowed Magnus to escape. As they looked at the ship in the distance, they did think about attacking it, but of course that would go against their plan, and would harm Jessica inside. For the two of them, the hate for Magnus was just growing as time went by. Why didn't the two of you do anything?" Andy asked. Although in pain, Andy did manage to catch a glimpse of the two faces, and unlike regular vampires who might not know the faces of the originals, Andy made himself aware of all vampires, since it was part of his job, and that included who the current leaders at the settlement were. So he had a pretty good idea of their strength, and with the three of them, he was sure they would have been able to do something. "Hey, do you even know how much I had to hold back?" Edvard asked. "I was just waiting for him to try and attack you. That way I would have had an excuse to get a few good hits in." In the end, the best-case scenario occurred. Hickel added, "Anyway, what even was that? What had Magnus turned into? Is that his borrowed power from Immortality?" Judging from how calm the two were acting, and how they were talking, it seemed like they were aware of the situation. But this was just giving Andy more of a headache than anything, and he wasn't sure if it was because he didn't quite understand the situation or whatever was injected inside of him. "I think I'm just going to close my eyes for a bit," Andy said weakly, as his whole body collapsed to the side. Andy could hear the sound of voices around him. It sounded like the same two earlier, but they seemed to be talking to someone else. "So what do we do now?" one of the voices asked. "We have to wait, but we can't let them get too far away from us. Logan will be arriving soon, and then we will head to whatever location they are at when they stop moving. Depending on what it's like and how guarded it is, we will make the next move," another voice said. Finally, opening his eyes, Andy could see he was still on the same field as before, and he was right, the two that were talking were still there, but then there was a person he had never seen before, nor did he recognize him from his memory bank of faces. "Oh, looks like you're up," Quinn said with a smile. He was still wearing the special mud mask that Peter had given him. "You're a strong one. It looks like Magnus had injected some type of poison inside you. It's more aggressive than even chi to a vampire's body, but due to your nature and healing capabilities, it looks like you were saved." "Hey!" Edvard called out. "Don't forget about my Dalki blood. It was the last lot that I had. What am I meant to do now, when I'm the one in trouble?" Andy still had a raised eyebrow, but he could see that his arms, both of them, had regrown. Usually this would only be the case if he consumed some type of human flesh, but it appeared that Dalki blood had the same effect for him. It was a good thing to note, since human blood didn't regenerate his body. He was more like a white in that sense. "I'm sorry, but who are you? Do I know you?" Andy asked. Sorry, I'm under disguise, but it's me, Quinn." Quinn answered with a smile, but the smile quickly faded away. It was rare for him to smile in these moments. There was just too much on the line. "Wait, Jessica, they took Jessica. Quinn, you told me to protect her, but I failed." "You were right, someone is after her," Andy said, getting up to his feet. "It's okay. I'm sorry, it looks like in all my troubles I forgot to update you completely on the situation. But Jessica getting taken was all part of the plan," Quinn explained. "The plan?" Quinn went on to explain to Andy about how Jessica was the one who volunteered. Since they knew she was a target, this was the best way to get to Magnus. Originally, they thought they couldn't trust anyone in the Vampire Corps, so they didn't even want to tell Andy, but he appeared to be fully on their side. "I'm sorry," Andy said. "I told you that I was going to protect my father. I guess my decision to act must have ruined your plans." "No, you did what you thought was right, and you fought with your life on the line. You honestly only did what I would have done. So I can't blame you for that, with what information you had," Quinn replied. "Besides, we now have an idea of Magnus' strength as well." Andy was thankful for Quinn's understanding. "So what are you going to do now?" "Now we wait. We have a plan, and we just need everything to work out." Back in the vampire settlement, Peter had been taking charge of things. He had been followed by Muka, and regularly went around the city. The first few times, he had done a few things that were questionable, things that perhaps the real Quinn wouldn't have done. There were several bones broken, vampires hit in the face, vampires that were literally kicked until they went out of the settlement. But something surprising seemed to happen. Whereas Muka thought this would ruin Quinn's image, instead everyone seemed quite happy to see him. Walking around the settlement, the children would run up and give him a big hug. Others would ask if there was going to be another show today. By that they meant another beating by Quinn. It wasn't just the children though. All of the vampires felt like Quinn was connecting with them on a more personal level. And instead of letting guards, or other members deal with the problems, he had decided to deal with them himself. This had also affected Minnie's popularity at school. Many wanted to know her even more and were asking questions about her father, wondering just how strong he was. Of course, Minnie knew that it was Uncle Peter and not her father, so she would just reply stating that he was really strong, and maybe he would come in one day. All of this surprisingly led to one other thing, and that was the amount of crimes that were committed in general. They were starting to lower. No one talked bad about Quinn anymore. No one did petty crimes such as stealing or scamming their fellow vampires. Because if he got word of it, then he would deal with them, and although it wasn't in a conventional way, Muka had to admit it worked. "I can't believe it," Muka said as she looked at the reports that were on her desk. "Every day there are fewer reports of crimes. I wouldn't condone dealing with these with violence. It just goes and shows that violence is allowed as long as it's from a particular individual. In this case, though, Peter is overwhelmingly strong that everyone is just living in fear, too scared to act." While sitting at her office continuing to do her work as usual, a particular telepathic message was sent to her. She almost jumped out of her seat when she heard who wanted to speak to her. "Has he finally solved everything?" "Sure, put him through," Muka said. A connection was made and Muka could now hear everything that Quinn was saying. Her excitement as she heard what was happening and what he was speaking about started to go. "I see," Muka said. "There is something else I need to talk to you about as well. It's very important and might involve everyone," Quinn said. "But first tell me, how are things at the settlement?" Muka went on to tell stories of how hard her work had been with Peter, but she also told him about all of the positive changes as well. "That's good to hear. If the settlement is left to him, then I won't feel so guilty now. He is a better leader than I thought he would be," Quinn said. "Wait. Leave the settlement to Peter, what are you talking about?" With a heavy heart, Quinn went into detail of what he wanted to speak to next. Muka was too shocked to even speak back when she heard this. She couldn't believe he was doing this. "But what about your family? Shouldn't you speak to them before you do this?" "I don't want to keep worrying them," Quinn answered. "This will be the last time I worry them." Muka, who would usually be reading reports, calling meetings and discussing with other leaders how to improve life in the vampire settlement, had put all that on pause. After learning of what Quinn had told her, she was unable to stop pacing back and forth. "I thought Peter was troublesome and the one to worry about. But now he goes ahead and drops this bomb on me?" Muka thought. Thinking back, Quinn did always do things first. Peter was just a worse version of him. Perhaps because the two spent a lot of time with each other, meant the two had rubbed off on each other. Who am I kidding? Both of them are trouble. But there is something about Quinn. Maybe it's the fact that he can do these things so fearlessly that attracts people around him. Looking around her room, she saw the old helmet that she used to wear that would cover up her entire head. For a while, not many even knew that Muka was a female leader, nor did they know of her beauty. She had covered herself up due to all the attention she would get, but had done so less and less as time went on. The significance of the leaders and their duties in the settlement lessened. So she tried her best to take herself less seriously, but it was a hard habit to kick. The helmet had since been altered, not being as bulky as it was before, but still covered the entire face, allowing for only the eyes and mouth to be seen. It was placed on a stand, like one would use to hold their wigs. Taking it off, she placed the mask on and headed outside. She needed some air to take in everything. While walking down the streets of the vampire settlement, there were still some that would turn to look at her. It wasn't because they recognized her, but due to the beauty that would still shine with just her eyes and lips alone showing. They were so alluring that if a person stared into them for a short while, they would be hypnotized into doing anything Mukka asked them. She just wished that this would work on Quinn. Then she would be able to tell him how she felt. Suddenly, she stopped, dead center. Other vampires had to walk around her, and were giving her strange looks, as she appeared to be a person that was lost. The person I feel so bad for in all of this is Layla, Mukka thought. She will know nothing of what is happening, and she is to raise 2 kids. They hardly spent any time with their father. Will they be okay? Sure, I can do my best. Everyone in the settlement can help out, but I know things won't feel the same. She soon felt her legs walking toward the location where Layla was at. She was moving because she had planned to go against Quinn's words. She was going to tell Layla and let her decide. Usually Mukka wouldn't dare go against Quinn, but if she was in the same position as Layla, she knew that she would have wanted to know. In the middle of her walk, there was a disturbance that was coming from her right. Else looked human. 128. Its arms were like 2 giant drills, and even its head was shaped like a drill with 2 white spots for help. Help! It's gone out of control, a vampire shouted, as he ran out his front door and onto the street. His clothes were ripped, they were bloody, several marks were on his face, and he was so startled that he stumbled on the floor. Following right behind, coming out from the door, there was a floating creature. It had no legs but almost looked like the upper half of a human body. Although apart from its limbs and torso, nothing else looked human. Its arms were like 2 giant drills, and even its head was shaped like a drill with 2 white spots for eyes. It's a familiar. Is it trying to kill its owner? The man swung his arm, letting out a blood swipe. It hit the familiar, sending it back, and it had turned into black mist. It looked like a crisis was averted, and there was no need for Mukka to do anything. Before, only strong vampires were able to link up with familiars, due to their short nature. If they didn't like their host, then familiars would often attempt to kill their host. In turn, this would get rid of the familiar as well, as they had broken a contract. They were strange things, but if whatever reason they joined a person in the first place, if that person strayed from this or they no longer felt the same way, then this would often be the result. But Mukka thought back to the reports. It had been a while, but for some reason, familiars were appearing less and less in their world. In the first place, the area where the familiars would appear was the old vampire settlement and not the current one, but there would still be those that would journey and try to get one. Regardless, these days there seemed to be fewer and fewer familiars willing to join, ever since the damper incident. While thinking of all of this, a black mist started to appear from the vampire man's hands. The familiar was appearing again. No, no! Someone help me! The man screamed at the top of his lungs. That familiar, it's appearing again, Mukka thought. But that's so soon, it shouldn't have enough energy to appear again. Just like the vampire man and Mukka feared, the familiar had appeared again. Seeing this situation, she ran across and grabbed the familiar right by the head. The vampire aura was strong in the palm of her hand. I know you things can understand me. If you appear and disturb this man again and again, then it will just be the same result. I will make sure you feel pain. Making her aura erupt, it engulfed the familiar and it turned into nothing but black mist again. She looked at the vampire on the ground. Something was strange about the situation. The vampire was strong enough to deal with the familiar, so he was stronger than it. But why was he covered in wounds? Why did he look exhausted? Just how many times had he gone against that familiar? For some reason, Mukka felt like something was up. She helped the vampire up off the ground. I think it's best if you go with me. Heading back to her castle, she asked for reports to be gathered on familiars and other things. She needed to see a link. Apparently this wasn't the first case. There had been reports of quite a few familiars attacking their owners. They had risen sharply after the vampire and damper incidents. Did many of the dampiers have familiars? Mukka started to think. We have learned that the familiars feed off chi energy. Vampires don't have much chi energy in the first place. However, the vampire settlement happened to be in a palace where familiars were welcomed. And thanks to the rituals by Richard Eno, he had a way for us to connect to the other world and form contracts with them. However, Dampiers and humans have more chi energy than us. It was almost as if vampires were gatekeeping this fact from them. Is that why they are acting up? I'm really not sure. And how can I even look into this matter if that's the case? Mocha thought. Walking in through the door without even a knock was Quinn, or at least the person who was acting like Quinn. For a moment she was excited thinking she could ask him for help. But Peter, what could he do? You look troubled. Is there anything you need me to beat up? Peter asked. At that moment, a deafening alarm and alert had been sounded throughout the whole settlement. The alarm was put in place for when there was big trouble on the way.